नमस्कार और आप सभी का स्वागत है। आप देख रहे हैं पबजी मोबाइल प्रो लीग अरेबिया रीजन। मेरा नाम है फिक्सेस, जॉइंट ऑफ कोर्स अलोंग विद नन अदर देन ओशन शर्मा। तो आज डे नंबर 2 पे आ चुके हैं ऑफ द लीग प्ले डेज। आज पता चलने वाला है कि वो कौन से 16 टीम्स होने वाले हैं जो क्वालिफाई करके जाएंगे हमारे सुपर वीकेंड की तरफ। अगर हम बात करें हमारी तीनों टीम्स के बारे में, दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स टीम साइट्स, टीम अल्फा लेजेंड्स एंड गैलेक्सी रेसेस। तो 8, 9, 10 नंबर के तालिका में
बिल्कुल।
चल रहे हैं। तो क्या लगता है ओशन, आज के दिन के अंतिम क्षणों तक क्या हश्र होगा हमारे टीम्स का?
कहीं न कहीं बहुत सारी चीज़ें बदलने वाली हैं क्योंकि इसके बाद वही बात आती है टॉप 16 ही यहाँ से आगे जाएँगी, जो अगला पड़ाव इनके लिए रहने वाला है, जो सुपर वीकेंड का रहेगा। वहाँ के पॉइंट्स ऑब्वियसली मैटर करेंगे, यहाँ के आज के दिन तक मैटर करते हैं, आपको टॉप 16 में आने के लिए मैटर करते हैं। सो इन टीम्स में वो काबिलियत है कि टॉप 16 में रह लें एंड मेबी शायद ये अपना एक्चुअल गेम प्ले छुपा रहे हैं कहीं न कहीं बिकॉज़ जो सुपर वीकेंड है वहाँ पर पॉइंट्स एक्युमुलेट करना इनको पता है एक बड़ी चुनौती इनके लिए रहेगा। सो मेरे ख्याल से वो चीज़ ज़रूर हम लोग देखना चाहेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले आज का दिन तो ऑब्वियसली इनको पार करना ही पड़ेगा कहीं न कहीं।
जी हाँ, आई मीन चुनौतियां तो रहने वाली है, क्योंकि जैसे हमने कल भी एंटिसिपेट करा था कि
जी।
यहाँ पे ये रीजन से, अरेबिया वाले रीजन से काफी सारे टीम्स बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट एनएसआर हमने देखा अभी टॉप पे लीडर बोर्ड्स के। एंड आप अगर दूसरे टीम्स की बात करो, रिको इन्फिनिटी भी काफी अच्छा खेल रही है, आरटीजी के प्लेयर्स भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, जॉम्बीज भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। तो जैसे कि ओवरऑल रैंकिंग पे तरफ एक नजर डाल देते हैं, तो आप देख सकते हो
जी।
60 पॉइंट्स के साथ एनएसआर ई स्पोर्ट्स अभी टॉप पे। एंड किल्स की अगर बात करें तो दैट हैज टू कम डाउन टू जॉम्बीज के पास। इवन उनके प्लेयर हामिक के पास सबसे ज्यादा किल्स भी था। तो
बिल्कुल।
आज देखते हैं कि आज हमारे टीम्स क्या ऊपर जा सकते हैं या नहीं।
बिल्कुल, ये सवाल ज़रूर कहीं न कहीं रहेगा, हम सबके ज़हन में ये सवाल रहने वाला है। लेकिन अगर आप सुडोर के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, उनके पास भी 22 स्किल्स हैं, जो उनको किल हंग्री टीम कहीं न कहीं बनाते हैं। लेकिन उनके नीचे साइड्स की अगर हम बात करें, एक चिकन डिनर इस टीम के पास है। बहुत सारी टीम्स आप देखिए, ऑब्वियसली एनएसआर को कल आखिरी गेम में एक चिकन डिनर मिला था, रिको इन्फिनिटी को उसके पहले वाले एरांगल में चिकन डिनर मिला था, गन्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स बेहतरीन खेल चुके हैं, साइट्स बेहतरीन खेल चुके हैं और एक-एक चिकन डिनर इनके पास है। लेकिन फिर भी वही है कि टॉप 5 के अंदर नहीं है ये, मतलब अच्छा गेम, खराब गेम, वो सब साइमल्टेनियसली चलते रहे हैं। वही एक और बात यहाँ पर अल्फा लेजेंड्स की आती है, गैलेक्सी रेसर एक गेम के अंदर टॉप 2 फिनिश जो इनका था, काफी बेहतरीन था। लेकिन आज उन सब चीजों को बदलने की बारी रहेगी। इस सब के बीच में अगर हम बात करें, आप जीएसजी की बात करें, iKURD की बात करें, रात की बात करें, YaLLa की बात करें, क्योंकि YaLLa के बारे में आप भी कल बात बता ही रहे थे, राइट? कि पिछला सीजन इनका जब पहले पिछले वाले जो भी टूर्नामेंट्स रहे हैं उनके अंदर इन्होंने खेला तो काफी अच्छा गेम प्ले दिखाया है। लेकिन अब कहीं न कहीं एक हल्की सी डगमगाहट है इनके जो रोड मैप रहेगा उसके अंदर।
जी हाँ, आई मीन एक साल में काफी कुछ बदल गया और उनका परफॉर्मेंस में भी एक मेजर चेंज आ रहा है। बट एट द सेम टाइम ये सिर्फ शुरुआती क्षण हैं यहाँ पे। आई गेस आगे बढ़ते हुए हम लोग को और भी बेहतरीन गेम प्ले उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिल सकता है। बट अगर बात करें अभी आज के मैप्स के बारे में, आज के दिन के स्केड्यूल के बारे में, तो आज ज्यादातर मिरामार होंगे। इनफैक्ट पहला मैप जो होगा वो भी मिरामार का होने वाला है। फिलहाल
जी।
अगर नजर डालें उन टीमों की तरफ जो अभी खतरे में है, हॉटलाइन esports, फनाटिक zombies, द स्नाइपर्स और फ्लेयर लॉयल्टी। अगर पॉइंट्स की बात करें तो 8, 8, 11, 16 जैसे पॉइंट्स उन्होंने अर्ज कर रखे हैं। बट अभी भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि मैदान खुला है। अगर आप एक दो गेम्स
जी।
बढ़िया निकाल लेते हो तो आराम से टॉप 16 तक अपनी जगह तय कर सकते हो।
बिल्कुल। और फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के बारे में मैं एक बात बोलना चाहूँगा। आपको याद होगा कल के दिन जो मिरामार के मैचेस चल रहे थे, उसमें ये काफ़ी अच्छा प्रदर्शन इनकी तरफ से देखने को मिल रहा था। सो अगर वैसा ही कोई गेम आज इनको मिलता है, क्योंकि मिरामार की स्टार्ट इनकी अच्छी होती थी, स्टार्टिंग में 4-5 किल्स निकाल लेते थे, उसके बाद ज़रूर ये टेक डाउन हो जाते थे, तो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स का एक अलग से चक्कर बन जाता है। लेकिन आज के दिन हमें मिरामार से ही शुरुआत रहेगी, मिरामार ज़्यादा देखने को मिलेंगे। तो मतलब इसके अंदर भी वही कन्वर्सेशन आता है कि शायद आज का मिरामार इनके हिस्से में जा सकता है। रही बात एरांगल्स की, खैर एरांगल तो हर किसी के लिए वो ओजी गेम प्ले रहता है, आपको पता ही है। वहां पर आपके पास गेम में बाकी मैप्स डाउनलोड हो ना हो, हर एक नए अपडेट के बाद एरांगल तो रहते रहता है, तो आपको पता है कि क्या आप एरांगल में कर सकते हो आपकी ड्रॉप लोकेशन से। और कल के दिन को इन टीम्स ने पढ़ा होगा, क्योंकि एरांगल और मिरामार थे कल भी, आज भी एरांगल और मिरामार रहने वाले, तो इनको पता रहेगा कि क्या सही क्या गलत ये अपने ओपोनेंट्स के अकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं।
चलिए, एक तरीके से बहुत बेहतरीन हुआ, क्योंकि ये वीक में सिर्फ इरेंगल और मिरामार देखने को मिल रहा है। तो दो ऐसी मैप्स जहां पे आप चीजों को कंट्रोल कर सकते हो अगर आप चाहे तो मैप कंट्रोल की अगर बात करें, आप जोन कंट्रोल की अगर बात करें, वो कंपैरेटिवली इजी होता है इन टर्म्स ऑफ इफ यू गो अप अगेंस्ट सैनहॉक, राइट? जब आप सैनहॉक सैनहॉक में चीजें बहुत ही ज्यादा फास्ट पेस हो जाती है, बहुत ज्यादा आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो जाती है। इतने सारे थर्ड पार्टीज हम लोग को देखने को मिलते हैं, थर्ड पार्टीज छोड़िए, फोर्थ पार्टीज फिफ्थ पार्टीज तक भी चीजें कभी कभार चली जाते हैं। एक लिमिटेड ड्यूरेशन रह जाता है कि चलिए अगर 2 मिनट में आपने फाइट खत्म नहीं किया, कहीं ना कहीं से
जी
कोई दूसरा टीम आके आपको ऑफकोर्स टारगेट जरूर करेगा। बट यहाँ पे चीजें अगर आप सही तरीके से आप अप्रोच ले, सही तरीके से अगर आप फाइट्स में अपने आप को पोजीशन करें, क्योंकि मैं मेरे हिसाब से आई थिंक वही चीज मेन आ जाती है कि इफ यू हैव टू डिस्टिंग्विश कि एक अच्छा प्लेयर फ्रॉम एन एवरेज कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर, तो मेजर डिफरेंस रहने वाला है कि आप फाइट्स के टाइम मूवमेंट कैसे रखते हो आपके। क्योंकि एम एक ऐसी ऐसी चीज है कि कोई भी अच्छा हो सकता है, अगर आप दिन के 5-6 घंटे भी आप अगर अपने एमिंग पे काम लाओ, बट वो जो गेम सेंस वाली बात होती है, जो पोजिशनिंग वाली बात होती है, वो आई थिंक एक्सपीरियंस के साथ आता है, तजुर्बा के साथ आता है, जो आप इतने सारे मैचेस खेल करके इतनी सारी गलतियां कर करके सीखते हो। तो कल भी हमने देखा काफी सारी टीम्स गलतियां कर रही थी, छोटी मोटी गलतियां। स्काउटिंग के दौरान भी काफी सारे प्लेयर्स पकड़े जा रहे थे, काफी सारे प्लेयर्स रोटेशन के दौरान पकड़े जा रहे थे। एंड ये खास तौर पर गैलेक्सी रेसर्स का प्रॉब्लम हुआ था, क्योंकि हमने बहुत
जी
ही कम उनके 4v4 फाइट्स देखे, और जब भी उनके प्लेयर्स को हमने फाइट्स में देखा, फाइट्स में दे सक्सीडेड, राइट। द ओनली पॉइंट जहां पे मुझे वो थोड़े से वीक लगे, ये सेम प्रॉब्लम इनफैक्ट आपको क्वेश्चन याद होगा बीटीआर के साथ भी होती थी पहले, कि रोटेशन के दौरान वो पकड़े जाते हैं, बट फाइट्स के दौरान वो बहुत अच्छा खेलते थे। तो आज उनका मेन
बिल्कुल।
फोकस रहेगा कि रोटेशन किस तरीके से बढ़िया तरीके से कर पाए, और एक अच्छा पोजीशन अगर मिल गया, देन अगर वहां से आगे बढ़ के खेले, तो आई थिंक दे गुड टू गो फॉर अ विक्ट्री।
बीटीआर का फाइटिंग स्टांस एक चीज में काफी अलग रहता था बाकी टीम से। आपको याद होगा 3-1 का जो उनका एक स्प्लिट रहता था, एक प्लेयर हमेशा अलग रहता था। आपको
राइट।
याद रहेगा कि जो कल गैलेक्सी रेसर्स की फाइट्स हुई जितनी भी, ओवेस थोड़ा सा अलग रहते थे, बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स इकट्ठे रहते थे, लेकिन ओवेस कल सबसे पहले पिक ऑफ हो रहे थे। आज मैं पर्सनली देखना चाहूंगा कि ये चीज बदली जाए। ऑब्वियसली हम वो चारों प्लेयर्स इकट्ठे देखना चाहेंगे गैलेक्सी रेसर्स के, जिस हिसाब से वो फाइट्स लेते हैं एंड रोटेशन, जैसे आपने बोला, हाँ रोटेशन पर इनको काम करना है हल्का सा, क्योंकि कल का पहला और दूसरा गेम सर्कल से हल्का सा दूर खेल रहे थे ये, तो उसके कारण दिक्कतें हो रही थी। लेकिन
राइट।
तीसरे गेम में जोन के अंदर सीधा एंट्री ले रहे थे, उसके बाद के मिरामार में जोन में एंट्री ले रहे थे। एंड मिरामार वाली फाइट हमें याद भी है कितना बेहतरीन तरीके से उन्होंने वो वाली फाइट संभाली थी, जब सर्कल जाने लग गया था और ये सब प्लेयर्स ने फाइट ली थी। और उससे पहले का एरेंगल, आई मीन, वो तो कोई नहीं भूलेगा, जिस जिस तरीके से वो ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट 1 HP से रह गए थे चिकन डिनर से। सो ऐसे मूवमेंट्स कहीं ना कहीं गूजबम्स देते हैं, एंड विल बी इन फॉर मोर गूजबम्स टुडे।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। इनफैक्ट अगर गैलेक्सी रेसर से हटके अगर हम दूसरी टीमों की बात करें, इनफैक्ट अगर टीम साइट्स के बारे में बात करें, कल हमने देखा टीम साइट्स काफी बेहतरीन खेल रही थी इन टर्म्स ऑफ हाउ दे वर फोकसिंग ऑन पोजीशनिंग, पहले स्ट्रेटेजिक।
As we move into the second day and the second round of games. Was in our second match yesterday, we had the players there from the sites coming in with a chicken dinner, bringing in 7 kills along that. In the third one, we had the players there, of course, from RICO Infinity coming in with their chicken dinner, 8 kills to accompany that. Then, of course, we had Alpha Legend finishing on the fourth match in chicken position, 11 kills. And then, of course, NASR sitting up also in pole position on the end of the fifth match, 10 kills. But if we look at the play that Zombie had in yesterday's game, first match, placed in sixth place, 7 kills. The second game for them, the third round, also again sixth place, but also then coming in with 11 kills, 12 kills in the next one, placing in second position. And in the final match for them of the day, 13th place with those 2 kill points. So they really had some strong games coming in from that side, some really kill-heavy matches, as we, of course, mentioned before the broadcast in our little chat. And I'm so excited to see exactly how that story will start unfolding as we progress through today's matches.
I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, also, I'm looking forward to see what the other teams are going to go on ahead and pull off. I mean, there's definitely a few teams that I think even Ardua yesterday went on ahead and identified. I mean, we're looking for Galaxy Racers, GUNZ, YaLLa, RTG. Now, obviously, on our radar are our 2 teams in first and second place so far. And I'm kind of curious to see how these other teams are going to go on ahead and pull out of this as well. Because obviously, as we know, yesterday's and today's games, they're important to qualify for this super weekend, but the super weekend is really where the importance lies, right, DK?
Yeah, I mean, the super weekend is, of course, where the points start accumulating those points, the points that they need to try and qualify for the finals. So today is going to be absolutely essential for these teams to make their final run to see whether or not they'll be able to qualify for that super weekend. The first one, of of course, in the series here. So, yeah, a lot of pressure coming into the mix here with the teams. And so far, we see 4 teams that could be in that relegation space. That, of course, being the players coming in from HOTLINE, the players from Fanatic. We've got the Snipers as well as the players from Loyal. Currently not sitting in the most ideal position. But, of course, they have 4 matches today to play their way on through, try accumulate more points, and potentially move themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, because as we know, all these teams today, since they got to play yesterday, they have 4 more games, 5 games for us, 4 more games today for each of these teams to try and make it into the top 16, because it's the top 16 teams that will move on to that Super Weekend. And you already mentioned it's the Super Weekend where those are the points that they accumulate there that makes them be able to qualify for the finals. It's also the Super Weekend where you can go on ahead and get a little bit more money inside of your wallet there. Being able, every winner chicken dinner actually gives you $965. So you want to be in that Super Weekend to get those points. You want to be in the Super Weekend to get those winner chicken dinner prizing. And then, of course, that all leads up to the finals in the end. Like, you want to be in the finals to get that total amount of money, $150,000, and the MVP award. The MVP award with the star player, that's also $965. I mean, right now, do you think that could be our MVP player that we went on ahead and touched on today?
Well, if we see a continuation of that momentum in which they came in yesterday, if Saleh steps it up once again today, I think he's in the strong running to potentially achieve that. But it's going to be difficult to say. 5 matches, anything can happen in those games.
It's really true. It's only been 1 day so far. We still have so many more games to go on ahead and watch and see what happens before that's really chosen. But I definitely want to go on ahead and keep him on our radar to see if that does happen in the end. Because can you just imagine MVP day 1 potentially gets it in the end as well? That's definitely something I'm going to go on ahead and continue to follow.
That would be mind-blowing. I mean, but just thinking of the amount of work that needs to be done to accomplish that, I'm pretty sure if they focus on that and they dig in and they try to push for that, I mean, I can't see why they can't accomplish that. But either way, if that happens to be the case, if he is the MVP at the end, I mean, I'm expecting quite a few insane plays to come in to take him to that point. But now I've got a question for you, right? We've been watching the games from yesterday. We sat there just glued to our screen, waiting, just watching in anticipation to see what these teams are doing.
आया भी उस 1v1 स्कर्मिश के अंदर था जहां पर उनके पास एयर ड्रॉप का कवर था। आपको याद होगा रिको इन्फिनिटी के जो प्लेयर थे, प्रेस्टीज भी थे वहां पर, लाइक उनके पास वो एयर ड्रॉप का कवर था, उसी के सहारे उन्होंने वो गेम निकाला था। एंड हैड देयर बीन लो एचपी हाई एचपी, लाइक कुछ ऐसे हल्का सा और डिफरेंस होता तो चीजें हमें अलग देखने को जरूर मिल सकती है। बट अभी के लिए ये टीम टॉप 3 के अंदर है और आज के दिन आराम से वहीं पर रहना चाहिए। लाइक अगर हम उस सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन की बात करें, आई वुड से कहीं ना कहीं 48-50 पॉइंट्स एक सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन बन जाता है, क्योंकि भाई हर टीम को 4-4 मैचेस ही खेलने को मिलेंगे। टोटल 5 मैचेस होंगे, लेकिन एक एक ग्रुप बाहर बैठता है तो हर टीम को 4 मैचेस खेलने को मिलते हैं। सो अगर आपको क्वालिफाई होना है, टॉप 16 में रहना है, तो 48 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर का आप कहीं ना कहीं रखना चाहेंगे। एंड यस, यही जो हम शेड्यूल की बात कर रहे थे, जो मिरामार एरांगल मिरामार रहेगा। कल हमें 3 एरांगल देखने को मिलते थे, आज 3 मिरामार है।
बिल्कुल। एंड इनफैक्ट जैसे आपने बोला अभी पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग्स पे उनकी पोजीशनिंग जैसी है, तो आई थिंक उनके गेम प्ले में भी एक चेंज देखने को मिल सकता है। जो टॉप ऑर्डर बोलते हैं, इसको टॉप एशेलॉन भी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो उनके सारे टीम के प्लेयर्स के पास एक ऑप्शन रह जाता है कि वो अग्रेसिव जा सकते हैं। आज जो बॉटम पे है वो काफी प्रेशर में रहेंगे। ऑफ कोर्स वो गलतियां अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि जैसे आपने बोला मात्र 4 गेम्स है पर ग्रुप के पास टू क्वालिफाई और टू स्टे इन टॉप 16। तो ऑफ कोर्स जो टॉप ऑर्डर पे जो टीम्स हैं उनके पास जरूर वो मौका रहेगा कि हाँ स्टार्टिंग के 1-2 गेम्स योलो जा सकते हैं, कैन गो फॉर दोस किल्स। बट एट द सेम टाइम अगर बात करें मिडिल ऑर्डर, जहाँ पे हमारी तीनों टीम्स हैं, यहाँ पे टीम साइट्स, अल्फा लेजेंड्स और गैलेक्सी रेसर्स 8, 9, 10 पोजीशन पे मौजूद है। पॉइंट्स उन्होंने काफी अच्छे खासे कलेक्ट कर रखे हैं। मैं फिर भी कहूंगा अगर 15-20 पॉइंट आ जाते हैं बाय द थर्ड मैच, आई थिंक वो प्रेशर बिल्कुल हट जाएगा, क्योंकि उनको पता चल जाएगा कि हम लोग क्वालिफाई तो करने ही वाले हैं, और उसके बाद वो भी फ्रीली खेल सकते हैं। और हमको पता है कि ये जो 3 टीम्स अगर फ्रीली खेलना चालू करेंगे तो उनके पास क्या क्षमता है, क्या पोटेंशियल है, वो कहां तक जा सकते हैं। क्योंकि आप लाइनअप्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हो, आप रोस्टर्स, कल हमने अल्फा लेजेंड से जॉर्डी को बहुत बेहतरीन खेलते हुए देखा, ऑफ कोर्स रहमान भी खेल रहे थे, तो मे भी अगर काइतो भी अगर थोड़ा सा अग्रेसिव जा सके और वो भी अपने टीम के लिए किल्स निकाल सके। अगर आप बात करो गैलेक्सी रेसेस को, अभी भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा हमने अभी तक गैलेक्सी रेसेस का सिर्फ 30% देखा है, और 30% भी मे भी ज्यादा हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हमको पता है उनका ट्रू पोटेंशियल कहाँ तक जाता है, उनके प्लेयर्स के क्या कैलिबर है। अगर वो सारे प्लेयर्स फॉर्म में आ जाए, अगर सही तरीके से खेलना चालू कर ले, तो वो कितने किल्स निकाल सकते हैं, वो लाइनअप के पास वो काबिलियत है। क्योंकि वी डू नो
बिल्कुल
Ultron has always been one of those underrated players, has been one of the best assaulters. Time and again, आप किसी से भी पूछ लीजिए, थोड़े बहुत दिक्कत हो जाता है, लेफ्ट राइट हो जाता है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इफ इट कम्स डाउन टू रॉ स्किल्स, अल्ट्रॉन इज देयर। साथ ही साथ आपके पास मैक्स का आज तक बहुत ही टेक्निकल प्लेयर हो जाते हैं। डीएमआर की अगर कैपेबिलिटीज बात करें, जैसे आपने बोला था 3 मैप्स है
जी।
मिरामार के, डेफिनेटली गोना हेल्प इट आउट। एमजे आई थिंक काइंड ऑफ एन ओवरऑल ऑलराउंडर मुझे लगता है, जिस तरीके से सिचुएशंस को हैंडल करते हैं, और ओवेस के क्या ही कहते हैं, सबको पता है, नीड्स नो इंट्रोडक्शन।
एग्जैक्टली जो ओवेस बोलते जो प्रॉपर एक चलता है वो ऑब्वियसली दैट जस्ट गिव्स इट इन इट्स ओन सेल्फ। लेकिन इस सब के साथ मेरे जहन में एक और सवाल आता है, ग्रुप ए की अगर हम स्पेसिफिकली बात करें, ग्रुप ए आखिरी
करेक्ट,
गेम नहीं खेलेगा आज के दिन, ये आपको पता ही है। तो उसके अंदर ऑब्वियसली
करेक्ट।
गैलेक्सी रेसेस आती है जो अभी टॉप 16 में है, बट टॉक अबाउट दी अदर टीम्स, जिसमें फ्लेयर लॉयल आती है और दूसरी स्नाइपर्स आती है जो 19th और 20th पर है। आप सोचिए वो टीम्स जब आखिरी गेम नहीं खेलेंगे, उससे पहले के ही गेम्स में उनको अपने पॉइंट्स बनाने पड़ेंगे, और वो भी इतने कि वो टॉप 16 के अंदर एक अच्छा कंफर्टेबल क्वेश्चन ले ले। अगर वो नहीं कर पाए तो ये दोनों टीमें बाहर हो सकती हैं जो इस बार के सुपर वीकेंड के लिए रहेंगी। हाँ, बाकी टीमें अपना आराम से अंदर जाएंगी, लेकिन जो स्नाइपर्स है और फ्लेयर लॉयल्स हैं, इनको अच्छे पॉइंट्स पहले ही एक्यूमुलेट करने पड़ेंगे। अदरवाइज इट्स लाइक you don't just miss out on those 3 days जो बाद में होने, but you miss out on the potential points जो important रहते हैं।
या बिल्कुल, आई मीन वही बात है, गेम है, टूर्नामेंट है, तो जीत हार तो होती ही रहती है। तो ऑफ कोर्स 4 टीमें इस बार हम लोग को देखने को नहीं मिलेगी सुपर वीकेंड खेलते हुए, बट इसी के साथ ओशन द बिग बर्ड इज इन द स्काई,
जी।
फ्लाइट पाथ ट्रैजेक्टरी की अगर बात करें तो ऑल द वे फ्रॉम टोरियामोडा जाता हुआ वैलेडिमार की तरफ। और इनफैक्ट मैं एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा कि फ्लाइट पाथ ट्रैजेक्टरीज जो आई है काफी प्लेयर फ्रेंडली है, मतलब आप कहीं पे भी जाना चाहो तो जा सकते हो, बट उसके बाद जो जोन्स बनते हैं वो बिल्कुल भी फ्रेंडली वाला वर्ड तो यूज कर ही नहीं सकते, क्योंकि जिस
I
तरीके
mean,
से जोन ने रुख पलटे हैं, जैसे मोड़ा है,
बट
आई मीन
सोचिए
प्लेयर्स काफी ज्यादा कंफ्यूज रह जाते हैं।
बट सोचिए अगर ऐसा फ्लाइट पाथ है, और सोचिए आपको सर्कल ऐसा मिलता है इसमें एल्पोजो पिकार्डो के एरियाज आ गए, मान लीजिए अगर इस फ्लाइट पाथ के हिसाब से, तो आपको ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं होगी। जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट, आपके पास एल्पोजो का एरिया आपको जोन के अंदर मिल जाता है, जहां पर आप गन्स की टीम को जाते हुए देख सकते हैं। आप मीनवाइल अगर हम बात करें, लॉस एंजल्स पूरा दूर रह जाता है इस फ्लाइट पाथ से, राइट? तो तुक नहीं बनेगा, आप लॉस एंजल्स तक जाएं, लूटें, फिर वापस मूव करें, ऐसी चीजें बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत दे सकती हैं। रात के प्लेयर्स को देखिए, ला कोब्रेरिया के एरिया पर वो अपना ड्रॉप ले रहे हैं, वहां से भी उनको सर्कल में आना कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है। इस सर्कल में दिक्कत होगी तो होगी साइट्स को, बट साइट्स आराम से जोन खेल सकते हैं, जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ वन थिंग, एल अजहर के साइड से उनका रोटेशन कितना प्यारा हो सकता है, आप ये बात सोचिए, क्योंकि लॉस एंजल्स वंस अगेन खुला हुआ एरिया अभी।
आई थिंक ये जो जोन बना है काफी सारे टीम्स को फेवर करने वाले हैं, और इनफैक्ट जैसे हमने बोला था कल, ये जो सर्कल है कहीं ना कहीं मॉन्टेन्यूगो के ईस्टर्न साइड की तरफ यूजुअली जाता है, बट फिर भी कुछ भी हो सकता है, जैसे कि इट्स अ गेम ऑफ पबजी मोबाइल, तो अनएक्सपेक्टेडनेस, रैंडमनेस ही इस गेम को इतना ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाती है। तो मैं एक्चुअली देखना चाहता हूँ हमारे जो अपर ऑर्डर की टीम्स है वो किस तरीके से खेलती है। फिलहाल गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स उतरे तो जरूर हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम फाल्कन के प्लेयर्स बिल्कुल उनके बगल में अगर स्पॉट कर जाते हैं मैक्स काश को और अर्ली कैजुअलिटी ले लेते हैं, दैट्स नॉट गोना बी अ गुड स्टार्ट। बट फॉर टीम फ्लेयर लॉयल बेहतरीन शुरुआत देखने को मिली थी, अगर हल्का सा और एक मैग भी कनेक्ट कर जाएंगे तो शायद वो गाड़ी पूरी फूट जाएगी। बट इसी के साथ इजी ने बहुत ही बेहतरीन 2 फ्रैग्स निकाल दिए, बट एट द सेम टाइम एनएसआर के बाकी जो 2 प्लेयर्स हैं उनके पास कोई भी गन नहीं है।
NASR एक ऐसी टीम है जो इस टाइम पर टेबल को टॉप कर रही थी। सोचिए कि अगले दिन की शुरुआत होती है और ये टीम सबसे पहले बाहर होती है। एक बहुत बड़ा झटका हो सकता है इस टीम के लिए। और फिर लॉयल जिस टीम की हम बात कर रहे थे कि 20th पोजीशन पर है, वो टीम फर्स्ट पोजीशन वाली टीम के ऊपर हेड ऑन कोलिजन कर रही है। सोचिए इससे ज्यादा एक बड़ी हम टर्न ऑफ इवेंट्स क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये काफी ज्यादा चीजें बदल सकती है शुरुआत में ही। खैर NASR के प्लेयर्स ने एक दूसरे को रिवाइवल दे जरूर दिया, लेकिन एक एक एचपी पर थोड़े से प्लेयर्स बचे हैं, वो बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतों में आ सकते हैं। इजी आ जरूर चुके हैं आगे तक, बट वो भी स्पॉट करके सब प्लेयर्स को कम कम एचपी पर कर चुके हैं। अब सब प्लेयर्स कोई भी 100 एचपी पर नहीं है। इसका यही मतलब है कि प्लेयर्स एक दूसरे को डाउन कर सकते हैं। वहीं पर नासिर आते हैं, मिरेकल को डाउन करेंगे, बदिका को भी डाउन किया जा चुका है। नबो काफी कम एचपी पर है, उनको या तो हील्स ढूंढनी पड़ेंगी, अपने प्लेयर्स को वहीं पर डाउन होते हुए देखना पड़ेगा। ही हैज जस्ट वन पेन किलर, और उनके साथ वहां पर अगर आप बात करें चिचो भी है, लेकिन नबो कम एचपी पर होते हुए भी फाइट ले रहे। 6 गोलियां हैं इनके पास, क्या एक्स्ट्रा बुलेट्स है वो भी एक बड़ा सवाल बन जाता है। अदरवाइज विल बी टेकन डाउन दो।
ओह माय गुडनेस, ये कैसा स्टार्ट हम लोग को देखने को मिल रहा है। फिलहाल आई थिंक 6 ही गोलियां थी उनके पास और वो रिट्रीट कर रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं उनके बॉडी लैंग्वेज से क्लियरली पता चल रहा है, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ स्टार्टिंग फेजेस ऑफ द गेम थे। जो आप उतरते हो, जो साइड में छोटे मोटे शैक्स होते हैं, वहां पे आपको अगर कुछ गन मिल जाती है तो वेल एंड फाइन, बट लुक एट टीम प्लेयर लॉयल टीम, दे आर अप फॉर द चेस एंड लिटरली भगा रहे हैं यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स को। देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या नासिर और उनके जो टीममेट है इजी, वो यहाँ पे और कुछ किल्स निकाल सकते हैं या नहीं। बट फिलहाल नाबो को आई थिंक अपने वेपनरी भी मिल चुका है, फर्स्ट एड भी मिल चुका है। एट द सेम टाइम मैं चाहूंगा यहाँ पे फ्लेयर लॉयल टीम के चारों प्लेयर्स अगर आके एंगेज करे तो बेटर रहेगा।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन ना वो एक ऐसे प्लेयर हैं जो एक्चुअली 1v4 करने की कैपेबिलिटीज रखते हैं, बस सिचुएशंस हल्के से उनके फेवर में होनी चाहिए। नो डाउट उनके पास प्लेयर्स हैं जरूर, एक और प्लेयर टू बी स्पेसिफिक, लेकिन दोनों अलग अलग घर में है। तो वही बात बन जाती है, अगर लॉयल के प्लेयर्स एक साइड पर रश कर जाते हैं सब प्लेयर्स इकट्ठे, तो वो एक प्लेयर को डाउन कर सकते हैं, फिर ऑब्वियसली दूसरा जो प्लेयर बचेगा उसको भी डाउन किया जा सकता है। ऐसी छोटी मोटी चीजें बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पर इफेक्ट डाल जरूर सकती हैं। देखते हैं किस हिसाब से ये वाली फाइट बन करके आती है, निकल करके आती है। कुछ प्लेयर्स आगे मूव कर रहे हैं, नासिर हल्का सा आगे जाकर के एक प्लेयर को तो स्पॉट कर ही सकते हैं। उनके राइट हैंड साइड पर एक प्लेयर रहेगा, दूसरे प्लेयर साथ वाले कंपाउंड में रहेंगे। बट द थिंग इज नवो को उनकी लोकेशंस पता है, ये ग्रेनेड डैमेज कर सकता है। वंस अगेन सिचुएशंस अगर इनके फेवर में रहती, डैमेज दिया जरूर था, बट देयर स्टिल नो पर्सन बीइंग टेकन डाउन। ओह,
आई मीन इमेजिन कीजिए ओशन, अगर फ्रैग ग्रेनेड्स को नर्फ नहीं किया गया होता और ये पिन पॉइंट पड़ता, तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये इतना बेहतरीन प्लेस नेट था कि दोनों ही प्लेयर्स नॉक हो जाते। बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक ये एक टीममेट नेट था जो कि रिफ्लेक्ट कर गया। आर्थर ऑलमोस्ट बेरली बचे। फिलहाल बाकी इनके प्लेयर्स तो आ चुके हैं, अब बस करना यही है कि पुश करना है। अब इनको चीचो का लोकेशन पता है या नहीं ये हमको नहीं मालूम, क्योंकि चीचो बिल्कुल भी आवाज नहीं दे रहे, एक छोटे से कमरे के अंदर छिपे हुए हैं। एंड इनको पता है कि ये घर के अंदर तो कोई ना कोई तो मौजूद है, मतलब कूद कूद के एंगल्स लेने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं से अगर विजन मिल जाए तो डायरेक्ट आइसोलेट करके घुसेंगे, बट एट द सेम टाइम अकेले जाने के लिए रिस्की है बहुत ये।
इनको फुटस्टेप्स आए जरूरत है। प्लस बात ये भी बन जाती है, आप देखिए आर्थर की बात करें, नासिर की बात करें, उनके पास हेलमेट्स नहीं है। तो ऐसे अगर जाएंगे और गलती से एक शॉट उनके हेड पे लग गया, ऑब्वियसली द प्लेयर विल बी टेकन डाउन। तो उसी के कारण, और उनको पता है कि चीचों के भी हल्के से फुटस्टेप्स आए जरूर होंगे, प्लस उनको दिख गया होगा मैप के ऊपर कि कहीं ना कहीं प्लेयर उन्हीं की बिल्डिंग के अंदर है। तो इसी चीज के कारण वो
You still want to do your best in all these games. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about with what's happening right now is the fact that there's one in each building. Oh, because of this. Yeah, 2 of them instantly pushing and get it down in a flush. That means there's only 1 left, and now they have to deal with all 4 of these members by themselves.
This is a nice zone of aggression, a really nice step up that we see coming in, especially from Loyal, because in yesterday's games, both visits they had on Miramar, the first one they finished up in 15th place. The second time round, they finished up in 11th place. Now they're already starting off super aggressively. They were only able to find a total of 5 kills on the Miramar map, but so far they're off to a really strong start. And of course, with that, they send the team from NASR right on back. It's a beautiful bit of aggression that we had coming in here from Loyal, and that of course puts them right on par to where we saw them yesterday. But now the question comes in is, will they be able to continue that momentum and keep on pushing through the rest of the games today?
I mean, potentially. I mean, we obviously know that they're not inside the zone. They're just outside of this zone. They had a little bit of a pause being able to loot up in that fight. So hopefully they'll be able to loot up now that they went on ahead, took out the enemy, get the loot, and then make the rotation in late. I mean, since they're outside of zone and since the majority of the teams are already inside, they kind of had to have taken their time anyway. So they took their time and gained 4 points. So not too bad of a trade, but they do have to go ahead and hurry up at this point. Meanwhile, we can see that YaLLa Esports has spotted out their own team, their own enemy team, actually right beside them in those shanties there, right beside Power Grid. They're really close to each other.
I'm quite curious to see. Yeah, I'm quite curious to see, though, how this is going to go. I mean, YaLLa yesterday on the Miramar map, they brought in, they came into 8th place with 2 kills, and then, of course, 4th place with 3 kills. So that's, again, also 5 kills for them. But when we look over to the snipers, the first game, 14th place, didn't find any kills. The second one, 8th place, also no kills. So they managed to get the placement points at least in that second match. So for them, this is going to be an important one. If they find an opening into any of the teams, be that the players from YaLLa, be that any of the other teams in the surrounding area, do you think we're going to be seeing them potentially trying to go out and finding a bit of that aggression? Because, I mean, if you look at it, they kind of need the points. They need to start finding those kill points if they can't necessarily find enough placement points.
They have 4 games left, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go on ahead and be a little bit more aggressive, especially if they're going to find themselves in a really good, advantageous position. They should. So I want to go on ahead and see if they're going to be able to pull that off, put themselves in that good position, be able to go and take a ton of fights, get those kill points, steal kill points, and you know how the goal is to make it in the top 16.
And it is quite a bit of a daunting challenge, if you could call it that. But now, I mean, just look at how the teams are all getting ready to push on into this next phase. As we see that zone popping up in towards the northern reaches of the playable area. But here we go. The teams now starting to make their way on in. We see the players, of course, now here from RTG on the approach, pushing further in towards that zone, moving up onto a little bit of a high ground position. Not a lot of teams really in the vicinity just yet. But if the zone continues to maintain its position in this region, this could possibly maybe turn into a slight bit of an advantageous angle.
This is a really nice spot for them. Yeah, like you mentioned, nobody's in front of them. They're just able to make a rotation straight into the center of the zone, have a really nice spot to grab. Meanwhile, HOTLINE Esports, they're still on the edge of zone. You can see they're just inside of Hacienda here. Now they're starting to make a big move in to get inside this zone. They're kind of a tiny bit more behind here, but still, of course, okay. It seems like they might be pulling up right behind them. Same with SCYTES as well, so they need to go ahead and be a little bit careful as they continue to push inside this zone, because the majority of these teams that need to come inside up on this northern side, they might run into each other. So they need to be careful on that.
के नीचे गैलेक्सी रेसर्स के प्लेयर स्पॉट हो रहे हैं इनको, बट डू दे नो इट? आई डोंट थिंक सो. वो दूर के एरियाज पर ही देख रहे हैं.
बट एट द सेम टाइम अल्ट्रॉन ने वहां पे जरूर अपनी निगाहें डाल रखी, तो ही डज नो कि ऊपर कोई ना कोई तो होगा. एक चीज बढ़िया है गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स ने, उन्होंने अपनी व्हीकल्स को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से पार्क किया. तो यूजुअली हम लोग देखते हैं कि मिरामार में अगर आपकी व्हीकल्स इमोबिलाइज कर दिए जाते हैं तो आप बहुत ज्यादा खतरे में फंस जाते हो. फिलहाल स्पॉट कर रखा था आम्र सोकर को, और प्रिसीजन देखिए कितने क्लिनिकल प्लेयर है. जब रॉ स्किल्स की बात आती है तो अल्ट्रॉन हैज टू बी कंसिडर्ड एज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट.
Ultron has perfected the art of managing those raw skills for himself. वो काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से वो सब चीजें करते हैं. Meanwhile वो एक सस्पिशियस बगी जरूर ऊपर देखने को मिली थी प्लेयर्स को. बट खैर अब यहाँ पर दिलहाप आगे जा रहे हैं रात की तरफ से, अपने ही टीममेट्स के पास यहाँ पर पहुंचना चाहेंगे. काफी अच्छी चीज इस टाइम पर इकट्ठा होना चाहिए आपको अपने टीममेट्स के साथ जितना जल्दी हो सके, क्योंकि आपको पता है अगर आप सर्कल में हैं और आपके पास अच्छा एरिया है, कोई दिक्कत आपको ज्यादा यहाँ पर देखने को नहीं हो सकती है. सो ऐसी छोटी मोटी चीजें बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पर फर्क लेकर के आ सकती हैं के लिए.
बट फिलहाल आप यहाँ पे नजर डाल सकते हैं राट के प्लेयर्स YaLLa के ऊपर अग्रेस करना चाह रहे हैं. आई थिंक पूरा जो यहाँ पे श्रेय जाएगा ऑफ कोर्स देशा के तरफ जाने वाला है, बिकॉज उन्होंने जो हाई ग्राउंड होल्ड कर रखा है वहां से उनको पता चल चुका है कि यहाँ पे एक बगी है, यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर भी मौजूद है और 3 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे नेट्स डाल रहे हैं. तो ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज अ फाइट फॉर द सेंटर. बट अब
जी।
ये एक सच का सामने वाली घड़ी आ चुकी है, यहाँ पे हमको पता चलने वाला है कि
हार्ड शिफ्ट, हार्ड
जोन
शिफ्ट, हार्ड
स्पेशली
शिफ्ट, हार्ड
कहाँ
शिफ्ट,
जाने वाला है।
हार्ड
आई
शिफ्ट।
थिंक
सोचिए।
हार्ड शिफ्ट, ओके, साइड ऑफ बॉल
हार्ड
ही है,
शिफ्ट।
एल पोजो की तरफ चला गया टूवर्ड्स नॉर्थर्न साइड।
सी
नाउ अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पे सारी टीमों की, तो क्या लगता है किस तरीके से जाना अच्छा रहेगा? क्योंकि साइट्स आई वुड स्टिल से एक बहुत ही प्रॉमिसिंग पोजीशन पे, गैलेक्सी रेसर्स को बहुत सारी चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ेगा।
आई वुड हैव वांटेड कि हार्ड शिफ्ट नीचे होता तो गैलेक्सी रेसेस के हिस्से में जाता कहीं ना कहीं, बट अभी के लिए हार्ड शिफ्ट ऊपर हुआ है। मतलब अगर कोई टीम मान लीजिए एक लंबा रोटेशन करके सोचिए एल्पोजो की साइड चले जाती है, उस टीम को कितना ज्यादा फायदा हो सकता है। एल्पोजो इस टाइम एक खाली सिटी है पूरी ऑल टुगेदर, सो इफ अ टीम वुड वांट टू गो टू द एल्पोजो साइड एरिया तो उनको बहुत ज्यादा यहां पर फायदा मिल सकता है। लेकिन अब जो चीज हम पहले ही बात कर रहे हैं कि टीम सर्कल के बाहर फंस जाती है, थोड़ा सा दिक्कत उनको जोन के बाहर होता है, वही चीज की दिक्कत यहां पर गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स को हो रही है। ज्यादा नहीं तो उनकी गाड़ियों को जरूर डैमेज दिया जा रहा है। मीनवाइल बाकी गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स दो के स्प्लिट में आगे जा रहे हैं। आपको पता रहेगा कि कल के दिन ये दिक्कत हुई थी गैलेक्सी रेसेस को, अगर उनके प्लेयर्स दो दो का स्प्लिट या फिर एक दूसरे से दूर जाते थे, और वही चीज यहां पर ओवेस को पिक ऑफ किया गया जस्ट अभी अभी। मैक्स कैश को आगे जाना पड़ेगा, जमास को डैमेज दिया जरूर है और आगे जाकर के उनको फिनिश भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन नो, ओ जमास उनको डाउन करते हैं। वेट, व्हाट?
नो, इट वाज बंदर। यल्ला के बंदर एक
ओके,
दूसरे एंगल से मैक्स काश को फिगर आउट करा, उन्होंने स्पॉट आउट किया एंड कंप्लीट
वो
आउटप्ले। जो 2-2 का जो स्प्लिट है, फिर से कहीं ना कहीं गैलेक्सी रेसर्स को फिर से परेशान करता हुआ, यहाँ पे दो प्लेयर्स फंस गए, उनकी गाड़ियों को हैवी डैमेज दिया गया था। तो इट ऑल कम्स डाउन टू अगेन अल्ट्रॉन एंड एमजे, पूरा जो भार आ जाता है अब वो दो प्लेयर्स के पास आ जाता है। बट फिलहाल हम लोग एक दूसरे फाइट पे आ चुके हैं, हॉटलाइन गोइंग अगेंस्ट फ्लेयर लॉयल टीम। सो देखते हैं इस फाइट में कौन सी टीम उभर के आती है।
खैर अभी भी हम यही बोल सकते हैं कि उम्मीद नहीं हार सकते। अभी भी काफी आगे का सफर यहाँ पर सब प्लेयर्स को, सब टीम्स को तय करना है। सो लेट्स सी के कितना ज्यादा आगे जा सकते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर एक कार ब्लास्ट ऑलमोस्ट होने को देखने को मिल सकता था, इजी वाज देयर, लेकिन वहीं पर लॉयल के प्लेयर ने किया जरूर। मीनवाइल स्नाइपर मार्को वहां पर डाउन हो जाते हैं, दूसरी साइड पर फाइट होते हैं, हॉटलाइन के प्लेयर्स को यहाँ पर पिंच डाउन किया जा रहा है। लॉयल के प्लेयर्स के द्वारा बेहतरीन तरीके का गेम प्ले है लॉयल के प्लेयर्स का, आज बिल्कुल अपसाइड डाउन अपना गेम प्ले लेकर के आ चुके हैं। 7 किल्स इस टीम के पास है ऑलरेडी, 53 प्लेयर्स आर स्टिल अलाइव। सोचिए लगभग 10, 11, 12 प्लेयर्स जो अभी तक एलिमिनेट हुए हैं, उसमें से 8 किल सिर्फ इस एक टीम के पास ऑलरेडी 8 किल पॉइंट सिक्योर कर चुकी है लॉयल का स्क्वाड।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक दूसरे कोई टीम आई है आज खेलने के लिए, जिस तरीके का जो अग्रेशन दिखा रहे हैं फ्लेयर लॉयल टीम। एंड सबसे बेहतरीन चीज है कि अभी तक इन्होंने एक भी कैजुअलिटी नहीं लिया है, एक भी प्लेयर इनका डाउन नहीं हुआ है। 8 किल्स ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे सिक्योर हो चुके हैं। आपको याद होगा 8 पॉइंट्स पे बैठी थी, अब 16 हो चुके हैं वो 8 पॉइंट्स। और अगर अच्छे खासे पोजीशन पॉइंट्स भी निकाल लेते तो आई थिंक दे गुड टू गो जस्ट फ्रॉम दिस वन मैच। बट अभी देखना पड़ेगा
End of our third phase to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. In the zombies, as you can see, of course, now they're on the kill feed, bringing in a few heads. So quite interesting to see where these players are situated at the current moment. And of course, there we have it. The next phase pops on in. It moves right up into that northeastern side. So now things are really starting to get interesting.
Yeah, this is a very interesting circle. I did not expect it to go into this direction. I mean, as we know that there's going to be a huge mountain directly in the center there. Oh, but first of all, let's go look at this replay of this fight that we ended up missing there. Nice shots coming out of Falcon Esports onto this team. Oh, another one actually as well. Is this going to be going ahead and be another?
That'll confirm.
Another wipe? Yeah, I had to go ahead and watch that for a second there. But yeah, as I was saying about the zone, it went on ahead and centered right on top of all of these rocks. Everybody now, this is even harder to make a rotation into because everybody on the southern side already had to make a move into the second one, and the zone went even further. So if they had a struggle already, they're going to have even more trouble getting into this new one. And of course, RTG is there to try and hold at least one team out, 2 teams out actually, as they're shooting in 2 directions to their south and their east currently.
And of course, the zombies are now getting pinned down over into this position right there on the edge of zone. But they can still turn it in their favor. They can still set up a bit of a gatekeep on the edge of that zone. But now we see a beautiful slide coming in there from Fate as they fall off of a height. And this is such a challenging region for these teams to move in. So many spots where they could actually slide on off, and then, well, we see them also now trying to push in, trying to find a decent position to take occupation of and a hold. But also looking at the region, there is some of those spots where you just simply cannot get on up into.
No, it's going to be really hard to get out of some of these teams' positions with their compounds just on the edge, especially with the team actually being able to hold them out inside the middle here with their high advantage point being up inside these mountains. We see that another team actually went on ahead and went down, so we're down to just 13 teams left, and the zone is definitely too small for all these teams to be able to play in here.
Now, Galaxy Racer, of course, getting sent back at the hand there of iKURD, finding those final heads in towards them. But now, this is where things are getting hot. They are getting spicy. Teams are closing the gap between themselves, running out of space. And, of course, you can see the players here from GUNZ, of course, situated over on that western side of the zone. Now, of course, we see the players just further down below them, but a little bit of a rush coming in there from iKURD as they try to find a point, an entry point into the zone, making a dash in from the south. Of course, now the Falcons are right there to greet them. We see the players from Fate off in the distance, and YaLLa also just lurking around in the vicinity, picking off their heads as much as they can when the players present themselves. So things are really starting to get pretty tough for these teams. And of course, you can see those confirms finding their way on through as the players get sent back into the lobby.
Wow, that's such a hard position to be playing out of on that southern side. Yeah, there we go. You can see the Falcons Esports are also going to be eliminated. I don't really see how they could have been able to pull that off there, as now YaLLa has put it out. Even another team that is taking that spot. It's going to be Fate there. It's just so hard to play down there. It's completely out in the open for YaLLa, and all they have to do is make some peeks and take some shots. Yeah, there goes down another one. Ragnarok is going to find himself knocked as well. And YaLLa, they found this position pretty early on, and they're obviously taking advantage of it, getting a ton of points just from everybody from the southern side that just desperately trying to push in up onto this very open mountain base.
And with that, they seal the deal on the players there from Fate, finding that absolutely fatal head in to the side of them. But what's interesting about this region is location, especially being key. So many high points where the teams could actually move in and fight from, and that is where we see the teams really starting to rake in those kill points. Those are the teams that we see in some really good positionings, but of course now RTG still just trying to find their way on back in towards the zone. You can see players here from Flair Loyal keeping a very watchful eye as well. Arthur, of course, now just huddled up in the little building. The vehicle there at the ready to rotate out at a moment's notice. So many more heads also now starting to find their way on through in that kill feed. We are left, of course, with 11 teams and 34 players. But here we go now. RTG right there alongside Loyal finds the first shot into Easy. Beautiful retaliation coming in, finding the knock into the side, but RTG not giving up just yet. Everything now riding on their final player. The knocks coming through, their heads following up. Oh, it is getting so close. It is getting down to the wire. Both sides just having those dwindling numbers, and of course the health bars really starting to suffer. And with that, of course, the players from Fate get eliminated as well.
That was some really nice shots coming in from Sankei over there. But of course, we got to go on ahead and check out what's happening in the rest of this zone. It looks like this new zone shift. We saw this team go on ahead and take this center of these two mountains from phase 1. And it looks like it's putting them in the most beautiful position ever. They're still safe up there, and they can shoot at both the west and the eastern side of this zone where everybody's fighting. They could potentially go ahead and get involved in all of these fights and take a lot of steals. Meanwhile, YaLLa, they were directly to the south of YaLLa Esports, and they have to start making their push on in. But of course, everybody has to do that. Oh, okay.
A little bit of a rush into the side there of the compound, and of course the SCYTES stepping out and just welcoming them in, said, "Welcome to our humble abode. We'll gladly send you in to the lobby." And that is exactly what they did. 7 teams now remain, but look at the positioning of the teams over towards that western side. Some really crazy spots, but now that zone moves up once again, moving northeast. So all that positioning now is being kind of pointless because they now need to relocate, get into another spot, and start the fight all over again.
These zone shifts have gone north, 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 and more north, as much north as possible. Everybody that's been on the southern side, while hopefully being able to pick up a lot of kill points, they just have to keep moving. That is so hard to be able to make those rotations into. We've already seen a lot of teams actually be punished for it, but at this point, there's all those teams on the southern side that were taken out. Now we have all the teams that are kind of just waiting here, and now they have to make a move for the first time. So I'm interested to see how Rahad is exactly going to make a move from their position, because there's not really much to see. They have to go and take out everybody around them before they can make a little bit of a move in.
It's going to be a super difficult rotation there for them, and on that, the players there from YaLLa get eliminated. But I'm really liking the position that we're seeing here from the Fanatic Zombies. Positioned all the way up in the north. A really good higher ground advantage they have there to play with. And of course, then we've got the players from Loyal just down below. But now also the GUNZ. They are sneaking in from that western side, just creeping on up in towards zone. Meanwhile, we see the players from Rad positioned down in the southern portion, trying to push into that zone. Of course, trying to go through the players there from SCYTES. It is pretty easy. They are just down the hill, and they're finding so many hits down in towards them. Come on.
SCYTES just can't do anything.
Come on, it's so close.
Looks like Fanatic Zombies are going to stop them in their tracks before he was able to pull off a 3K there. So, I mean, luckily, that means SCYTES is going to be able to get a res there, as you can see. And Nade trying to stop it, unfortunately not quite catching. That was some insane knocks onto SCYTES. So, I'm not surprised they ended up getting a little bit punished, or at least pushed off eventually. But I really thought that might have been it for them. But seems like they have another chance. But now they have to figure out how they're going to get up the side of that hill.
I can tell you they are definitely not going to back down from any of these fights. And here we go now, Fnatic just finding a few more hits. On that, we see the players there from the GUNZ, of course, now getting eliminated. The vehicle blowing up. And now we see the teams still spread out fairly interestingly. We've got a few teams down in the south, or on the opposite end of the road, up on the higher ground. Teams up in the north, also up on the higher ground. And right down along the road, we've got a few players also just spread out and easy, trying to take, well, an easy hiding spot there. Just hiding alongside that carcass of the vehicle. Come on. Right now, Sadat coming in with a few mollies, heading straight over to the side there. But now, of course, Fnatic finding a few more hits straight on in. Here we go. The action is starting to build. The sites now getting ready to push on in as the zone moves down into the eastern side. But down they go. Going down at the hand of Raad. What a play that was. 4 teams now remain. 10 players alive. And I'm not sure if Easy is going to last. No, down he goes. Raad just coming out of nowhere.
I'm not gonna
लोकेशन है वो अक्रॉस द रोड का रहता है और सब टीमों को उधर जाना ही जाना। सो कहीं ना कहीं फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ वो गेम अपने हिस्से में लेकर के जा सकते हैं। यहाँ पर आगे जाने की कोशिश है, लेकिन प्लेस वन विल टेक इन द बेस्ट आउट ऑफ इट। 4v4 की फाइनल फाइट बचती है, राद वर्सेस फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़, जिसमें राद के प्लेयर्स एक हल्का सा हिल का कवर अपने लिए लेकर के बैठे और फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के प्लेयर्स आगे के एरिया पर है, लेकिन देशा गिर के नॉक हो जाते हैं। गिर के नॉक हो चुके ये प्लेयर। तो दिक्कतें बहुत ज्यादा ये बने कि कोई दूसरा प्लेयर जो है वो यहां पर रिवाइव देगा। मीनवाइल सर के ऊपर ग्रेनेड आता है बोयका का, जो उनको भी टेक डाउन करता है। रात के प्लेयर्स यहां पर 2 प्लेयर्स घुटनों पर थे, लेकिन एक को रिवाइवल मिल चुका है, दूसरे प्लेयर को रिवाइवल अभी के लिए मिल जाएगा। लेकिन उसी के साथ साथ फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ जिस हिसाब की इनकी पोजीशनिंग है, एक बहुत ही कंफर्टेबल चिकन डिनर अपने हिस्से में बना सकते हैं, प्रोबेबली
बना सकते हैं। बट एट द सेम टाइम जो डिस्टेंस था यहाँ पे रात के अगेंस्ट, कहीं ना कहीं उनके अगेंस्ट चला गया। अभी जोन उनके फेवर में, तो ज्यादा मूवमेंट्स देने की जरूरत नहीं है। ऑल दे हैव टू डू इज जस्ट वेट इट आउट। अगर किसी तरीके से देलाब को यहाँ पे नॉक करके फिनिश कर देते तो उनका फ्लैंक एंगल पूरा कट जाएगा, जो एरियल विजन है वो कंप्लीटली नॉलिफाई हो जाएगा। बट एट द सेम टाइम देलाब वो अपना रोल बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से अदा कर रहे हैं। एट द सेम टाइम आप देख सकते हैं बॉय का भी यहाँ पे जो एक कंपाउंड मिला है, उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है एक हाई ग्राउंड से, अपना रोल बखूबी अदा कर रहे हैं। बट फिलहाल आप देलाब को देखिए, यहाँ पे गिर के नॉक हो चुके हैं और इनको अभी जिंदा करना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन बात ही आती है सर्कल का अगला शिफ्ट किस टीम के हिस्से में होने वाला है। ये रात के हिस्से में हल्का से जाता हुआ नजर आता है। क्या फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ यहां पर कोई चमत्कार करके ये गेम अपने हिस्से में लेकर के जा सकते हैं? प्लेयर्स को डाउन किया जा रहा है, मैक्सिको एक ग्रेनेड से यहां पर गेम खत्म कर सकते हैं। विल दैट गो टू द राइट एरियाज? चिल्स वहां पर एक प्लेयर को डाउन करते हैं। फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ ये गेम अपने हिस्से में लेकर के जा सकते हैं। नो डाउट प्लेयर्स को फिनिश ऑफ किया जरूर जा रहा है, लेकिन इस मौके का भी इंतजार फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के प्लेयर्स कर रहे थे। साथ के साथ एक बेहतरीन चिकन डिनर फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ के हिस्से में। क्या बेहतरीन फाइट थी एल की।
Oh my goodness, ये जो 2-2 split इन्होंने execute करा, I think that was the kind of a key factor. I think patience is what won them the game, हम बोल सकते हैं, क्योंकि पूरे लास्ट तक उन्होंने एक भी फाइट पे एंगेज नहीं करा था, आखिरी फाइट के लिए वेट करा। सर्कल भी उन पे मेहरबान था, एंड सर्कल जिस टाइम पे आया, so I think all they had to do, they knew कि एक दो प्लेयर्स एटलीस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म की तरफ है, तो वहां की तरफ आई थिंक नेट डालना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होने वाला है। अगर आप उनकी तरफ शॉट्स लोगे तो आपका अपने आप को काफी एक्सपोज करके रखना पड़ेगा। तो रात के प्लेयर्स का प्रॉब्लम यही हो गया, जोन से थोड़ा सा दूर रह गए, जोन के अंदर नहीं थे दिलाप, और काफी सारी छोटी मोटी गलतियां हुई, अनइंटेंशनल थी दो, जो वहां पे प्लेयर्स नॉकडाउन हो गए, कहीं ना कहीं वो उनके मनोबल को काफी ज्यादा अफेक्ट करा। बट एट द सेम टाइम अगर हम बात करें हमारी दो टीम्स की जो आज खेल रही थी, टीम साइट्स, यहाँ पे बोल सकते हैं दे वर काइंड ऑफ मे बी इन द रॉन्ग टाइमिंग, आप बोल सकते हो, क्योंकि द मोमेंट दे स्टेप्ड आउट फ्रॉम देयर कॉम्पाउंड, ऊपर से एक टीम था, सामने एक और टीम था। अगर यहाँ सामने वाले के साथ एंगेज करते तो ऊपर से डैमेज होता, जो कि हुआ एग्जैक्टली और जिसके चलते वो डाउन हो गए। बट एट द सेम टाइम गैलेक्सी रेसर का वही प्रॉब्लम, 2-2 स्प्लिट, अगर स्प्लिट कर रहे हैं तो ये जो साइड पे अल्ट्रॉन और एमजे थे वो ऐसे पोजीशन पे नहीं थे जहां पे वो ओवेस और मैक्सकाश को कवर फायर दे सके। ओवेस नॉक हुए, मैक्सकाश कोशिश जरूर कर रहे थे कि ट्रेड निकाले, बट ट्रेड निकालने के चक्कर में जा तो रहे थे नीचे, बट साइड से और एक प्लेयर ने शॉट कर दिया, एंड देखते ही देखते गैलेक्सी रेसेस को भी चकमा दे बैठे।
ओके, नाउ टाइम फॉर द फन फैक्ट। फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ इस टाइम 18वें पायदान पर थी, उनके हिस्से में चिकन डिनर आया। वंस अगेन 17, 18, 19, 20 वाली टीम्स की अगर हम बात करें फिर से, उनके हिस्से में चिकन डिनर आया। कल के दिन का पहला गेम पे फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बी 16th पोजीशन पर एलिमिनेट हुई थी विद 0 किल्स, और आज के दिन का पहला गेम उनको चिकन डिनर दिलवाता है। अभी तक वो 11 पॉइंट्स थे टोटल उनके पास, यहां पर 15 तो सीधा उनके पास चिकन डिनर के आते हैं, एक्स्ट्रा जो किल पॉइंट्स आएंगे वो और एक्स्ट्रा बन जाते हैं। सोचिए, शुरुआत में दिन के अगर आप ऐसे पॉइंट्स एक्यूमुलेट कर रहे हैं, मतलब वही चीज है, हम बात करते हैं कि टीम्स वापस जाके स्टडी करती हैं, सब करती हैं। लॉयल की बात करें, आप स्नाइपर्स की बात करें, फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ की बात करें, इन टीम्स ने काफी अलग लेवल का, आप सोचिए कि कितना ज्यादा इन्होंने कल के दिन अपने गेम प्ले को देखा होगा कि क्या गलतियां, और आज जो वापस आई है ये टीम्स, मैं बोलूंगा बाकी टीम्स को कहीं ना कहीं एक तरीके से देखना पड़ रहा है, बिकॉज लॉयल ने एनएएसआर को एलिमिनेट किया था, जो टीम ऑब्वियसली एट द टॉप ऑफ द टेबल चल रही थी। आप सोचिए।
या ऑफ कोर्स, बट एट द सेम टाइम वही कंटेंशन पे आ जाती है कि रैंडमनेस वही आ जाएगा, क्योंकि उनके पास दो प्लेयर्स के पास तो कोई वेपन्स थे ही नहीं, वो बेचारे गाड़ियों में ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, वो डिडंट मीन एनी हार्म, वो अपने रास्ता लाइक वो अपना रास्ता नाप रहे थे, दे वो बेसिकली गोइंग इन देयर ओन वेज। बट वहां पे फ्लेयर लॉयल टीम के प्लेयर्स ने ऑफ कोर्स स्पॉट जरूर किया, दिखे तो हैं, छोड़ेंगे तो नहीं, तो जरूर उनके ऊपर शॉट्स लिए गए थे, और वो दो नॉक्स के बाद इट जस्ट फॉलोड अप, और नंबर्स एडवांटेज भी इनके पास था, 4 प्लेयर्स घुसे एंड दे गॉट द स्क्वाड वाइप। बट मैं काफी ज्यादा इम्प्रेस्ड विद द वे राड वाज प्लेइंग, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हाई ग्राउंड का फायदा उठाया, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने होल्ड किया। एक पॉइंट पे हम लोग को भी लग रहा था कि शायद आरआरक्यू वाली वो सिचुएशन हो जाएगी, बट नो, दे स्टिल मैनेज कि सर्कल के अंदर भी जाएंगे, और सर्कल के अंदर गए भी, और वहां पे टॉप 2 का पोजीशन निकाला, और आई थिंक काफी डिसेंट परफॉर्मेंस था, ये जरूर उनको हेल्प करने वाला है। यूजुअली पॉइंट्स टेबल पे वो कंफर्टेबल तो है, बट एट द सेम टाइम एक चीज मैं जरूर देख रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे सर्टेन क्लस्टर्स काफी ज्यादा बन रहे ओशन। तो एज एन एनालिस्ट, अगर आप यहाँ पे ऑरम के जगह होते, या फिर आप अगर साइट्स के कोच के जगह होते, साइट्स का अप्रोच तो काफी सही था, उनके ज्यादा टीम्स नहीं थे, बट अगर गैलेक्सी रेसर्स के कोच के रोल पे आप अगर रहते, तो आपका क्या एडवाइस रहता उनके प्लेयर्स को?
आई मीन उस हिसाब से मैं जैसे बात करूं, हम इसी की बात करते हुए जो हमारे मैच होंगे, इसी की बात करते हुए कहीं ना कहीं उस चीज के ऊपर आ सकते हैं। आप सोचिए, फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ चिकन डिनर क्यों मिला? नो डाउट वो अब जैसे आप बात करें, हम सब ने एक प्राइम एग्जांपल देखा, साइट सर्कल के सेंटर में थी, राइट, जब भी सर्कल्स बन रहे थे, बट वो सर्कल के सेंटर में कंपेरेटिवली लोअर एरिया पर थी, और बाकी टीम्स फैनेटिक ज़ॉम्बीज़ की आप बात करें, रात की बात करें, वो सर्कल के सेंटर के आसपास एक हायर एरिया पकड़ के बैठे थे। मिरामार में इंपॉर्टेंट है, सेम आई कैन से फॉर गैलेक्सी रेसर्स साइट्स के लिए हमने यही बात करी सर्कल का सेंटर लेकिन लोअर एरिया। आपको याद होगा गैलेक्सी रेसेस के प्लेयर्स जहां पर थे उनको ऊपर की तरफ को प्लेयर स्पॉट हो रहे थे। वंस अगेन लोअर एरिया हायर एरिया, मिरामार में आपको सेंटर का एरिया भी होल्ड करना, उसके साथ साथ अगर एक हायर एरिया मिल जाता है तो वो बहुत ज्यादा फायदा देता है। पहली चीज आपके पास ऑलरेडी एक हल्का सा रिच का कवर बन जाता है। दूसरी चीज अगर आपके पास गाड़ी वगैरह है, नो डाउट यहाँ पर जीएक्सआर के प्लेयर्स के पास भी गाड़ियां थी जो उन्होंने वेयर हाउस के अंदर रखी हुई थी, बट जैसे आप गाड़ी बाहर निकालोगे ऊपर वाले प्लेयर स्पॉट कर सकते हैं, राइट? तो वो सब चीजें कहीं ना कहीं देखना और समझना थोड़ा सा इंपॉर्टेंट बन जाता है, और वही चीज यहाँ पर जीएक्सआर के प्लेयर्स नहीं कर पाए। अदरवाइज आई वुड से इनका गेम प्ले मे बी आने वाले एरांगल में काफी निखर के हमें दिख सकता है।
अच्छा, जरूर देखने को मिलेगा। बट फिर से घूम फिर के वही सवाल पे मैं जरूर आऊंगा कि आपका यहाँ पे गैलेक्सी रेसर्स के लिए क्या एडवाइस रहेगा, बिकॉज जैसे चीजें चल रहे हैं ये जो क्लस्टर्स है, तो इसके आइदर दो तरीके होते हैं। आइदर आप अर्ली रोटेशन आप जल्दी से जल्दी एंटिसिपेट करो, सेंटर चले जाओ, या फिर आप थोड़ा सा लेट वेट करो। क्योंकि अगर आप भसड़ के बीच में अगर आप रोटेट करोगे तो ये जाहिर सी बात है आपको कोई ना कोई तो शॉट लेगा, कोई ना कोई तो आपका व्हीकल को
बिल्कुल
ब्लास्ट ऑफ करेगा। और ये पहली बार नहीं
बिल्कुल।
हो रहा है, ये कल सेम चीज हमने कल भी देखा था। आई थिंक एमजे थे जो रोटेशन के दौरान मिरामार में फिर से पकड़े गए थे, और वहीं से चीजें फिर से डाउनहिल जाने लगी। तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम है जो कि गैलेक्सी रेसर्स को एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा कि ये जो क्लस्टर्स के बीच से वो कैसे निकले। सो व्हाट इज योर टेक ऑन दिस?
इसमें इसमें एक वो भी बात आ सकती है। आप देखिए दो प्लेयर्स पीछे रह गए थे, हाँ उनको क्योंकि पिंसर डाउन किया जा चुका था इसलिए वो दो प्लेयर्स पीछे दो प्लेयर्स आगे गए थे। वो टू टू स्प्लिट कहीं ना कहीं पहली चीज दिक्कत दे गया प्लेयर्स को। दूसरी चीज आप उनका रोटेशन, क्योंकि वो नो डाउट रोटेट अच्छा कर रहे हैं बट उनके रोटेशन के बीच में उनको प्लेयर्स दिख रहे थे कि प्लेयर्स उनके ऊपर दिक्कतें दे रहे थे। सो ये छोटी मोटी चीजें जो होती हैं, ऑब्वियसली हर गेम डिफरेंट होता है, तो आने वाले गेम्स में भी ये चीज वो सही करें। एंड विद द डायनेमिज्म जो ये वाले लॉबी लेकर के आ रही है, मेरे को लगता है जस्ट अगले ही गेम में ये चीज सही हो जाएगी।
यू नो ओशन, मैं क्या चाहता हूँ, आई जस्ट
जी,
वांट गैलेक्सी रेसर्स टू गो अग्रेसिव। आई नो इट्स डम ऑन माय साइड
they
कि
but
ये क्योंकि
they will
दे विल
एक एक
इवेंचुअली, एक
अच्छा
बार
गेम उनको
पॉइंट्स आ
चाहिए
जाए
या
तो
या
हाँ, काइंड ऑफ अपने मोमेंटम में अगर आ जाए तो आई थिंक वो अग्रेसिव जाए, तो अगर बाकी टीम्स को ढूंढ ढूंढ के निकाल के फिनिश करे जिसकी काबिलियत रखते हैं, जिसकी क्षमता रखता है, आई थिंक मैं वो रूप भी देखना चाहूंगा। बट फिलहाल देवी और सज्जन, और वक्त आ चुका है एक छोटे से ब्रेक की तरफ जाने का। वी विल बी राइट बैक आफ्टर दिस स्मॉल ब्रेक।
So I think they played that really well.
So what's of course going to be interesting as we move on through is for the next one we're heading over in towards Erangel. So yesterday we saw also some really strong performances coming out from the teams as they were making their way through the rotation of Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel once again for the last match. Today, as we saw, it is going to be Miramar. Second one up is Erangel. And then we head right on back in towards another Miramar, Erangel, Miramar rotation. So are you expecting to see a bit of that momentum being brought over? Because yesterday, Erangel was a really dominant match. We saw some fantastic plays coming in. So me personally, I'm expecting to see a continuation of the momentum. You know, the team's just getting back into it. So do you agree with that, or what are you expecting to see on Erangel?
You know, I'm expecting, okay, so the teams that we went ahead and we're keeping an eye on, right? The first place and second place teams, in this last match, they didn't do too hot. I mean, NASR Esports, they went out in 14th, and then Zombies Esports, they went out in, they went out in 16th, and Zombie Esports went out in 9th, right? So not in super high up, not in the top 5 whatsoever, but they didn't move too much on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, the team that got in first, Fanatic Zombies, they went ahead and jumped up a lot. They're now in 12th place total. So everybody's kind of getting closer together. NASR Esports, Zombie Esports not getting points. The teams directly below them, they now have a chance to kind of overtake them. And just from one game, Fnatic Zombies have found themselves into that top 16 as well. So just from one game and from what's going to happen with what they're able to pull out of each match in terms of gunplay and rotations, I do think we might see a little bit of a shake-up, especially just from this first game so far. So it might continue with these next 4.
Yeah, so I'm quite curious to see, exactly how the coming rounds will go. I mean, there's still quite a lot to be done. Still so much that can happen as the teams, of course, make their way on through. They get in, and I'm really hoping to see, the teams that we had coming into today sitting at the lower end of that leaderboard, really stepping up, bringing in that extra bit of aggression, bringing in those points. So, yeah, there's so much that can still happen. We saw some really strong performances coming in, especially on Erangel yesterday. So I'm hoping that that will once again find its way in. But now, do you think that's going to be like a broad spectrum thing that we'll be having? Or is it going to be an isolated situation? Do you think we're going to have the same winners again coming in on the Erangel map as we had on the Miramar one we just watched?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, now at this point, right, we're finally into day 2. We're into all the teams individually is all their 5th game. So at this point, they should be getting used to each other. They're used to each other. They're used to what's happening, the format, getting into these games, and just getting in that correct mentality to be playing. There is the potential like that maybe yesterday was a little top heavy, or maybe some teams didn't have a good day yesterday. Today could be a completely new day for them. I mean, there are some times where teams do have bad days compared to good days. So I do think that there's some potential to go ahead and see that. I mean, from here on out, really, it's starting to see the pattern and the consistency of each of these teams. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to seeing, right? So this is only day 2. I want to see how the consistency of each team starts playing out over time.
And this is also where the teams have that opportunity to kind of establish themselves, as we are a team that play in this way. This is the way that we approach the match, and this is what we're going to continue to try and do. This is where they have that opportunity to see whether or not their strats work against the opposing teams, and if they need to make any additional changes, as they progress on forward. So I'm very excited to see how that then will, of course, unravel as the teams start making their way through. And what was interesting for me, especially in this match that we just watched now over on Miramar, is you mentioned it already as well. Zombies not having such a hot game in this one, so maybe they're just trying to find their feet again in this round before we see that insane MVP play coming in again once it's from their side. Or maybe we could potentially have another team stepping up. So do you think you're gonna see another team rising up just from what you could maybe gather in that first match? Do you have like any suspicions?
Well, there's definitely a few teams that played stuff that I definitely liked. Like, I liked the position that Rahad found themselves in, YaLLa being able to take advantage of all the teams pushing in from the southern side, Fanatic Zombies being able to take control of the northern side. And I mean, the team that got in second place as well, they were able to stay alive for so long. They kept getting reses. They were down in not a good situation whatsoever, but they still kept 4 up until that last fight and at the last second while Blue Zone was pushing them in. So just those 4 teams, I believe I pointed out, and just those 4 teams. I'm interested to see if they're gonna do more. Yeah.
And we also saw quite a bit of yesterday. I mean, for me, well,
yeah,
I don't know. It's a difficult one. I mean, I know I asked you because I was like, let's see what Span says, and I'm joking.
Oh no.
So teams that I've seen some strong plays in previous matches, some of the matches that we've been reviewing, was coming in from the side of, for instance, the players of Alpha, the Alpha Legend. Seen some strong plays coming in from them. So I'm curious to see what they'll be doing in the rest of the maps. Yesterday also, the placement that they had wasn't bad at all. I mean, they came 9th in their first match, 10th in the second one. Not really ideal positions, but in the third one, when they moved into Miramar, they got the chicken dinner, 11 kills. So there is definitely that opportunity there, a chance that we could see that extra bit of aggression coming in. So I'm really liking to see how the teams are going to come in. But of course, now as we move in to our next match, we have one of the groups sitting out, and we've got one of the other groups, of course, now coming in, replacing those slots. So we didn't see the players from GSG. We didn't see RICO Infinity. Didn't see Alpha. We didn't see SUDOR playing.
No.
So it's going to be interesting once they now come in, having the players from Fate, the Zombies, Real Tiger 9, and of course the players there from the Falcons sitting this one out. Will we see that bring any difference? Will it change up the gameplay whatsoever? Or will we see the same kind of teams stepping up to the plate once again and just showing their dominance?
I'm a little bit interested to see what happens now that Zombies Esports aren't in there. I mean, now we have, who you already pointed out, Alpha Legends being placed into this situation. It's a completely different map as well, though, so I'm not quite sure as of right now. I am interested to see what happens. Also, I meant to point out a team as well. Sorry, going back to our pointing out of teams, I want to see what Loyal goes on ahead and does as well, because I absolutely loved what they did immediately when they dropped on that map, being able to take out all of NASR Esports team. So that's another team I want to point out. But yeah, now that with all this switching around, I'd also like to point out that with all this switching around, these IGLs, these teammates, they have to keep that in mind. They have to realize, okay, these 4 teams are now sitting out. These 4 teams are now coming in. How does that change where they drop? How does that change these rotations and what we can take? Because, you know, teams, they usually have like a pattern. They have something that they're comfortable with. And if a team that now is in the lobby kind of does something that you like doing, that could potentially become a conflict and take them out of the game or punish them in some way. So it's a lot to think about and keep track of as all these groups are rotating in and out, especially on different maps as well.
And of course, they also have that ability to bring a little bit of a disruption, knowing where the teams like to drop. But of course, speaking about where the teams like to drop, you know, we're waiting now to see where the Erangel map is going to be taking us. And of course, well, as you can see, we've just jumped right on to the plane, waiting for that map and to see what that flight path is going to be bringing. But so far, it looks like it is coming in all the way there from that southwestern portion, close to Ferry Pier, making its way across, heading up in towards Saverney. So fairly decent flight path to get us started here with our first match on Erangel. So what are you expecting? What is your thoughts on this flight path?
Again, it looks like we're having a little bit of a western plane path. I mean, last time we didn't see too much difficulties in that in terms of teams dropping on top of each other and being able to spread out. But what we did see is that since the zone shifted directly on top of the plane path, everybody who was outside of it kind of had a difficult time getting in, right? So like that could potentially go on ahead and show itself again inside of this new map. Or there's the potential with this zone starting so far to the south. Do we think our first Erangel matchup today is going to end on military base? That's kind of what I'm wondering. I kind of hope not, personally, because I want to see what these guys are going to be able to do with a more neutral zone. Oh, and I guess it's going to go on ahead and show us. What do you think about this?
I mean, I always enjoy a southern zone. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy a southern zone. So it's good to see that we have a bit of a change upcoming from the teams and how they changed or adjusted their drop locations. Because if we look down over towards the Sosnovka Island, right, there we have the players from SUDOR, of course, now making their way on through. They like to move in towards those Nova crates. Like Sosnovka, that's kind of their spots. That's where we like to see them. And that's also where they like to find themselves on a fairly regular basis. So also nothing out of the ordinary coming in for the players there from the sites. As you can see, they've now pushed in towards military base. Very standard spot there for them. So I'm excited to see how that potential that we could have down in the south will of course unfold itself. But now as we move on up in towards Rozhok, you see the players here from RTG just going about getting their loot ready. And the NASR team, of course, just down below, coming in with a little bit of a split once again. So this is where we now wait to see how the teams are going to try and push through this. And will we see NASR getting taken out once again in the early game?
I was going to say, I'm actually excited to go on ahead and be able to watch them again because they were taken out so early on last game. I want to see what they're able to pull out in this one, because obviously we know about their domination, their ability to pick up a ton of placement points. I want to see that to come into play again. I want to personally see it while I'm watching it, you know? So I'm excited to see that they now are dropped quite safely and able to go on ahead and loot on up. Meanwhile, it seems like other people also looting Fanatic Zombies and our team up there further to the northern side. There's some teams that are actually quite close to each other in these other areas. So not exactly on top of each other, but close to each other in this situation.
Yep. Yep. And of course, as you mentioned, you know, so much potential. Waiting to see if we're going to be seeing that show of aggression coming in from the teams. You know, there's so much at stake. We are in our second match of the day, 3 more to go after this one. So they're running out of games to bring in that change and, of course, bring in those additional points. Because currently we're seeing the players from iKURD, the Arab GSG team, HOTLINE Esports, and the Snipers sitting right there in the relegation spot. So so far, if they can't find any additional points, we won't be seeing them in our first Super Weekend. So I'm going to be keeping a watchful eye on those teams to see what they're going to be doing. I mean, GUNZ currently, they're sitting up in 5th place, you know, so they can play the game that they've planned on playing it. You know, the way that they kind of come into the day saying, okay, cool, you know, this is what we're going to try and accomplish today. And I'm curious to see exactly what that is going to be.
I'm curious as well. I mean, we already kind of touched on, you know, all these teams want to be in top 16, but the teams at the top so far, I believe that they're safe. They were able to go ahead and achieve so many points immediately. It's kind of just a game of maintaining at this point. Meanwhile, everybody on the bottom, they're really, really going to have to be pulling amazing stuff out to make it into that top 16 at this point. And it is close. Don't get me wrong.
वही बात है, कुछ गेम्स तो रहेंगे, पर वही जो अभी के 4 गेम्स है, ये वो चारों गेम्स खेलने वाले हैं, तो जितने पॉइंट्स एक्यूमुलेट कर सकते हैं उतना कर लें, काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया रहेगा, क्योंकि क्वालिफाई होना यहाँ पे इंपॉर्टेंट है. वंस अगेन टॉप 16 में रहना यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है प्लेयर्स के लिए.
ऑब्वियसली आई मीन अभी सिर्फ टॉप 16 ही मायने रखने वाला है, क्योंकि जब सुपर वीकेंड के लिए जाओगे, जब हम परसों आएंगे तो सुपर वीकेंड का माहौल चालू हो जाएगा. वो जो सम्मेलन रहेगा वहां पे जिस तरीके का गेम प्ले रहेगा वो काफी अलग होने वाला है, क्योंकि वहां पे people will finally start to get serious. Mexico off to some shenanigans try कर रहे थे यहाँ पे बग्गियां उड़ाने की, उछालने की, तो वो काफी अच्छे तरीके से कर रहे हैं. फिलहाल अगर बात करें यहाँ पे टीम साइट्स की, काफी यहाँ पे चर्चा चल रही है, तो टीम साइट्स को अगर हम देखें तो उनका जो गेम प्ले स्टाइल है मुझे काफी तौर पर टीम आईएनडी का याद दिलाती है, क्योंकि काफी एक अलग रहते हैं, फाइट से थोड़ा दूर रहते हैं इनिशियली, बट जब जोन आता है तो जोन का विकार उनको फेवर करता है. जोन बहुत अच्छी तरीके से लेते भी हो, और 4v4 में भी काफी डिसेंट है, इफ नॉट द बेस्ट राइट नाउ. बट एट द सेम टाइम अभी गन्स के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे धड़कने इनकी थमसी गई थी लॉर्ड की, किसी तरीके से बच के निकल के आ चुके पुचिकी के अंदर इनटू सेफ्टी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अभी के लिए सेफ्टी पर आ गए. वो आपने काफी अच्छे तरीके की बात करी कि साइट्स का जो गेम स्टाइल है हमें आईएनडी का याद इस तरीके से दिलवाता भी है, और उसके बारे में हम इस तरीके से एक और बात कर सकते हैं जो कि रहेगी कि वो टीम सदर्न आइलैंड को बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से खेलती है. वहां के तो एक तरीके से आप बोल सकते हो कि वो बेताज बादशाह बन जाते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद जब आगे मूव करते हैं, अगर उनके पास सारे प्लेयर्स हैं तो वो किसी फाइट से डरते नहीं है. अगर फाइट उन पर आ रही है, वो खुद फाइट के सामने जाते हैं, खुद फाइट लेते हैं, एंड दे मेक श्योर कि चाहे उनका 1-2 प्लेयर डाउन हो जाए, लेकिन वो फाइट खत्म करके ही वहां से निकले. लाइक वो कमिट करते हैं. वो कमिट उनका करना काफी ज्यादा फायदेमंद उनके लिए एक लॉन्ग रन में रहता है, जो उनको छोटे छोटे अमाउंट्स में चाहे पॉइंट्स धीरे धीरे दिलाता रहे, लेकिन वो पॉइंट्स कहने के एक्यूमुलेट उनके लिए बन जाते हैं. लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक और बात ये आती है कि एक चिकन डिनर लेने के बाद भी कल के दिन वो वही 8th 9th 10th पोजीशन के आसपास थे. सो आज का दिन वंस अगेन, इवन इफ दे हैव दोस चिकन डिनर नंबर्स, वो अपने आप को टॉप 5 के अंदर तो कहीं ना कहीं देखना चाहेंगे. चाहे हम जितना मर्जी बात कर ले, लेकिन ये वाले पॉइंट्स मैटर नहीं करते, क्योंकि टॉप 16 रहना है, जौन सी मर्जी पोजीशन पर रही है. लेकिन ये वाले पॉइंट्स एक चीज के लिए मैटर करते हैं, और वो है कि आपका माइंडसेट क्या रहता है जब आप सुपर वीकेंड में जाएं, कि हाँ आप बाकी लॉबी को कितना ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से समझ चुके हैं. तो उसके कारण यहाँ पर अगर आप जितने पॉइंट्स निकाल पाए, वो उस चीज में फायदेमंद हो सकते हैं.
आई मीन 100% बात आती है ब्रैगिंग राइट्स की तरफ. सबको टॉप पे रहना है, सबको वो चाहिए कि आई मीन इवन आपके काफी सारे फैंस हैं, आपके ऊपर काफी ज्यादा उम्मीद रखते हुए आए हैं, अभी तक इतना ज्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली जाहिर सी बात है कि दे वुड एक्सपेक्ट बिगर थिंग्स. एंड ऑफ कोर्स अभी आई मीन एट द सेम टाइम वही बात आ जाती है कि ये तो सिर्फ लीग प्ले डेज है. आप जैसे बात करते हैं, काफी सारे बड़े बड़े टीम है, बड़े बड़े नाम है, तो काफी सारी ऐसे भी हमने देखे टूर्नामेंट्स में स्ट्रैटेजी हाइड करके रखते हैं कि सुपर वीकेंड के दौरान ही हमारा असली गेम प्ले हम दिखाएगा. अभी के लिए लेट्स जस्ट बी इन द रैप्स. बट फिलहाल इकुर्द के प्लेयर्स बिल्कुल ठीक सामने टीम फनाटिक ज़ॉम्बीज की स्क्वाड. एक ऐसी स्क्वाड जो काफी बेहतरीन खेल रही है. आज का इनका दिन का शुरुआत काफी रंगीन रहा है. फिलहाल बेहतरीन गेम प्ले उनके तरफ से देखने को मिला, बट आज मैं एक्चुअली काफी खुश हूँ जिस तरीके से हमारी जो बॉटम ऑर्डर की टीम्स वो उठ के आई हैं, वो भर के आ रही हैं। अभी चिकन डिनर्स निकाल रहे हैं, काफी अच्छे किल्स निकाल रहे हैं। YaLLa की बात कर लीजिए आप, रॉयल टीम की बात कर लीजिए, काफी बेहतरीन खेल रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक ये एक चीज को इक्विलिब्रियम जो बात करते हैं कि ये आई थिंक फाइनल गेम तक जाने वाला है टू डिसाइड कि कौन सी वो टॉप 16 टीम्स रहेंगी जो हमारे साथ इस बार जुड़ेंगी फॉर द सुपर वीकेंड।
बिल्कुल, होपफुली होपफुली, लेकिन अब वही बात आ जाती है मोमेंट ऑफ ट्रुथ जिसकी हम बात करते हैं। अगेन हल्का सा सदर्न एरिया है सर्कल में और अपर एरिया, बट बिकॉज अपर एरिया ज्यादा है तो हम लोग ये एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि ना सर्कल ऊपर की तरफ को जाए जाए, और उसी हिसाब से सर्कल कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पर मूव करता हुआ हमें नजर आ सकता है। और साइड्स के प्लेयर्स अभी ब्रिज के एरिया को होल्ड करना चाहेंगे
around that Pachinki Hill team. So that's not a bad spot to be at all. Instantly, everybody is making a drive to get into this new one.
And definitely, there's 2 points of interest for me on this. One is chopsticks. I just gotta love me some chopsticks. And the second one is that western bridge where we see the players from sides now rotating up from that Sosnovka Island. But of course, quite a bit of rotation also now happening over here on the eastern bridge. As you can see, the players here from SUDOR as well as the snipers. Both teams still in the vicinity, not really moving up now, but getting ready to mobilize and head further in towards the west, as we did see that phase, of course, now moving up once again. So it's going to be a quite interesting zone with so many teams on the way, and of course, so many already positioned within that zone.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be quite hard to get in those center spots unless you fight for it. Exactly what's happening here. It looks like NASR is taking another early fight against Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer, as we know, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on. And I'm excited to see how this is going to pull off. Oh, but it does look like some trades are now coming through. Galaxy Racer, not too many of them are up on top of the hill, but they're starting to make a drive to take this fight.
Ooh. Oh, and definitely both these teams are going to get it real up close and personal. As you can see those shots there from NASR. Just flying in. NASR, of course, being able to raise up all their knocked players. And now the players from Galaxy are getting ready to try and retreat from that push. Now falling back. And fortunately, the last remaining player for the team there from Galaxy Racer just manages to escape for the time being. But of course, so many teams still remain, so many potential positions where these teams can just start bumping heads. And of course, one of such positions is exactly here where we see the players from YaLLa and the players there from RTG positioned right there on the edge of the chopsticks. Whoa! But now look at this. GSG coming right up into the thick of it, rushing in on the side there of Loyal. They've already found 1 or 2 knocks, but of course now a few knocks also in it to the side of GSG as well. You can see Loyal now on 2 players trying to move on up on that. Down they go. GSG just putting up a nice aggressive bit of defensive play coming in here. So curious to see or not Loyal is going to try and maybe relocate, or will they try and push in?
That's a good question. Looks like they're just going to go on ahead and continue this rotation, actually pushing just inside of this zone. They have a really nice spot being able to grab some of these compounds here on the edge here. But, of course, they do want to continue. If they do that, though, there's a lot of compounds already taken. A lot of teams already directly beside each other. One of them actually being RTG and YaLLa over by that chopstick position. I know you're hoping that this next zone is going to send us over there, and we'll see if that happens. But at this point, it does seem like we're kind of in the slowest point of the game, you know, of this one. Obviously, it's a very short one. We still have 2 teams making rotation in, but everybody is just waiting for the zone to pop. They're near their vehicles, ready to move at an instance. Oh, chopsticks are just inside of this zone, but it's still going to go on ahead and favor those Pachinki Hills.
I mean, it is getting closer and closer and closer. The odds of that chopsticks region, that chopsticks play, oh, it's getting so close. It's getting so close. I'm sitting here having everything crossed that I can have crossed. But of course now the players here from Alpha, they are also trying to cross through Pachinki and make their way into a decent rotation, finding a good place to establish themselves for the coming phase. And so many other teams, of course, adopting the exact same approach. Everyone now moving up, looking for that compound, looking for that spot in which they can take occupation and defend for the coming phase. strangely enough, we see Pachinki is, of course, quite open. But now, you can see RICO just down below. One of their players, this, of course, being QTEL now, just grabbing that buggy, pushing up a little bit closer as we see the players there from the sites. Just up ahead. Pretty sure they heard the vehicle. And now they're coming in to inspect. Wait and see if they can find any of those potential hits.
I mean, RICO Infinity with this compound, this is a really nice compound. Obviously, it's super far on the southern side, though, and usually they send somebody up to protect that hill. So he needs to be a little bit careful with the team now rolling up directly beside him. They need to protect that hill for their team to be able to roll out of that compound later. Meanwhile, we can see that more compounds on the very edge of the zone are taken. The snipers trying to spot out team directly up to their northern side. They're on top of this hill, a little bit more in the open. They have the potential to hold this team out, or, ooh, a nice shot on the tracks there, but unable to just catch that knock coming in from Zaid. So it looks like just a few bullets back and forth. SUDOR Esports are now 100% aware that there's somebody watching them on their southern side.
Yeah, and definitely the players here from Snipers, they've got that name for a reason. So hopefully we see some of those range snipe attacks coming in from the side there of the Snipers. But of course now SUDOR, they have adopted a very similar approach. You can see they've got those bolt actions locked and loaded. They are ready to roll. They're just waiting for someone to just lurk, just peek a little bit too long so they can send that shot straight on across. But now, as we move on to the southern edge of the zone, the sites and the players now, of course, from Infinity, RICO Infinity still hanging very, very close together. So the potential for this engagement, it's really starting to increase, but I'm hoping to see that follow through come through as we can see Ragnar and QTEL, of course, not just held up, but as we look at the zone, the teams are so spread out throughout this entire zone. And I'm so curious to see where the next phase is going to be going, because we're going to be able to bring in a very tough rotation into the side of Pachinki. Oh,
it's the Pachinki Hills again.
But either way, it's going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, everybody now needs to make it in. This zone is much, much too small for everybody to make their way on in here. The field down to the southern side is going to be really hard to play off of it. Even the mountains can only have maybe max 4 teams. So there's going to be a lot of fighting happening here, and it looks like the first one's going to start off with the snipers and sights here. Both of them wanting this headphones compound down to the southern side. It looks like as of right now, 3 down for snipers, and they're actually going to be taken out.
Oh, man. Now they go getting sniped from way off in the distance. And of course, I mean, the players there from Fanatic just finding that sneaky shot in, ending it off. But now the teams are all starting to really get close. Starting to get really jam-packed. I mean, we had 15 teams now still remaining in this phase. 54 players remain. See the players there from RICO Infinity just up ahead. Raad now trying to find those hits into the side of them. And quite a bit of a ranged assault now coming in from the opposite end of the field. Of course, the same can be said here for NASR as they come rushing into the side here of Flair Loyal. Finding some easy hits and down they go. The next team to get sent back. 14 teams now remain. Wow.
It looks like they're able to go on ahead and pick up a little bit of revenge from the first game, so that's nice to go on ahead and achieve for this game, or pretty early on as well. Oh, wow. These fields on the southern side, there's just no way to be able to play them. And I think, obviously, RICO Infinity team realizing this can't crash into sites, can't push straight up onto this hill because there's currently fighting already happening. I wonder if they're going to post themselves up over on the eastern side and actually get involved. Actually, right as I say that, it looks like they stopped over there. I wonder if they're able to spot out any of the members from SUDOR Esports. The answer is yes.
Oh, man, what a nice play coming in there from Ragnar to sneak into that cheeky third-party shot. But of course, now as you can see, things are really starting to heat up in this region. We've got Fnatic, we've got SUDOR, we've got NASR also just positioned all on this eastern side. Of course, now Fnatic trying to push further in, and up comes RICO, finding a quick shot into the side of SUDOR. Raad getting eliminated at the hand of RTG. But of course, now SUDOR quickly trying to recover an additional bit of health. They know that the players are just starting to stack up over on the edge. You see NASR now just off to the distance there, but now SUDOR have those hits coming on through. They're getting caught in a very tough position, and with that, SUDOR gets sent back into the lobby. 11 teams now remain, and the fights are still continuing to erupt all throughout the fields.
Yeah, we can even take a look at that mini-map up there. The center of this zone is completely empty. That's the spot of the mountain where, like we already mentioned, there's really only max 4 teams that could potentially play up here. But right now, it's really just in control of 2 teams, while a bunch of teams are trying to encroach up onto it. So far, being really well protected. And the next zone is going to pop up towards the northwest. So everybody now that's stuck down here in this field, such as RICO Infinity, they have to make a huge rotation. We already know that they have a buggy, but they have 3 team members still alive. Somebody is going to have to absolutely book it, while the other 2 potentially just have to find a spot inside the zone. Or, even more interesting, fight their way in together.
Yeah, that is always a possibility. And of course, we're going to see whether or not the teams are going to be doing exactly that as our next phase has moved over in towards that northwestern side. We've got a few seconds remaining on the clock until this blue zone starts closing up once again. But we see the players there from Alpha Legends just taking up a position in the compound out in those fields. But here we go. GSG now also still in Pachinki, starting to take aim over towards the side there of HOTLINE as they make a dash up for the compounds in the north. But of course, just getting greeted there with several hits flying in their direction. Manaf running themselves over in the process. This is just how hot things are becoming. And of course, now you can see Thanos just in the building alongside there of that utility getting sent over, not finding the spot just yet. But look at the zone. Things are hitting up. GUNZ starting to spread out, starting to move into those angles in which they can, of course, then try to secure themselves. But this is going to be an absolutely insane, bloody fight, as we've got 39 players remaining, and everyone is trying to squeeze into the zone.
That was a nasty nade. That little tiny wall was what able to protect him there. But yeah, they're safe up inside the zone, quote unquote safe, right beside each other. Meanwhile, again, everybody on the southern side, they're having to make these rotations on top of each other. Look at that, just 5 teams right here on top of these Pachinki hills, all trying to make these huge rotations. I mean, whoever comes out on top over here will definitely have a lot of kill points, but it's just a matter of being able to identify what teams are which, spotting them out, and actually succeeding in them while taking some blue zone damage. And it looks like NASR Esports is not going to be one of them. They're now going to be taken out, but there's still a lot of teams left down here.
And it is absolute carnage as the teams now all descend on top of each other. Such a chaotic southern zone that we see. So many teams, of course, now still just trying to find their way on through as that blue zone starts to push on in. Alpha Legends now being put in a bit of a difficult position as they need to try and gain entry, but they are being blocked by the players there from GSG. RICO getting sent back into the lobby. So many more heads, so many more fights. You see the players also just a little bit further over towards the eastern side, trying to make their way on through. You can see the players there, of course, from Fanatic. We were just on them. Here we go. Stepping in and trying to find those shots. And with that, Alpha Legend also get eliminated. Now we are down to 8 teams. Fnatic getting ready to rotate and up quickly, stopping over in the smoke, just potentially trying to see if there's some extra additional loot there. Because I can imagine these players are starting to run out of ammunition. And I mean, that shortage. Ooh, look at that nade.
Yeah,
Wow.
at least wanting to go on ahead and pick up some Mewtwo. That was really nicely placed. Honestly, when he pulled in with that buggy, I thought he was going to keep going and potentially run someone over. But instead he stopped. He gets taken down by a nade. We can see the people further to the western side are actually getting involved with a little bit more of an overview. I think even if these 2 teams were to take each other out, there's somebody directly above them to get involved. And yeah, there goes a ton of explosions. SCYTES in a nice location to try and hold these dudes out so far.
And of course, SCYTES, they just have their sights trained on everything that moves in the vicinity. You can see GSG now following through with a few mollies. We've got a few frag grenades coming in as well. And now we see the players there from, the Fanatic Zombies getting eliminated. But now things are starting to heat up over in towards the northern part of the zone. as the teams are all now once again trying to push on in. That next zone has shifted over towards the eastern side. Such a challenging region to be fighting in once again. That is what we want to see. We want to see the teams go head to head, toe to toe, fighting it out, and even blowing the competition out of the water.
Oh, wow. A nice catch from RTG Esports Sankei right there as well onto one of the members of YaLLa. YaLLa, they've been kind of safe up here on the northwestern side this entire time, keeping all four up, finally losing one of their fourths. They're not inside zone here, so they need to start clearing the people directly inside of zone to them if they want to try and continue. But I feel like at this point, it's just a matter of who is going to be the winner of the top of this little hill here, because obviously, as you already mentioned, this field is totally unplayable. If anybody were to go in there, they're going to instantly be spotted out. And it looks like RTG Esports, who try to go for a little bit of a drive further in, isn't going to be it. They were taken out in the center, but there's still 5 teams left.
Oh, things are just heating up. 4 teams now remain. GSG also get eliminated. Thanks for coming, but now let's see. We got the players here from iKURD. Oh, trying to rush on up from the side. Finds the head into the side of the sites, and down they go. It is now all up to the players from YaLLa, the players coming in from HOTLINE, and of course iKURD. But on that note, iKURD take a bit of damage. Well, lose the 1 player. Now we are down to 7 players, 3 teams, and that zone being absolutely brutal. Just moving in towards that center part. This is where everything is going to be do or die. If you move up too much, it's going to be the point where your team gets sent back. And of course, with nades coming in just like that, YaLLa stepping up their gameplay, finding those hit markers, finding the damage before they start dashing up in towards the zone. But of course, it is not over just yet. The shots are still coming in. The blue zone now is starting to move, but a beautiful nade. Thanos snaps his finger and finds the knock right on it towards HOTLINE. But now the teams are starting to push on up. You can see YaLLa numbers starting to dwindle. iKURD sitting on only 2 players remaining. In fact, we've got 2 players apiece for each team left in this final game, or this final round.
Yep, I'm interested that this is how YaLLa is playing this. I mean, they all were actually proned out. They each were able to catch each other with at least 1 nade onto one of each other's members. And then it was a big fight, but these smokes now blocking a ton of vision. That gave iKURD the ability to rotate further inside of this zone. They're now in a position to hold people out. And as we can see here, Thanos spotting out 1, but instantly actually gets traded. YaLLa now, with the only team with 2 up, they could potentially go ahead and wipe out these last 2 solos, because I don't know if there's enough time for them to get reses.
Well, they need to be careful. Thanos is still in play. He can snap his finger at any point in this match. But of course, taking quite a bit of damage, and he snaps his finger on towards YaLLa. Down they go. It is now Thanos up against the 2 remaining players there from iKURD. And this is going to be a very tough finish, as both these teams are quite low on health. But of course, everyone now quickly trying to regain that extra bit of health before pushing on in. Thanos now rather making his way on through, inching up, but the zone shifted up in favor there of iKURD. So if Thanos is going to try and pull off this chicken dinner, he needs a few more hands, a few more fingers to snap, because it's going to be quite the challenge. In 1v2 in this positioning, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets it down onto 1, there's going to be another that's just going to be able to get the trade. I mean, that's always the benefit, being able to push something or end a fight with having 1 more member, right? It's simply the trade, the bullets, you know, the HP. It's just, there should be a trade that comes out from iKURD. So knowing that, that's how it, quote unquote, should go. Thanos, I'm interested to see if he's able to go on ahead and pull this off. And it doesn't look like he has some util. He has a lot of meds. He might be able to, only if he catches them off in 1v1s.
It's going to be close. I can tell you that. We wait to see. Come on. Come on, Thanos. You can get it. Come on, warm up those fingers. That's exactly what he's doing now. You can see him like he is psyched. He's ready to roll, but no meds.
He was going for that heal off.
why?
He tried healing, but it didn't go off in time. So it looks like he kind of went for the heal off for a second there since he didn't know where they were. But unfortunately, he was taken out before his first aid went off. So, I mean, I guess at least it's a point denial, you know? At least the other team isn't going to be able to pick up one more point.
Yeah, at least they'll bring in that, but I mean, I gotta say, that was just an insane way to wrap up that match. That's absolutely brutal zone shift into those fields. I mean, we saw some really amazing nades coming in from Thanos. You know, unfortunately, you know, finger was a bit worn out. He couldn't get that, you know, just ran out of snaps.
Out of nades.
And unfortunately, yeah, and that's what it is, you know. And just not being able to find himself in that position. But either way, well done, well played. I mean, iKURD, yeah, really good positioning. And of course, well, they got the chicken dinner, so absolutely well done on that.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice 15 points to add on to whatever kill points they had as well. But of course, we'll take a look at that leaderboard after a short break. And we're going to be getting into our third match on Miramar. I'll see you guys shortly.
Welcome back. We are right back after the break. We just saw our second match, and of course, what a spicy match that was. Here we can see, of course, the rankings from match 2 on Erangel. iKURD coming in there with a total of 20 points, sitting right up there with 15 placement points and 5 kill points. 5 kill points. Sorry, can't speak English today. HOTLINE Esports, of course, sitting over in second place. 12 placement points, 8 kill points, and also a total of 20 for the previous round.
Wow, being able to go on ahead and pull off, being able to pick up a ton of kills to even make that even 2020. And we can also see the end of the leaderboard as well. I mean, there's some surprising things ended up happening there. I didn't expect some of these teams to be going out so early or with so less of points. But of course, I mean, that's just a game. That's how games go, you know? It just depends on where you drop and how the situation going ahead and evolves itself. And oh, wow, take a look at that damage for that match, DK.
It is absolutely insane. And of course, you can see the players there just bringing in some decent bits of damage. I mean, as you can see, of course, we got the players there from GSG coming in on 7 kills, and NASR also sitting on 7 kills. Not a lot of damage difference between them, but iKURD, of course, also right up there with the hurt, and it is pretty evident in the match that we just witnessed, where, of course, we saw Thanos not being able to get out of that zone. I don't know what a zone is. Getting out of the zone. Couldn't get out of it, and of course, well, yeah. He got snapped back into the lobby. So it's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. Welcome back if you're joining us right now. Of course, we're getting ready to move up into our third match of the day, which is going to be taking us right up in towards Miramar. But before we get into that, right, let's talk about the standings. We just saw the standings, the quick sneak peek there at the standings, all right? So we had the players from iKURD Esports. Of course, as we saw there, 20 points for them. HOTLINE Esports, 20 points as well. On 16 points, then we, of course, have the players from the SCYTES. So some really strong performance that we also had coming in from them. Several teams, in fact, actually stepping it up quite a bit. And we saw some really strong kills coming out as well. I mean, as we saw there, NASR, the players from GSG, the team there from SCYTES and HOTLINE. Both those teams coming in with 7 and 8 kills, respectively, for this match.
You know, that's definitely impressive to go on ahead. It was a little bit more even. We could go on ahead and call it for that last game. I mean, it was a little bit chaotic with the zone that they were given. So honestly, it should have been more even. Everybody kind of was on the level playing field trying to get up into those very few spaces. But I also know that people were wondering about the overall standings. So I can go on ahead and read those out really quickly. Still in first place is NASR Esports with 68 points and RTG with 61, SCYTES 59, RICO Infinity 53, Zombies Esports with 53 as well, GUNZ 49, YaLLa 47, Raad 44, Falcons with 43, Fanatic Zombies with 40, iKURD 39, SUDOR 38, Alpha Legends 37, Real Tiger 9 37, HOTLINE 36, Rab with 32, Galaxy Racer also with 32, Fate 28, Flare Loyal Team 26, and the Snipers 9. I had to go ahead and read that all out because I know I was curious myself, so I went ahead and took a look. Now everybody should be a little bit more on track of what's happening right now, and honestly, all those teams, they were only separated by either 0 points in some cases or very few points.
It's definitely neck and neck. I'm not gonna lie. You know, like we saw the players there from Zombies coming into today, sitting in second place, right behind NASR. And unfortunately, with how the matches have been going, they've now been moved down into fifth place. So you know, it just shows you how tough the competition is between these teams. But still, there's not a lot of gap between them. The only team that is struggling a little bit today, of course, looking at the points, is the players from the Snipers. They are still sitting on 9 points. I believe they came into today also sitting on 9, and after 2 games, they're still on 9. So hopefully they'll find a little bit of traction and start bringing in those additional points, be it either through kills or through placement. So I'm really going to be keeping an eye on them, you know, having my fingers crossed, hoping for that, of course, then to start coming in from them. But what's going to be interesting as we move into our next match which of course is right back on towards those sandy dunes of the Miramar map. We're going to be seeing the players from Group C, I believe that is, not in this one, as they're going to be sitting it out. So we're going to be seeing the players from Group A, Group B, Group D, and E. So the teams rather that are sitting out for this one will be the players from GUNZ, it will be NASR, it will be iKURD, and of course the players from Fanatic. So there is really a chance now for the teams to bring in those additional points, as of course the teams that we have sitting at higher up on that leaderboard sitting this one out. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to be going at it, and if we could potentially have a bit of a change up coming in, a reshuffle as you put it, in on that leaderboard.
Well, this is the time, right? Whenever the one group with somebody directly above you isn't playing, that's the opportunity to go on ahead and get as many points as possible. They're not in the lobby, they can't go on ahead and get points with you. This is your chance to catch up, but you can't just catch up. You need to do more. So in this case, like RTG is in second place to NASR Esports in first place. NASR is now not playing. They need to try and get more points than NASR currently have, but even more points. They can't just be even, because as we also know, RTG, they're in Group A. They're not going to play in the last game. So they need to, these next two games, especially this one, to try and gain as many points as possible if they're hoping to get into the first place. But that's just an example. It's in this situation, it's not the first place that matters, it's just the top 16. So that's what all those people in the middle of the leaderboard are thinking about, potentially. Like they could see the sixth place. The 16th place is actually tied right now with 17th place. And if either of those teams aren't playing, this is the time where they need to go on ahead and have a really good game to be able to secure themselves a spot to get into the Super Weekend.
And of course, that is the essential place where the teams want to find themselves. They want to be up in that Super Weekend. And of course, here are the overall standings that we were talking about just then. As you can see, NASR holding on there with 68, RTG on 61, the SCYTES on 59, RICO Infinity on 53, as well as the Zombie Esports team also sitting on that 53, GUNZ 49, YaLLa Esports on 47, and Raad coming into 8th place there on 44. So yeah, definitely some really tight games we've got coming up as we move over to the next page.
Yeah, what's also interesting to me is we can see the Fanatic Zombies, iKURD Esports, 10th, 11th place. They got some chicken. Same with Alpha Legends in 13th place with that chicken. But at that point, I think that the rest of these guys are gonna have 0. So also taking a look at their placement points and kill points and the differences there, they're kind of more even, So some of these teams up on the tops kind of have either more one or the other. You kind of have to be consistent, but you also need to be really gaining both at the same time. You need to be staying late game to get those placement points. You need to be staying late game to even get those kill points as well, but you need to be going and getting both of them.
Yeah, so I'm excited to get into the Miramar map to see what the teams are going to be doing, and of course exactly what that flight path is going to bring us, where that first initial zone is going to be popping, because in the first match we headed all the way over towards that western side. And that, of course, then resulted in some very interesting plays following from that first initial zone. So I'm very curious to see where the next one is going to be going. So where would you like to see the zone in the next match?
That's a hard question. Miramar, it's such a big map and all of it's pretty much the same. Maybe I'd like it to go to the northern side. I think there's some interesting stuff up there. There's up there on the northern side, I feel like it's the most dynamic, right? There's a ton of mountains directly in the center, and then there's huge fields up to the north and to the east of it. So I kind of want to see a northern one on this situation.
Well, speaking about northern, here is our flight path, and of course, as we mentioned, you can see clearly indicated there which teams are the teams that are going to be sitting out. So we already concluded our first match, the second one. We're now getting ready for game 3, 4, and 5. So quite a few bit of action segments about to still find their way on across. So for me, I think in the next one, I'd maybe like to see a bit of an eastern zone, but also like a northern zone on Miramar. We don't see that too often. So I expect essentially that any zone that we don't see too frequently, that is kind of the zone I would hope for. So in my opinion, that would be
Exactly.
either
Yeah.
far extreme north shift or even far east.
I do not disagree with that. I like seeing the zones that don't come up too often because I feel like that's a nice challenge, you know? It's a nice challenge for the teams. Since we don't see it too often, it creates some new interesting things to be able to watch, see how the teams kind of process and figure out how to play in this territory that doesn't happen too often. And that's kind of why I want to see it. I know on the other hand, it can be kind of mean, you know, like we want those hard zones. We want all these guys to go on ahead and work for it, you know, but I want to see those. And then on top of that, I know it's harder, so I feel kind of bad for the teams that are going to have to go on ahead and figure that out. But also, it make it like a little bit more like a bigger pat on the back, like, wow, we did so amazing in this really hard zone shift. I don't know. I like to see those hard shifts from the teams come through.
I mean, I'll never shy away from a hard shift, especially when I'm casting it. When I'm playing, maybe it's a different thing, you know, but a hard shift is always so entertaining, especially when we see it at this level. And the teams then, of course, just having to prove so much more of themselves, you know, just to show us exactly why they are here and why they are holding on to these positions that they find themselves in. So very curious to see, of course, you know, what we're going to be having in that Miramar map, exactly how it is going to unfold and what is going to be coming from this. Of course, now we're just waiting to jump into that match. But of course, you know, quite a bit of excitement still to come.
Oh.
And of course, we also see that flight path. Oh,
DK, this could be your Eastern shift.
This now, it could be. It legit could be.
Yeah, this is such an eastern plane path. You know, you were just saying that you wanted the zone to go over to the eastern side. On this one, it could potentially do that. It could also be a hard northeastern shift as well, the thing that I want to go ahead and see. So it looks like we spoke about it. It might come true. I mean, alternatively, it could go super far to the southern side over on the eastern side, or if it's going to hard shift over to the west. I'm not quite sure. You know, the zone always has to be kind of close to that initial plane path, though. But this, okay, luckily this plane path isn't too terrible for these guys as well, though, I will also have to say. So it is at least stretching the entire length of this island. They should be able to still spread out nice and easy, even if they don't get the spot that they usually go to. But I'm still expecting... No, I was going to say I'm still expecting it to go over to the eastern side, but right as I say it, it's going to go and center around water treatment. The zones love going here. The only hope left for either of our wants is if this continues to hard shift to the north somehow, but not as likely.
What a zone shift that is. And of course, you know, exactly kind of what I was hoping for. It is a little bit of an extreme shift up in it towards those northern reaches. So curious to see where the team's going to try and rotate on up into this. We've got quite a few players down below. But as they say, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. So we're going to get straight into the action. I mean, these players are all, you know, in here, on to win, ready for that aggression. So are we expecting some early game aggression to be coming in? Because we're not seeing a lot of teams really hard dropping. We've got the players from the snipers and the players there from Flare Loyal really close together. This is where I'd love...
2 गेम्स ही लगते हैं हमारे पास, आपकी चहेती टीम्स के पास 1 या 2 गेम्स अभी बचे हुए हैं. सो मे बी वो आने वाले टाइम में वो सब गेम्स के अंदर हमें देखने को मिल सकता है कि किस तरीके से टीम्स अपनी फाइट्स निकालती है. बट लॉस्ट विंस की बात करें, यहाँ पर मैं फैल्कन के प्लेयर्स नजर आ रहे हैं और फेट के प्लेयर्स नजर आ रहे हैं. लॉस्ट विंस इतना बड़ा एरिया बन जाता है जहां पर आपको चाहे फुटस्टेप्स भी आ जाए अपने ओपोनेंट्स के, आप फाइट ना भी लेना चाहे तो भी आप आराम से मूव कर सकते हैं. कोई इशू वाली बात नहीं है, क्योंकि इतने घर रहते हैं, इतने सारे बिल्डिंग्स रहती है, एक बिल्डिंग छलांग मार के दूसरी बिल्डिंग, वहां से आप फॉल बैक भी कर सकते हैं अगर आपके पास प्रॉपर अपने टीममेट्स आपके आसपास नहीं है. सो ऐसी ये छोटी मोटी चीज लॉस्ट न्यूज़ को काफी एक इंटरेस्टिंग जगह बनाती है. और ये जगह 600-700 मीटर दूर रहेगी सर्कल से. सो टीम्स को एग्जैक्टली 600 मीटर से ज्यादा दूर है सर्कल के लिए. सो टीम्स को जोन में जाना भी फोकस करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज मिरामार में जोन एक अलग एमपीपी बनता है. अगर आप जोन के बाहर हो तो प्ले जोन का डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आपको दिक्कत दे सकता है.
कल ही हमने इनफैक्ट ओशन, आपको याद होगा कि लॉस लियोनस में उतरते
जी।
ही दोनों टीम्स एक दूसरे के आमने सामने आ गई थी। इस बार उन्होंने सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग जो यहाँ पे है मेंटेन कर रखा है। तो अगर प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे गेम के अंदर कर रहे हैं तो जरूर हम दरख्वास्त करेंगे हमारे सारे व्यूअर्स को कि आप भी सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग मेंटेन करें और मास्क पहने, हाथों को सैनिटाइज कर रखें और ज्यादा बाहर घूमने के लिए मत जाएं अनलेस एंड अनटिल इट्स एन इमरजेंसी। बट फिलहाल चलिए वापस से गेम की तरफ आते हैं। अगर बात करें यहाँ पे हालातों की तो ऑलरेडी हम लोग देख सकते हैं टीम लॉयल के प्लेयर्स बिल्कुल एक स्टैंड स्टिल पे आ चुके हैं और उनके साथ ही टीम स्नाइपर के क्लैप्स काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पे मूवमेंट दे रहे हैं, यहाँ पे जितना लूट कर सके कर रहे हैं। बट द मोमेंट यहाँ पे ओपन में जाते हैं शायद YWZ उनको पिक ऑफ कर सकते हैं।
शायद ऐसी चीज ऑब्वियसली देखने को मिल सकती है, बिकॉज अब वही बात है। इस चीज से ग्रेवयार्ड के अंदर मेरे को एक और वाली फाइट याद आती है। आपको याद रहेगा नोवा एक्सक्यूएफ के अगेंस्ट जो एक बार फाइट हुई, जब ऑर्डर जस्ट एक अलग से एरिया पर थे, उनके पास एक टीममेट एक ओपोनेंट आता है, दैट वाज फ्रॉम ब्लू बीज, और उन्होंने आकर के सीधा ऑर्डर को टेक डाउन किया था। आपको याद रहेगा वो टीपीपी ले रहे थे। सो ऐसे छोटे मोटे एरियाज की जो फाइट्स रहती हैं वो ऐसी ही जगहों पर शुरू होती है, ग्रेवयार्ड के आसपास। और लॉयल के पास भी लाइक जो प्लेयर है यहाँ पर, उनके पास भी उनका जो बैकअप रहेगा वो आ चुका है। तो स्नाइपर्स को देखना पड़ेगा कहीं ना कहीं क्या वो दिक्कतों में आते हैं। एंड बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट अमर सोगर के ऊपर डैमेज जरूर पड़ा है। अगेन YWZ की तरफ से वो डैमेज पड़ा था, बट वो कंफर्मेशन नहीं निकल पाई है। लाइक वो जो किल फीड में नाम रहता है कि हमने एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया है, चाहे प्लेयर का नाम ना आए, बट पता रहता है कि यहाँ पर डाउन किया जा चुका है। सो रशिंग करने की बारी जो आती है वो नहीं देखने को मिल पाया। मतलब वही है, हर तरफ से प्लेयर्स को पता है खतरा आसपास है, बस चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा। चाहे YWZ ने पहली गोलियां चलाई थी, लेकिन गेम इस तरीके से भी पलट सकता है कि लॉयल का ही कोई प्लेयर पहले टेक डाउन किया जा सके।
वेल अभी अगर जैसे यहाँ पे हालातों को मद्देनजर में रखते हुए अगर बात करें तो टीम स्नाइपर्स आई थिंक मुझे आमरस होकर ये एक ऐसे प्लेयर है जो कि जिनसे काफी ज्यादा उम्मीदें हैं। उनकी पोजीशनिंग काफी बेहतरीन रहती है फाइट्स में और इस फाइट में भी एक हायर ग्राउंड रखे, उनके पास विजन है, तीन प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट कर सकते हैं। बट फिलहाल यहाँ पे लॉयल के प्लेयर्स उनको आइसोलेट करके आई थिंक उनके ऊपर चार्जिंग करना चाहेंगे। इसी मोड पे मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि जो बाकी प्लेयर्स है टीम स्नाइपर्स के वो भी फाइट में ज्वाइन करे। क्लैप्स काफी ओपन में थे, क्या सोच रहे थे मुझे नहीं पता, बट यहाँ पे बचते बचते नॉक हो गए। फिलहाल इजी को मिलता हुआ क्लैप्स का नॉक। बट अभी लॉयल के टीम का यहाँ पे टारगेट खत्म नहीं हुआ, मिशन यहाँ पे अकॉम्प्लिश नहीं हुआ, ऑब्जेक्टिव इन्होंने क्लियर नहीं करा है। आमरस होकर को अभी यहाँ पे अपना निशाना जरूर बनाना चाहेंगे। नासिर के पास एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन एंगल है ओशन।
बिल्कुल, वो एंगल अच्छा खासा है उनके पास, लेकिन अब बात वही आती है कि वो उस साइड से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन निकाल पाएंगे। बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट वो आगे की तरफ को हल्का सा आ चुके हैं। मार्को को अगर वो स्पॉट के लिए काफी बेहतरीन है, बिकॉज मार्को वही एक रिज दूर है, और ये बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड था अमृतसर के ऊपर, आया जरूर था। M16 इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर, नजर आ जरूर रहे हैं, परंतु बात वही आती है कि या तो इनको वो अपना बैकअप बुलाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन जैद को अगर आप देखें वो मार्को के करीब जा रहे हैं। सो अमृतसर यहाँ पर टेक डाउन किए जा सकते हैं, बिकॉज वंस अगेन वो जो सिंगल टैप या फिर बर्स्ट टैप पर वो जो गन रहती है M16, हाँ नो डाउट डैमेज अच्छा है, पर अगर आपके ऊपर 3-4 प्लेयर्स रश करें तो आपको वो टैप एफिशिएंसी कहीं ना कहीं देखनी पड़ती है। बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट दूसरे एरिया से भी इनके ऊपर शॉट्स लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इजी और आर्थर यहां पर ऑलराइट स्कारल के ऊपर स्विच करके सीधा टेक डाउन करेंगे और फिनिश करने की यहां पर कोशिश भी काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से करी थी। अब बाकी प्लेयर्स को स्पॉट किया जाना बाकी रह चुका है, जो कि स्नाइपर्स के प्लेयर्स रहेंगे। बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट नासिर ने एक और प्लेयर को डाउन किया है, मार्को को, और उनको पता चल चुका है कि दूसरे रिच पर प्लेयर्स हैं। सो ये गाड़ी लेकर क्या वहां रश करना चाहेंगे? आई मीन दे बाय द लुक्स ऑफ इट दे माइट जस्ट रश, लेकिन जैद वो यहां से बच करके जा चुके हैं और अकेले प्लेयर बचेंगे यहां पर सर्वाइव करने वाले।
वो नजर भी नहीं आ रहे, मतलब इतने जोर से यहाँ पे निकले। एंड आई थिंक जाहिर सी बात है ऑफ कोर्स सरवाइव करना चाहिए उनको। फिलहाल हम लोग आ चुके हैं टीम YaLLa की तरफ। एंड यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे टीम स्नाइपर्स के जो बाकी जो पीछे के दो प्लेयर्स थे, ना ही उन्होंने कोई कवर फायर दी, ना ही वो अपने टीममेट के पास आए कि आमरस होकर के साथ अगर खेल सकते हैं। आप अगर बैकलाइंस पे खेल रहे हो तो आपका एक ही उद्देश्य रहता है कि वो आप पीछे से अपने टीममेट को नॉक अगर होता भी है तो ट्रेड ऑफ्स निकालो, ना ही
I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. You know, are they going to try and just hold this position? We've got the cigar, of course, also here where Bandara is now just moving through. And a lot of interesting placements from the team. But of course, also, Alpha still just exploring the zone, trying to find a good compound, a good position to move into.
Yeah, I mean, we already went ahead, touched on RTG, but remember, that's the team I'm looking at to see if they're going to be able to pull off a huge point game so that they could potentially go and jump over on top of our current first place team, NASR. I really want to see if they're going to be able to do that. But of course, I mean, this early on, it is kind of just a waiting game, seeing where this second zone is going to pop. This first zone is just get into it, right? You kind of can't gauge what this next zone is going to be, so you just want to give yourself a good position towards the center. But it's really the second zone pop that kind of gives you more of an idea of where this next potential zone could end. And it looks like it's kind of going to center down to the southern side, centering around San Martin. All these teams here in the center, definitely not a bad place to start whatsoever. And the rest of these teams, they don't have too far to go.
I'm quite curious, though, that we see the players there from Real Tiger 9 all the way down in the southern reaches of the zone, all the way out in the blue, starting to make their way on up. See Falcon also out in the blue zone, so it doesn't seem to have a lot of urgency on their position at the current moment. But of course, now waiting to see where the rest of the teams are going to be moving into, as I'm really wanting to see where they choose to rotate up into, especially from all the way down in the south.
I'm interested as well. I mean, they had the hardest rotation, the slowest one really, with the zone going further up to the northern side, and they ended up dropping super far to the south. So I'm not surprised that they're just taking a while. Looks like they're taking some of these roads to try and make a little bit of a rotation actually over to the west. You know, I like this. I'm glad that they're not going to go straight and try to go a little bit around towards the west, especially since the plane path was so far to the east. But they'd kind of have to do it quickly, because right when it hits around phase 2-3, I mean, that's when you kind of can't gauge where people are anymore based off of the plane path. Everybody would have had the ability to make huge rotations. So it looks like they have a while to go, just a little bit of a short pit stop to be able to heal from that blue zone damage. And meanwhile, it looks like other people, even inside the zone, are unhappy with where they are. So they're also trying to find new places to call home.
That, of course, leads to some really interesting rotations and a great potential for some additional action. But we can see Zaid now from the snipers there, completely isolated, all alone, hold up in that compound. The players here from Alpha Legends, of course, now making their way on through. But we've got a few more teams starting to move in on the south as well. So a lot of movement still taking place across the zone, across the map, as all the teams, as you said, are trying to find a decent spot, a decent position for them to take occupation of. Of course, now one of those teams that have done exactly that is the players here from YaLLa, but now, are they satisfied with that, as they are now just moving their vehicles inside, which is a really good call, though, not gonna lie. You know, just moving it out of harm's way, making sure that no one can blow up their van. I mean, even though the van is not that all that fast, it is probably one of the more safer vehicles to use on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's so vital, especially this early on, to actually go and protect your vehicle tires, especially phase 1. So phase 1's already over, but phase 1, phase 2, 3, vehicles are so vital to make these huge rotations that these teams have to make. If they were to just leave their vehicle out in the open, where teams are obviously going to go and pop the tires, that could put them in really bad positions. So since they have that nice open garage, they're able to pull that huge bus inside. They're going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, we see the Alpha Legends, they found themselves a spot over on the eastern side, but it looks like SUDOR Esports kind of peeking on over right beside them. This is still just kind of a watching and waiting game, it seems. Everybody's still trying to find their spots inside of this new zone, but instantly have to move again. This is a huge hardship up to the northwestern side.
And it's a very similar position to where we saw the previous Miramar map. You can see, of course, the players there from a Real Tiger 9. They are rotating right through where the previous match ended. So not a lot of change with regards to where the zone is heading. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to take this approach. Of course, the players here from SUDOR now making their rotation in, just rushing on through. We can see them now just perched up. They know there's so many other players also trying to rotate in. As you can see, Loyal just up ahead of them, and Zaid now coming under a little bit of pressure. People moving into the sea, and this is where we could possibly see the snipers meeting the end of their game here. But here we go. SUDOR positioned waiting, deciding to rotate up, but of course it is out in the open, pretty exposed. But now, oh, Zaid, you could find that kill. You could find that point. Come on. Oh, Zaid, you can do it.
It looks like there's a little bit of a downed car that's probably cutting off the sight lines over there. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Trying to take some shots at the people above him. But now that they know where he is, that's potentially dangerous. It also looks like this compound super, super wanted by all these teams. And that is shown by a crash actually coming into play here. You can see the RGGs are crashing onto site here. Oh, and it looks like...
Ooh.
Wait a second. 3 are still up for Scythe, and only 2 are up for the other team.
Man,
oh, the
this is gonna
fire
be
though!
A close call. Oh, those mollies, absolutely brutal stuff. But of course, now this is where the sites need to try and step it on up. GSG holding on for dear life now, as you can see, Osama and Rex. They are still in it. They can still make something of this, but out comes the molly. Rex runs straight into the molly. Right there on top of him and Osama. They're trying to get ahead. Oh, just narrowly escaping it. But of course, now quickly deploying the smokes. We still have YaLLa just on the offside, so we could see some of those third parties coming in. But now, the sites, they're getting ready. Getting their players all prepped up. We see some utilities now getting sent on out. Not sure if that was a nade or if it was a smoke. But they're definitely going to start challenging the players here from GSG to try and find those heads. Find those spots and, of course, potentially bring in a few points. But, of course, now GSG sending up the utilities. Oh, beautiful one. Right in the face there of Rex. Up they come. The shots going hard on the heels there of Sama, who just manages to get into some hard cover. Now trying to fall back, just find that position, trying to set up this anchor point to try and fight from. He is the last hopeful of the squad. But now, Razur starting to push on in. They've got a pretty sneaky suspicion of where GSG could be located. And of course, on that, you see Rex now succumbing to the injuries. But the sites, they are relentless in their efforts, sending up those utilities, moving closer, applying the pressure. But Osama could still make a very strong play from this position if he is able to pick them off one by one. If he can isolate them, he could maybe clutch it out. But here we go. Ghost now pushing on up right there alongside him. It is down to the wire. Shots now starting to fly on in. We see the players there from Loyal getting eliminated, but GSG still just holding on. Come on. Oh, so close. A little bit of damage coming in. Fortunately, those bales are working out in favor of Osama. Tries to rotate around. The shots continue to fly on in. Sites now applying all the pressure they can to the position. Find him out in the open. And down he goes. Arab GSG get eliminated. But the players from Falcon also now suffering a few casualties as the pressure starts mounting on this team. Nice reinforcement coming in on that. We see the players from Galaxy Racer also getting eliminated.
Yeah, it looks like YaLLa ended up trying to get involved in some of those fights. It looks like the fighting's actually continuing now down here on airplanes. It looks like RICO Infinity team now trying to push up into airplanes, straight up, trying to take out Zombies Esports, currently with 2 left up, currently 1 down and the other super low, trying to heal as fast as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and clean up this fight before they make a move on further into the zone. They can potentially pick up all of these kill points. I don't even know if they'd be able to leave at this point. Now that they're so close, I don't think they'd be able to grab their vehicles and make a move. So they're committed to the clear. You can see they're actually pushing into the blue to try and achieve that. Oh, Zombies Esports. Oh, unfortunately, one of them is going to be caught in the open because they're not playing together just there. Oh, but it's still going to be a Zombies win there.
Yeah, well done.
Can it be called a win? I think there's only one left.
Well, as we move on over in towards the side here of HOTLINE, you see them now going toe-to-toe with the players here from Alpha Legends. Oh, those utilities coming out. A lot of back and forth, a lot of exchanging coming in with the teams. The Molly stepping in as well, and you can see now, man, Alpha, they're just trying to play a little bit this higher ground. Players there from Hotline also just scattered out right in front of them. But of course, the blue zone is closing in. They can't stay here too long as they need to find that position. And they're now just fighting on the edge of the zone. 4 players aside for both teams. Let's see how this goes as they are all now just waiting for that opening to react and get the damage done. But those nades now getting sent up once again. A Hotline still just hovering about. Oh, up comes the knocks. Come on, come on. The aggression now getting dialed up as well. Both from Hotline and YaLLa. Another knock coming on through.
Wow.
YaLLa now also getting knocked out in the process. Up they come on. Getting ready to push. You can do it. Follow through, follow through. Look at that. Hardline is so low on health, fighting with the blue zone. Will Mana be able to make it? Quickly trying to recover that last little bit of health. That last sliver, but on that, the vehicle gets blown up and down they go.
That was some nice shots coming in there, identifying that the person was proning out behind the other side of the vehicle, being able to explode it and take him out. I mean, I wonder if that's going to confuse the team that's over here in water treatment, or if they'll realize, hey, that team it's taken out, they're probably paying attention to the kill feed, so they do know. So now they can just focus on getting into this next zone that went again over to the western side. So it looks like also SDR, SUDOR Esports, trying to find their own spot. It has a little bit of garage. In the meanwhile, FalconsEsport goes down. This is definitely a difficult spot to play out of. Again, it's a huge field. Very few compounds that are taken. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to see some sort of a crash or aggressive play from these teams out on the outskirts. Of course, they're going to wait as long as possible, though. They don't want to get into the fight until the last possible moment with that blue zone.
So many fights now just erupting all across this map. As you can see, RTG and SUDOR fighting head to head. We got the players here from Real Tiger 9 now fighting a few shots into the side there of Alpha on that one. The players from RTG get sent back into the lobby. Also now, the hits coming into the side there of Alpha as they get eliminated. But now, players there from a Real Tiger 9 are getting ready to push a little bit further upwards and onwards, moving on to the side of the SCYTES here. SCYTES still sitting on 3 players in the game. Zombies now down to 1, as you can see. Of course, also the players here from SUDOR now getting ready to move. They need to get up into zone. They need to find that positioning. Fate also still scattered throughout, though.
Yeah, it does look like they have the tiniest, bittiest little dip there that they can play out of, but obviously under intense scrutiny from the people around them. They need to be careful from their northern side as well, as SUDOR Esports are there, Fate directly below them, of course. And I mean, SCYTES, they have this compound, but RT9, they've been trying to come in from this northern side this entire time, just playing underneath the ridge. I wouldn't be surprised if they had to make a push onto that compound very shortly, while, of course, these other teams are just tossing bullets back and forth at each other.
YaLLa now coming in with a few sneaky shots up into the side there of Fate. But SUDOR also now trying to move on in. They can hear the shots. They have a pretty good idea of where they are. Their spots out. Ragnarok down he goes, but of course a nice return on the aggression there. Of course, now one player getting knocked out on the side of SUDOR, but the carnage still just being focused onto the side of Fate. As Reef now is the last remaining hopeful for the team. Completely isolated on the edge of zone. A few seconds remain before blue zone starts closing up once again. And this is going to be a really tough play for them. Those mollies also just nipping at the hills. Not really finding the spot. And oh! That was a mistake. That molly going the wrong way, rebounding off of the teammate there. What? Ooh,
that was almost a big disaster. Oh, where'd that vehicle come from? But it does look like Real Tiger 9 is going to be eliminated before them, so at least they're able to go ahead, hold on to a little bit more placement points. Oh, as he's actually spotted out from YaLLa, I mean, we've known that they were in a little bit of a position to have an eyesight on this entire time, but it looks like, again, able to stay alive as another team's eliminated. Zombie Esports now taken out. We still have 5 teams alive, but he has to just make an absolute run for it, and that means SUDOR is going to be able to pick that up. Fate Esports eliminated, down to 4 teams left in this very small zone. That zone popped. None of the compounds that were in this zone are in again. They all have to go out into the open.
And what a tough zone. What a tough play it is for these teams. But of course, the players here from SCYTES still looking very strong. Just holding on. Only 2 players of theirs remain, but they are in the zone. The rest of the teams all still trying to squeeze on in, trying to find that positioning. And of course, on that note, you can see SUDOR now just taking quite a bit of damage as Raad just find those hits into the side of them. As you can see, Delhop now just focusing all his attention on that vehicle, trying to blow it up with the hope of potentially finding additional bit of damage into the side there of the team. But of course, YaLLa also starting to take a little bit of damage. 4 teams just spread out. YaLLa not looking too great as a lot of attention is being drawn towards them. So many knocks on their side. But will they be able to make a comeback from this one? Will they be able to redeem themselves and sneak on in, find those angles? Raad now coming under fire as well. A very spread out fight.
Honestly, I think they have one of the best positions with that rock, but right as I say that, of course, one of them is going to be spotted out and knocked. Meanwhile, I mean, they're just trying to fight everybody. They're taking shots at multiple teams of these. I mean, they're kind of in the center portion where a lot of teams are focusing on them. They kind of have the most eye line on everybody else. And of course, with this next zone shift towards them, they're going to be the ones that hold the most because they're the closest. It's now in their opportunity to hold everybody else out. But of course, SCYTES and SUDOR Esports, they're so close to each other, directly to the north and south. They're doing a ton of damage.
I mean, everyone now just trying to play this as best they can. And on that, we see a bit of carnage now, of course, continuing on to the side there of SUDOR. We see the players here from Raad currently sitting on only still those 2 remaining players. The shots still flying up into the side of YaLLa. But now we see Powerful from YaLLa moving up in towards a more centralized positioning within the zone. SUDOR still just holding on to that eastern side. And up comes the nade now from Powerful. But of course, now the sights come rushing in to that center portion of the zone. Getting eliminated right there and then. But now the rest of the SCYTES team just find those hits into the side of SUDOR. Raad now coming under heavy fire. YaLLa still looking very strong on all 4 players. But the blue zone has started to move on in. The teams, these players, they all need to try and squeeze on up. We see Delhop now getting caught out in the blue zone. Will he be able to make it out? Well, down goes the SCYTES though. SUDOR also having a few hits coming in towards them. And wow, man, it is looking so tough. The final 2 teams now stepping on up. It is a blue zone positioning up against the team of YaLLa who have it. And down they go. What a finish. Wow.
No, that was really intense there. I'm surprised. I feel like that crash from SCYTES then there was potentially one of the only things that they could have done there, except maybe crashing the team directly to their eastern side. Otherwise, that was a really hard position for all those teams in the end. With that last zone shift that kind of continued closer to YaLLa, I feel like that kind of called it there. Everybody else had to make the move. YaLLa just had to go ahead and sit back a little bit. They have the perfect little rock to be able to provide them some cover as they shot at everybody, and then it was just a matter of waiting.
And well, speaking about a matter of waiting, we're going to be hopping into a quick break. We'll be back in a short few minutes to see you guys right back after the break. Welcome back. We are just coming back from a break. Before the break, we of course saw that third match in which the players from YaLLa Esports were able to secure themselves that chicken dinner with the full squad still remaining. Some absolutely insane plays that we had in that match.
I definitely agree. And from that match, you could see our match rankings from our match 3 game. YaLLa Esports, all 4 alive, 15 placement points, 7 kill points with a total of 22 points. Coming in second is SUDOR Esports with 7 kills as well, but with 17 total. Then SCYTES in third, 16. Raad with 14 total. It looks like they were able to go ahead and get a ton of placement points, but only 2 kill points this last time, but able to stay alive. Real Tiger 9 in 5th with 8th. Fate Esports, Zombie Esports, and Falcon Esports all with 7 points for themselves. I mean, so far it looks like it's definitely a little bit more of a top-heavy game this time. I mean, it does look like still that the amount of points are more towards the top, but then kind of are close to each other, falling off after the first 4.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as we look at the next part of that match ranking, we can see the players there from RICO Infinity team coming into 9th place on 4. We've got Flair Loyal sitting in 10th place, also on a total of 4 points. We got Alpha Legends in 11th on 3. RTG Esports over in 12th place on 3 points. Galaxy Racer in 13th place on 2. Then, of course, we had the players from HOTLINE Esports on 1, and the Snipers also then on 1. That, of course, being 14th and 15th place. GSG getting sent back in 16th. Unfortunately, no points for them in that one. But now, looking at our total damage and kill graph, YaLLa Esports coming out of nowhere with that 2200 damage.
You know, that's insane. They got 7 kills, which is in line with a lot of the other teams from this match, but 2200 damage, they were able to stay in that center compound and just poke people the entire time. That's a lot of damage with 7 kills.
It is quite a bit, and of course the team that we saw coming in with the most kills in the previous round, of course, was the players there from the sites. So they were really able to find themselves in a decent position, being able to pick off those kills. And of course, well, they did finish in 4th place, but in overall point-wise, they finished up in that 3rd place. So that really, really working out in their favor. The placement points not so hot, but I mean the kill points making up for the lack of that and really, really paying off for them. So it was a pretty tough match. I'm not going to lie, that zone, I mean, as brutal as we've been seeing throughout our past, you know, few games already, just coming on in. This, of course, being the 8th game, the 8th match that they've been playing, and absolutely brutal stuff.
It really is. A lot of these games have been pretty difficult with those shifts. And I mean, again, another game where a lot of it was pretty out in the open. So those teams that were able to go on ahead and grab that area, that the hard cover for themselves, so they could just play out of hole and take shots at the other teams from, they ended up being the ones that were successful in those, but definitely super hard with those rotations. Again, we ended up trying to see another desperate crash come into play that unfortunately didn't work out, but now I'm kind of waiting for one that eventually will work out, because I mean, it's not like it's a bad play to be making those end game crashes. If there's nothing else you can do, you can't just make a free run into something. Why not go for a tiny bit more of a surprise that puts hard pressure onto another team? So I'm kind of waiting for when it does work.
So one thing when I was speaking to Island Wolf yesterday is he said he was amazed by the amount of utilities these teams use, you know, and we saw that once again today. So many grenades getting thrown all over the place and such a considerable amount of damage being done. And I think that is what also, you know, kind of brings us to those high damage markers that we've been seeing, as like, there's so many utilities that these players make use of. I mean, the mollies, the grenades that come in, and of course also those smoke grenades to try and build those passages as they try to secure themselves a position within the coming zone or the coming phase. And it is just something that we don't see. For instance, if we look at how the European scene plays, there's not a lot of utilization in comparison to what we're seeing here in the Arabia region. So that is really, really great to see that, you know, we've got all these different facets coming in. So I'm curious to see how that, of course, is going to continue onwards as we move into our game 4 and 5. Of course, the next one is going to be taking us in towards Erangel, the final Erangel match of the day. So, Span, what are you expecting to see on Erangel?
I'm hoping for a little bit of a nicer zone than the first one that we had today. I mean, the majority of the end zone was unplayable. Everybody was just kind of stuck up on Pachinki Hills. So this next time, you know something I haven't seen in a while is a city, a nice city ending. I mean, those always seem to be nice, pretty chaotic. So maybe something that ends around one of those. That's what I'm looking forward to, and I'm also attempting to see. I'm hoping at least to see that we ended up seeing a lot of these teams that were like kind of lower on the leaderboard. They have been able to pull up towards the top. Some of the top teams, some are able to be staying consistent. Some of them are moving, but of course there is a huge leaderboard shift. So I kind of just want to see more of that. I want to see more chaos on the leaderboard too.
And of course, I mean, you were talking about the chaos on the leaderboard, right? We can see what the overall standings look like, right? So there definitely has been a bit of a change, but I'm still curious to see, you know, which teams are going to be the teams to not make it into the Super Weekend. I mean, this is their second last match, second last chance, last opportunity they have on the Erangel map to show us what they've got, to show us why they deserve a spot in that Super Weekend. So I am low-key expecting some pretty aggressive plays coming in from these teams, and we've had a nice little bit of a build-up through the games already so far today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this Erangel match is going to bring. And heck, if it happens to end up in a city, let's do it. You know, if that is what it takes, let's do it.
Yeah, I think it would create a little bit more of an interesting thing than what we've seen so far. Because all the matches today, I mean, we've already mentioned how hard the terrain is, how all the hard shifts are coming into play, but most of the hard terrain is really just coming from no cover. Everything is ending out in the open. So let's see something completely opposite. Let's have a lot of cover and see how that comes into play with these teams and how they play it out.
Right, so you've said you want to see the city finish, and I understand why. Like, I get it, you know, like you said, it's going to be difficult, but I mean, you can just, I'm pretty sure you know what I want to say, like where I want that zone to go, where I would like to see it finish.
On Erangel?
But I'm kind of, yeah, maybe. Yeah, on Erangel, you know? Yeah.
Chopsticks. I know where you wanted to end, yeah.
But of course, but now, as we mentioned, the overall standings, you know, like we know what it looks like. We know there's a bit of a change up. So we had a very quick preview there, seeing that the players from the SCYTES have been able to move themselves up in towards pole position. But we'll get back to that quickly, just looking over towards the positions that we have there from 9th. And of course, moving downwards, these 4 teams over here, Galaxy Racer, Arab GSG, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers. Those are the teams that we'd like to see those performances coming in from. Really hoping to see those teams get themselves out of that relegation spot. The Snipers, however, were able to bring in an additional point, bringing them up to a grand total of 10. But I mean, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge for them to find those additional points. It's not impossible. They could still very much do it in the coming 2 games. But I got to give it, though, to the players there from the site. I mean, just the disrupting of that leaderboard, coming into pole position there on 78 points. In second place, we have the players from YaLLa Esports sitting on 69. And then, of course, NASR, the team that we had coming in, sitting in pole position at the start of today, now getting moved down over into third place, sitting on 68 points.
Yeah, like we already mentioned, there's a ton of movement. And I mean, even we looked at Galaxy Race, so they're currently in 17th place. The current 16th place is Fate Esports. And the difference between qualifying for Super Weekend and not qualifying for Super Weekend is 1 point, a singular point. So these last two games, super important. Based on who is playing in these next games, I do think all of those teams there at the bottom still are as well. Yeah, so this is Galaxy Racers. This is their last game, actually, to try and qualify, because the last game of today they're not participating in. That's Group A. Group A is not playing. So this is Galaxy Racers. They're just on the edge by 1 point. This is the game where they need to get enough points so that the last game that they're not playing in doesn't mess with their standings. So I'm interested to see if there's any kind of motivation. This definitely is 1 point away from with your last game, but the potential of still not making it, like, this is the time to get that motivation going, get a good game for this last one. Especially, it's so vital to get into this top 16, I feel like, on the first week.
And of course, you were talking about the teams. So the teams that we're going to be having sitting out on this match is going to be the players from YaLLa Esports. We're going to have Raad also sitting out, HOTLINE Esports, as well as SCYTES. So SCYTES currently sitting right up in pole position. Of course, this is where we're going to be finding out whether or not if that is going to be enough for them to retain that spot, as they're missing out on a match now. And of course, we had, the players from Group C sitting out in the previous one. So nice to have them back. That, of course, being the players from GUNZ, NASR, iKURD, and the team there from the Fanatic Zombies. But of course, we're getting ready to move into our fourth match of the day. And of course, as mentioned, it is right there on those lovely green pastures of this Erangel match. We see that flight path coming in from the Nova crates, heading right up into the north, passing through right there alongside Saverni. So very decent flight path. So Span, what are you expecting to see with this flight path?
With this one, I mean, this one's a little bit slightly over to the eastern side. This one, again, should have everybody be able to make a nice movement out. Hopefully, again, nobody is going to be jumping on top of each other. I feel like the majority of the teams so far have been pretty good with that, right? I mean, there have been some early fights, but I feel like mostly those have come out of some pushes. So we should see everybody spread out once again. And honestly, I don't know where this first zone's going to go. Again, it could go anywhere, but it's most likely going to pop over to the east. And just saying that, I know you're already a little bit sad, because that means no Gakka chopsticks for you. But we'll have to see. Also, interestingly, there's only one team that went on ahead and dropped onto military base. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, you said what? You said what?
I said it's going to go on ahead and pull up to this northwestern side.
I mean, I love it. I love it. That's a good zone. That is a good zone. We're going to see some interesting plays coming in from the... Sorry, I had to. I couldn't resist. You said east.
Well, I said most likely.
PUBG MOBA.
I didn't say 100%, you know?
PUBG MOBA.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm loving the zone. That is a nice zone shift coming in on that. And of course, just looking at where the teams are positioned already, it is going to bring quite a few interesting rotations, especially from the teams positioned down over towards that eastern bridge. As we can see, Sniper and the players from Fate, of course, now already taking up positions within that region. We wait to see where they're going to be moving on into. But of course, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And this is exactly what we want to see these players do. Get their gamer mode on. Bring us that action. The second to last match of the day. I'm hoping for some insane plays.
Oh, I am too. I mean, we already mentioned, so far the leaderboard has been moving a lot in these last few games, just from one gameplay. Oh my goodness! What What is happening here? Did 3 teams just appear in this one little area? Real Tiger 9 going to be able to pick up one of them as he was trying to run to this buggy. I don't even think he saw that's coming. That little hill cutting off that sight line. He just got smacked and out of the game with a blink of an eye.
That was insane.
No.
I got chills when Chills got taken out. That was just like, that was insanely done. A very easy kill there for Real Tiger 9. But now, Fanatic Zombies, they need to try and make a bit of a comeback from that. Already starting the match with 1 player down. It might be a bit of a tall order. But of course, they can still pull off that move. So let's see what it is that they're going to be doing. As we can see now, the teams all getting themselves ready and prepped and moving further up in towards the zone. But of course, now Galaxy Racer, they are also focusing their attention on the side there of the players from Fnatic. As we can see, Mexico now just getting taken down. So it is a pretty tough start there for them.
It definitely is. They're kind of got each other stuck for a little bit. I'm surprised that this is happening so fast inside of this game. I mean, you can see that they were able to loot a little bit, but not entirely. Even MJ here, he doesn't even have a helmet. And of course, Fanatic Zombies, they got out of there. It looks like they're actually going to continue. They don't want to stay in this compound, so they're just going to go even further into this next zone.
Come on, let's see just how far they can get into that. But of course, now we see the players here from the snipers taking up position over towards the bridge, setting up a little bit of a potential ambush. As we saw on the map, of course, we've got one team all the way down over in towards that Sosnovka region. So curious to see what the approach they're going to try and take and get off of that island. Of course, you know, as we move up in towards the zone, making our way on through Zaki, we don't often see teams dropping all the way up here, especially not necessarily being in zone.
At least, you know, at least they're going to be able to loot peacefully. Maybe that was the goal or the aim. So up there in Zarky, they're going to be able to loot a little bit peacefully. Honestly, they don't have too far to go, and the zone's directly below them. So definitely not a bad place to start, but something that they'll have to keep in mind later on. I'll be interested to see if they're going to be rotating soon or if they're going to be one of our last rotating teams.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. But now, Loyal making their move up onto this eastern side of the zone. A lot of movement, in fact, still taking place all over the map. See the players also here from Alpha, just in position up in Yasnaya still. It doesn't seem like they've got any company here, so they can pretty much just loot up at their leisure, get everything ready, make sure they are, you know, kind of sorted to move up in towards the next phase. So I'm waiting to see where our first point of contention is going to come from, as we've got such a spread with all these teams.
I'm interested as well. And also, I want to keep an eye out on what happens with the top of the leaderboard, the middle of the leaderboard, everything. Because as we know, SCYTES isn't playing. They currently are in first with 75, and then YaLLa Esports are directly below them with 69. I mean, a little bit of a difference, a little bit of a gap there. But will YaLLa be able to go on ahead and overtake it is what I'm wondering. And we already went on ahead and pointed out that between 16th and 17th place, there's only 1 point. But even more so, HOTLINE Esports in 15th, they're only 2 points ahead of that, and they're not playing in this game either. So it really is at this point where HOTLINE probably watching, being like, man, we hope that the PU teams below us aren't going to be getting any more drastic amount of points to go too far, so then the last game they can go ahead and pull this off. But also, all the teams that are currently in Group A, this is their last game. So RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flare, Loyal Team, and the Snipers, this is the last game to go on ahead and get into the top 16. So we need to see something big come out of them.
And of course, now speaking about big, we are watching this big migration of the teams all trying to get up in towards that zone. Blue zone is closing on up. We are nearing the end of our first phase. You can see the players here from Fate now also just traveling straight through farm, making their way over towards the west, trying to find a spot. And I'm curious to see where it is that they're going to choose to rotate on up into, as it could be a potentially packed zone over towards the west. We're not 100% sure just where these teams are exactly. So that is what makes it so interesting to see where they're going to choose to rotate in. Of course, 16 teams, 62 players still in this match. And of course, now the players here from NASR just making a bit of a rotation up through that Rozhok region. You can see on the opposite end of the island there, the shots now flying up into their vehicle as they try to rotate on up. They get out of the one fight, but they could potentially be rotating right up into another team.
They could be, definitely. It's kind of at this point where everybody's making a rotation towards the center point, making those scouts or putting yourself in a good rotation so that you're not in danger is kind of vital. You need to make sure that everybody around you, obviously you're not just going to be pulling up directly on a team for them to be able to spray you out of your vehicle. You need to be looking ahead in this situation, especially now that the zone is about to close. I mean, the majority of these teams are just going to stay in their vehicles and continue driving, so hopefully they're able to scout a little bit and gain some information on where people were so that they can get into a more favorable position.
Yeah, and of course now we see the players from SUDOR. They have now just freshly rotated off of that Sosnovka island, but of course finding themselves right behind the players there from the Galaxy Racer. A nice bit of a divert on their rotation there, just changing up, seeing the team up ahead and deciding to rather try and move a little bit further towards that eastern side. You can see, of course, the zone up ahead of them still looks fairly clean for the time being. This is where it gets interesting. They are now just on the outskirts there of Potato Hill. Up ahead, we see the lovely Everest. I'm curious to see whether or not any teams would try and take up position on top of Everest, though.
Everest is definitely a nice position to be able to take right now, to take a little peek inside of the zone, you know, so wouldn't be surprised if they might pause a little bit before looking further to the north. They will see that there's a few teams kind of around the bridges, at least before this zone pops, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful, but also they need to go fast because this team directly behind them could get in front if they don't go fast enough. So it does look like they're all ready and still continuing with that huge rotation as well, but at this point... Oh, I guess that was enough for them. Okay. Are they moving or are they setting up, it seems? Nope, there you go. A little bit of scout coming through as well.
I think it's a little bit of both coming in on that front as Galaxy Racer now. Just trying to figure out which way around they want to try and go with that. But of course now we see the players here from Falcon. They've spotted the movement there from the team from NASR. So are we going to see that engagement coming on through from them? As we look onto that map, we see the players there from Galaxy Racer rather, just making a little bit of improvement on their position, now moving down from Everest. But of course now NASR has positioned themselves on the opposite end of the waterway with Galaxy Racer on the southern side. So we could see a nice back and forth coming in between these teams. But of course, which one is going to be the one to break the ice? Who's going to be the first team to start taking those engagements? Of course, all 16 teams are still in this game as we now make our way towards our third phase.
Yep, and phase 3 is where the zone is a little bit too small for everybody to fit comfortably. So I am interested to see where these teams are going to attempt to go and who's going to be taken out first. I mean, it already looks like Galaxy Racer kind of being held out from this northern part of the zone from the team directly across the water, playing inside of dice for right now. I mean, they don't have to move just yet. They probably definitely don't want to just yet, but they should have an easy rotation over to the west. Meanwhile, I mean, everybody else inside the zone, further inside of the zone, are just chilling out and waiting.
I see that approach coming in from Sniper over on that eastern side. We're all now just waiting in anticipation to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, where the next zone is going to be popping, and a very interesting spread still coming in from all the teams just throughout this whole region. And there we go. The zone pops on once again over towards the northeastern side. We still have a little bit of that river in the play there as well. So I'm interested to see how these teams are going to try and rotate up in here. There's so many hills in the region. Few compounds, and of course I'm waiting to see who's going to be the team to try and take up occupation of those compounds.
That is a huge shift for the majority of these teams. So many teams were over on the western side. We're about to see a huge amount of people make this move. I mean, a lot of them should be able to make it inside of this zone pretty easily. And everybody now kind of rotating behind them as well. It's just vital for everybody who's a little bit further behind to make sure that they're not going to pull up into any of these other teams that's currently making their way in. Oh, but nice shots coming in from the teams directly below Watertown here. Nice knocks from Fate getting onto SUDOR there.
Oh, come on. In these shots, though, beautiful ranged hits into the side there. SUDOR really feeling the damage over on it towards what seems to be the headshot hills. And man, this is quite the challenging position itself to be fighting from, not only fighting in. So let's see what they're going to be doing. As you see now, the players here from Fate just trying to move around. We got Watertown also right there, just to the north of their position. iKURD, of course, now quite comfortably positioned within the Watertown. Fortunately for them, there's not a lot of a rotation needed for them to make it up into a zone, but they can still cause quite a bit of harm onto the side there of Fate, as we wait to see how they're going to try and rotate into the zone.
Yeah, currently just waiting. Meanwhile, even on the northern side, team trying to make a rotation is Falcon getting caught out, actually spotting out this team, trying to hold him out. Nice rotation coming in from Never Alone, getting a knock into the NASR there. I mean, now Prestige, he's the only one over here. You can see the QTEL a little bit further away now as they're trying to toss in a ton of nades, but I guess that's all Falcon needed, huh? They just needed a little bit of a rotation into this side of the hill, and that is it. They now have a spot inside zone, and they're definitely going to be able to take this fight. I think Falcon now has the better position compared to them.
I really like the way that Falcon just started spreading themselves out up the side of this hilltop. But of course now RICO Infinity feeling the pressure, feeling the positioning there from Falcon. Never Alone, still cooking up those utilities, sending them over, trying to find those hit markers. But Falcon, they are getting ready to strike. They are moving up. They've already found a bit of damage onto the side there of Prestige. And of course now QTEL still just holding that off angle. The rest of the players there from RICO Infinity also just starting to move up to fortify what they have for the time being. But now also we see Fate and iKURD getting ready to go at it. The utilities getting sent up as well. Rawan and now just avoiding a little bit of damage there. Oh, let's see now. Oh, this is such a highly contested spot as they all now try to move on in. That knock comes in towards Reef. Ragnar now up on top. Oh, the nade comes in. He gets knocked out as well. But of course now Lath, the last remaining hopeful for the team, is caught out in the blue zone all the way over in towards Watertown. You see him now just quickly trying to dash on over. Will he be able to make it up in time and potentially even avenge his teammates? Oh, it's going to be a really tall order for them. But what a good play that was coming in from iKURD.
Really, really nicely played. I agree. I mean, one more left still outside of the zone. I'm interested to see if he's going to try and go to the same direction or make an entire rotation away. And we complimented Falcon and their spread across this ridge, and it looks like NASR Esports, they want to go and take advantage of it. I mean, just proning out with this M4, taking a lot of shots in their direction. So far, unable to catch anybody else out, but definitely making these two teams scatter as so many bullets are currently raining down around them.
But I'm liking that disengage coming in there from NASR, just moving themselves up to the edge of the zone. But of course, this is also going to be a highly congested zone. We're moving up in towards our fifth phase as the blue zone is now starting to close on up. We still have 16 teams remaining, 56 players still alive. I'm pretty sure there is not enough space for all of them. But they all are going to try and find a little piece of that pie. They're all going to try and squeeze on in. Of course, this is where we're going to be seeing those casualties now start to come in. Oh, as we are now moving on up into what you could call our frag phase, as Mr. Tarzan there would be putting it. This could be a very early frag phase.
Oh, it definitely could. I mean, especially since everybody on the southern side kind of having to take those bridges, the majority of the teams kind of got stuck down there. So there's a lot of people on the south, as we can see here, a lot of people up on the northwest as well. So there's just a few points of contention inside of this zone. Meanwhile, everybody that's more towards the center, they're just chilling as of right now. They don't have to be taking any of these fights. They can just listen around them and wait for the zone to continue closing. But it looks like these other teams now just getting inside zone also might want to be taking these fights. Oh my goodness, it looks like NASR are going to spot out Falcons, shooting them in the back while they're trying to push aggressively onto RICO. Oh my goodness, another one goes down as they're pushing onto this rock. There's two more left for Falcon. I mean, Ragnar is alone over here, but does it matter? No. Wow, Ragnar.
What a play. What a play coming out of nowhere. Finding those hits, but of course, you know, it looked definitely like they were going to be struggling to defend that position, but of course they surprised me there and just put up a really good defensive play. But of course they are not out of the woods just yet. They still have a few teams just hanging around. As you can see, that zone now just moving up once again in towards the northeastern side now. So this is where things are going to get pretty hairy, as everyone now needs to try and squeeze in. Of course, the players here from the real Tiger 9 holding their position over in towards that eastern side, picking off a few shots over towards the players here from Flare Loyal. But of course, snipers, they are still in it. Just positioned over towards the west. Anything can happen. Let's see whether or not the players from Flare Loyal will be able to find any of the damage into the side there of the real Tiger 9.
I like that they're slowly creeping on up, I'm not gonna lie. Just slowly moving on over, seeing if they can do anything here. Meanwhile, they're getting a res somewhere else here. Oh, instantly laying back prone after trying to be a little bit of aggressive, but now that the zone is closing, they've realized that they can't push any longer. I mean, they can hold them out from up on top of the hill and also catch one out with that nice spray inside the window.
Oh man, look at this now. Real Tiger 9 getting a little bit cheeky. Trying to shoot while driving. Eagle, of course, now suffering a little bit of damage as well. His teammate getting knocked out in the process. So everything now up to Eagle. Whether or not he'll be able to make it into the next zone, the next phase there for his team. But of course, the players here from Flare Loyal also making a quick dash on into zone. And here we go. The zone is getting jam-packed with players. Oh, RTG and the players here from Galaxy Races now battling it out in the south of the zone. Man, SUDOR also still in play. We can see them also just on the offside now. This is where things start to get pretty heated as Fanatic gets eliminated. But here we go. El Chapo now stepping up, finding a little bit of damage into the side there of Galaxy Races. The shots now continue to find their way on through. Ultron just hold up in the smoke there. But of course, the players here from RTG, they are not going to back out of this one just yet. They're going to try and find the hits, trying to find the damage. And as soon as that smoke dissipates, things could get really tough for the side there of the Galaxy Racers.
These are two teams that are in Group A, so this is both of their last games here, and it looks like, oh, with that last nade, it's going to be Galaxy Racer eliminated. I actually feel like that means that they're also not qualifying for the first Super Weekend, but of course, Caster Math, do not trust what I say. We'll see when the leaderboard pumps up, and it looks like a ton of people ended up making a rotation by them as the fight was popping off, and now there's actually a good amount of teams in the center of the zone, unlike before.
Oh man, Center Zone is packed with players. Northern Zone is packed with players. So the next phase pops on up. The carnage erupts as the players from the Snipers get eliminated. We are down to 9 teams. The GUNZ Esports also get eliminated. But now, everyone's trying to push on in. RICO Infinity getting hit. The SUDOR's now coming under fire. As you can see, the team here from Zombies. Oh! Beautiful play coming in there from Hidan as he rushes into the side. But of course now Zombies down to Zeko, but he's getting challenged for his position, getting pushed there by Hidan. Fortunately, having that buggy just there to block the entryway. Really good decision, but of course now it could also be his downfall. He is also trapped in the building. Cannot get out, but it doesn't seem like Hidan has got any utilities to send on over. But of course, a nice one now finds its way out. Zeko now trying everything. He's got the blue zone, getting ready to move in. He needs to make a way out of there. Here we go. Oh, a little bit of an exchange. Come on. Oh, there we go. That nade now manages to move the buggy out, but up he comes. Zeko claims the head.
Nice.
Down they go. And with that, SUDOR gets sent into the lobby. 7 teams now remain. Everyone now just trying to scoot themselves back up in towards zone. This is going to be a very, very tough zone.
Oh, that it definitely is. Even the center of the zone here, while there are a few teams there, it's the slightest little ridge. Even on the southern side, the teammate that just won that fight, there's still a team now watching and trying to hold them out. Alpha Legends, Zombie Esports, all being eliminated in a span of seconds. 5 teams are now left. I mean, and still the zone is slightly too small with its terrain to hold these 5 teams. So it looks like Flare Loyal, though, they're the ones that snagged the center of the zone for a while, and now they're trying to hold off RTG down to their southern side while having to be a bit careful from all of the teams looming in the distance on the north. Oh, but those nades.
Ooh. No surprise, now we see the nades now starting to find their way on in. The players there from Real Tiger 9 getting eliminated. That means 4 teams are left. 12 players in total. As you can see, it is pretty much 3 players apiece across the board. But of course, the players there from Arab GSG still sitting on a full squad. Strong numbers moving in to this late phase. We're about to hop on over into the 7th phase, waiting to see where the next zone is going to be taking us. And that is going to be absolutely crucial for these teams as they are all spread out just along the edge of that zone. Now we wait to see where it is going to go. Oh, and it jumps into the middle, right smack dab in between all these teams. So if you thought we had a pretty spicy match so far, this is where things are going to get so interesting. NASR, of course, as you can see now, getting a knock on their side. Quickly trying to recover their teammate before pushing further on in. But of course, the players here from Flare Loyal being the first team to position themselves in the zone. It is a good play, but also could be a bit of a risky play as we still have so many players still in the vicinity.
I was going to say, I like that they went ahead and took the center zone so early. I mean, that way they can just go ahead and go into a little bit of defensive mode. But on the other hand, well, that coming into play, so many teams still outside of the zone could all start pushing at the same time. And that could mean that Loyal could be the first team that's taken out here. Already spotting out Easy, Nabo is going to go on ahead and secure that kill for him and his team. Meanwhile, Rex, the rest of GSG, spotting out RTG on the southern side. That is going to have them eliminated. So it looks like Loyal are going to be safe compared to the southern side, but still the pressure from the north and west coming into play. Only one of these teams still has all 4 members up, and that is GSG on the west.
And this game could go in favor of GSG, and they have the numbers. They are in zone. Now we wait to see if they are able to leverage that to their advantage and claim that chicken dinner. But of course, we see the 4 players rather here. 2 from Loyal, 2 coming in there from NASR. A really thin spread coming in between them. And of course, we're looking to see who's going to be the team to move up and grab that chicken dinner. Who's going to grab it with both hands, or as many as they have available. Was NASR now also trying to still bring in those additional points. They want to regain their position up in a pole spot. Will they be able to get that done? This is an absolutely essential zone for these teams. GSG finding out, trying to get that chicken dinner, trying to move themselves up the leaderboard. But of course, the same can be said for the players there from Loyal. They also want the points. They also want to move themselves up and get into that super weekend. But of course, here we go. The 3 final teams. We've got a few seconds left on the clock until we see that 9th phase coming in. Of course, that zone is going to be disappearing when we move into that. No more small shifts. This is the final showdown. 8 players going to battle it out for that chicken dinner. 3 teams. It is GSG, it is Loyal, and it is NASR. A few nades now getting ready. Getting prepped up, getting sent across. We're about to see absolute insanity unfold as we enter into our 9th phase.
That we are. And I mean, we already touched on it. GSG with all of their members still alive. Ooh, a nade actually landing pretty close to them there. No, some smokes, excuse me, from NASR. It looks like they're trying to cut off some sight lines. It's Loyal. Actually, this is their last game, so it'd be interesting to see how they're going to go ahead and end this off, already at least finding themselves into the top 3. But it looks like it's going to start with an Ubu spotting out Loyal, gets a knock on 1, but instantly gets traded out, and GSG retaliating with a ton of nades coming into play, getting the flushes onto some of the members of NASR. Fleur Loyal team is going to be the first one eliminated in this last fight, and then of course GSG pushing at that correct moment. That is it. That is the end of the game. They had 4 up, a good position. All of them just had to wait, and that is a nice win for GSG there in our last Erangel game of today.
That was a fantastic win. What are you saying, Nice? That was fantastic. Again, 4 players in the final zone coming into that. I mean, absolutely phenomenal stuff. Well done to GSG, stealing that chicken dinner away. But of course, we're going to be heading into a quick break. We'll be back in a short few minutes, so don't go anywhere, and then we'll give you the breakdown of this match. Hello and welcome back. We just saw our 4th match, and of course, what an insane match that was over on Erangel. We saw the players there from Arab GSG clutching that chicken dinner. And what a performance it was from them coming in, and they also managed to bring in 9 kills alongside that.
That they did. So in first place, total of 24 points. NASR Esports, it looks like they're going to be able to climb up the leaderboard once again with 23. 11 kill points for themselves, being able to pick up a ton. Flare Loyal team, we were keeping an eye on them that entire time. That was their last game, and it looks like they're going to go out with a little bit of a bang with 19 total points. And then RTG as well. That was also their last game. Went fourth with 13 points. Then Real Tiger 9 with 7. Zombies with 6. SUDOR with 5, RICO Infinity with 5. I mean, so far, I'm interested to see where all these teams are going to go on ahead and land up in our overall, especially those teams that aren't going to be playing in our last game. But that was really nicely played, especially for these top 4 teams right here.
Yeah, some really strong performances that we saw coming in there from them. And of course, they have the kill points to reflect that. 11 kills for NASR Esports. That is well done, well done. That is crazy. That is crazy. It's phenomenal stuff. But of course, now we make our way onto the second page. We got the players there from GUNZ sitting on 4 total points. Fate Esports sitting on 3. The players there from the Snipers also on 3. iKURD also sitting on 3 points. Alpha Legends on 2. We got FalconsEsport sitting on 2. Players from Galaxy Racer getting 1 point for the last match. And of course, the Fanatic Zombies, unfortunately, not being awarded any points for the previous game. But either way, that was a really strong showing coming in, as you mentioned, from our top 4 teams. That, of course, being the players from Arab GSG, NASR Esports, Flare Loyal, as well as the players there from RTG. The road to glory, that, of course, being what RTG stands for. But what a play, and definitely really well done.
I definitely agree. Even that last zone there, it was like kind of a nail biter, you know? Like all 3 of the teams are just prone out, just waiting, because, I mean, that's exactly what they needed to have been doing. They're all just waiting. They're all kind of on equal territory at that point. They're just waiting for one of the other teams to start the fight. Because right when that happened, then it is the perfect opportunity to go on ahead and jump in as that third party. They know exactly where the other two teams would be. Hopefully they're also damaged. And I mean, that's exactly what GSG did. And they ended up winning the game as well. So they had the 4-man. They were the only team with the 4-man. Technically, with the 4-man, you'd expect them to go on ahead and start that fight. But they didn't have to. They could just wait for the other 2 duos to start scrapping it out. And then they were able to come on in and clean it all up.
Yeah, and one team, of course, that's been scrapping it out today, of course, was the players from the Snipers. You know, they managed to get all the way up in towards 11th place, 3 points. So it's a slow, steady increase on their points, but they are at least now bringing in those points. So I'm so pleased to see that. But of course, you know, we have a mix change upcoming in as we are seeing the teams, as you mentioned before, bringing in those performances. The teams, of course, trying to make it into the Super Weekend. It was a really tough showing for the players there from Galaxy Racer, not having the most ideal game, not really having it go the way that they would have wanted it to, pretty sure. But of course, you know, also then still looking at the players, for instance, like Alpha Legend, also a really, really tough match for them.
Yeah, looks like they weren't quite able to go on ahead and perform in some of the situations that they had. I mean, that just happens with some of these zones and some of these shifts, you know? Depends on who's in front of you, what early fight you're going to go on ahead and get yourself into, and it's just... then it just comes down to the team fight. You're not always going to go on ahead and make it. So even if whoever the 4 teams are that don't go on ahead and make it into this first Super Weekend, at least they'll be able to go on ahead and have another chance, and a few more chances in the next coming weeks where it's going to be the same format. But still, I'm interested to see who those 4 teams are, because the top 16, that's kind of going to set something, you know, like I'm interested in thinking about like what those teams kind of go through. The teams that get into the top 16 into the Super Weekend, like obviously that feels great. What is that going to do to the mentality of the top of those 4 teams that don't make it? Are they going to be is it going to be a bad mentality that they're not quite going to be able to escape coming into the next week, or is that just going to fuel the fire?
I mean, personally, if it was me, you know, being in either of those teams in you know, either of those 4 teams that don't make it in towards final weekend, the Super Weekend, I would definitely use that opportunity to try and see, you know, assess the games, the previous matches, see what it is that, you know, what points need a little bit of work and what to improve on. and then try and bring that in as we go into the second week. So, you know, not qualifying for Super Weekend, I don't think it's going to be such a big thing to make, you know, to have it reflect negatively on you. You know, as long as you can say that you gave it your best through those games, at the end, for me, that is kind of what counts. If you're giving your best performance, that is more important than what your initial performance is. You know, if you happen to be the first team back, if it was your best, that is your best. You know, so obviously there's things that need to be improved on. So I'm gonna be interested to see how the teams are gonna work in those improvements as we work our way through the weeks. You know, getting into the second week, getting into the third week, and even just how the teams are gonna be improving over in the Super Weekend itself.
I definitely agree. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what happens there as well. So I do think we already know some of the teams that might not have made it there. I do think some of them might have been from Group A that obviously we know aren't going to be playing in this last game, but we'll go on ahead and touch on that in a little bit once we talk more about the schedule. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what these other teams are going to go ahead and get up to, what's going to happen to that leaderboard, and of course, what the consistency is going to happen throughout these next few weeks, as we've already mentioned. But DK, I mean, we're in this last game on Miramar. How are you feeling?
I'm still pretty amped. I'm pretty excited, but of course, you know, I'm more interested to see what teams are going to be doing, because RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers, this is the match that they're going to be sitting out. So we'll see the players from YaLLa, Rad, HOTLINE Esports, and SCYTES. They're coming back in. So I'm pretty excited to see, you know, what they're going to get up to in this next match, because this is the final match, the final performance. Well, for some of the teams, this was their final match, the one we had just witnessed. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to take this final one, because if we look at what we had just coming into today, I believe it was, we had the players there from, I believe that was, oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to push in their final match, how they're going to perform, and of course, where they're going to end up. And of course, helping us build that story is our overall ranking. We got the players from NASR sitting up on 91 points, moving back up in towards pole position. Players there from RTG sitting in second place there on 77 points. So a little bit of a lead coming in there between the players there from NASR and RTG. But of course, the SCYTES, we didn't see them play in the previous match, so obvious that they've been moved down in towards third place. YaLLa, however, also now sitting there in place on 69. Zombies sitting still on 5th place on 66. RICO Infinity, of course, up in 6th place, 62 points. Players there from SUDOR Esports in 7th on 60 points. And then, of course, we have Rad coming in to 8th place there on 58 points.
Yeah, I think this is interesting to actually look at how those totals were created with the placement points and the kill points. I mean, NASR Esports, they have 48 placement and 43 kill points. And then just looking down these lists, they have the majority in both of them. Obviously, that's how they went on ahead and got that total. But it's a huge difference, honestly, when it comes to them as well compared to the rest. They're all much, much closer. And I mean, the rest of the leaderboard, the rest of the 16 teams so far is, of course, GSG in 9th place with 56 total points. GUNZ Esports with 53. Real Tiger 9, 52, tied with Falcon for 52 as well. Flare Loyal team with 49. iKURD Esports 42, tied with Alpha Legends with 42, and Fanatic Zombies in 16th place with 40.
Then, of course, you know, here is the teams that could potentially not be making it up in it towards that final weekend. But of course, we have our final show to see how that will go and who that exactly will be. But one thing that I've noted that is quite interesting is we have not seen one particular team getting a back-to-back chicken dinner or even getting 2 chicken dinners. So far, the chicken dinners have been spread out throughout the teams.
Yeah, they really have been so far. I was actually keeping an eye on that myself. So it's just a mixture of ones and zeros so far, and that's about it. And honestly, doesn't seem to be that many correlations. I mean, even the second place team right now doesn't have any chicken dinners, and the ones go all the way down to 16th place. So really, you need to go on ahead and be consistent. I think that's really the thing, the bottom line. And also another thing I'd like to point out is you mentioned that you're unsure about the last 4 teams. We know for sure that 2 of the teams inside of that bottom 4 aren't going to make it, because 2 of them are in the group that aren't playing anymore, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer and the Snipers. So it looks like they are not going to make it into our first weekend, super weekend so far, but the other 2 still have a chance. So I'm interested to see how they are going to be playing this game.
Yep, this is of course now the final show for Fate and the players there from HOTLINE Esports. This is going to be the deciding match, whether or not they'll be able to get on into that super weekend, show us what they've got. But yeah, for the time being, the winner chicken dinner list is definitely looking like quite a bit of a binary code as we have a look at that. And of course, we saw that when we went through our overall standing. So I'm curious to see whether or not we'll have one of the teams that have already gained that chicken dinner, if they'll be able to replicate that and bring in yet another one, as we are getting ready to move into our final match of today, which of course is going to be right back into those sandy dunes of Miramar. So based on what we've seen today, we've had 2 Miramar maps, we've had 2 Erangel maps. What are you expecting to see in our final Miramar map of the day?
You know, we saw some really early aggression on the past Miramar map, surprisingly, because that map is way bigger. So coming into this next one, I'm interested to see how much early aggression there's going to be, because it's also the last game. So it's the last game. At this point, these guys have been playing for so long. There has been early aggression already. Is there going to be more? Is there going to be less? You know, there's really 2 pathways for a team that's right on the edge to take. It's either try and be as aggressive as possible, force all those points, or to try and be a little bit more passive, kind of hide out and see how their game develops to try and gain those points as well. But it seems like we are going to know shortly, because our next game is starting. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. We're in the plane, and what do you think of this last plane path for today, DK?
Well, I can tell you it is going to be quite a challenge, of course. As you can see, it is down in the southern reaches, coming in there from Val del Mar and making its way right across Impala. So very, very southern slide path that we have here. But I'm curious to see what the teams are going to do. Who's going to try and push up further? Because we know some of the teams like to go up to, for instance, water treatment, La Cabrera, El Paso, you know, a little bit more of those northern reaches. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to approach this, and if we'll see any of those alternative drop locations potentially coming into play here.
Oh, wow, so far to the southern side. I'm actually surprised to see that a team is going down to Minas del Sur. Usually you don't go on ahead and see that, but I guess they have no other choice. Not too many options really to go on ahead and choose from. So they're going to be safe down there where no one else is going to go, and they'll be able to just go over to the west, take that bridge up into this final circle here that we can see has popped and is centered just to the left of Los Leones for our very last game.
Yeah, well, beautiful southern zone coming in into this one. So it's interesting to see the players there from Raad dropping down, as you said, down in towards the Minas del Sur, because normally we see them pushing up in towards La Cabrera. You know, and if they were trying to reach all the way up onto those regions there, it was quite a bit of a risky one. But what's also interesting is even the players from SCYTES, they also normally drop up in towards San Martin, but for this match, they drop right down in towards Val del Mar. So quite a bit of a change up coming in. I mean, the players there from iKURD, they pushed in towards Chumacera, not too far from where we normally see them going. You know, so it's still kind of there. So I'm quite curious to see how the teams are going to try and find a position within the zone, because some of the teams, their primary and let's call it their alternative drop spot already being within the zone. But again, then some of the other teams, they're changing things up, going into different spots. So I'm curious to see where exactly it is they're going to try and rotate up into.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned that they're not in San Martin anymore. I think that's interesting to point out that there's actually way less teams that ended up jumping and like immediately off of plane path. So they're one of the only ones. And honestly, that might have been better because there's barely any teams that dropped immediately. The majority of the teams ended up waiting inside the plane path and jumping later. So more teams over here, usually equals potentially more fighting, more running into each other. Definitely not the situation that these teams want to be in early game or even on their first rotation. So be interested to see how that affects later in the game. Is there going to be more people on the eastern side compared to the west and stuff like that? But also in Los Leones, this is our center zone, so I'm not surprised here that Falcon and Fate there want to fight it out for this location. Right now, it looks like two members of Falcon are stuck in a 5-story building between the team members of Fate.
But this shouldn't be too much of a strange position for them. Yesterday, we saw both these teams also dropping in towards Los Leones into the final Miramar map that they had. That, of course, being the 4th match of yesterday. So it's a little bit of a repeat from what we saw yesterday. Same dropping location. So I'm curious to see how this fight is going to go. Will it turn in favor of Falcon or will it turn in favor of Fate? Or could we even see one of these teams deciding to disengage and potentially just trying to move out? But also take into consideration, the zone is in the south, so there is really no apparent need for them to try and rotate.
Not yet. And Fate, this is one of our teams that we're keeping an eye on, right? They're the team that's currently inside 17th place, just outside of the qualifying for the Super Weekend ranks. And I mean, it looks like Faker went on ahead and went down to the southern side up on top of this hill. Maybe from there he'll be able to provide a little bit of a bird's eye view for his team. But otherwise, are they going to continue to disengage or are they going to take this fight? Because obviously they need points. How are they going to go ahead and achieve those points? So are they going to try and get these 4 early kill points? Or are they going to wait till later in the game, secure a little bit of placement, and there try to gain the kill points?
I mean, speaking about points and being in need of those points, the players here from Fanatic Zombies, they're currently sitting in 16th place. 2 points ahead of the players from Fate. So this is also an absolutely essential match for them. If they want to qualify, same of course also going for Alpha Legends. We were just watching the 3 teams that are, in that spot where they are, able to battle it out to see who's going to be making it through. Because essentially it's going to come down to HOTLINE, Fate, Fnatic, and Alpha. Potentially even iKURD, because iKURD is also sitting on 42 points, the same points that we see for Alpha Legends. So 5 teams, very close with regards to points. So I'm going to be keeping a very watchful eye on these teams to see how they're going to play through this game and who will be able to secure themselves that slot in the Super Weekend.
Exactly. I mean, they ought to feel the pressure at this point. They know how important it is to get into every single Super Weekend that they absolutely can. So, I mean, it looks like so far they're on the right path, right? The only team that kind of had a little bit of a questionable start is Fate, since they're really close to somebody. But obviously, we haven't seen anything happen in the kill feed yet. So, it seems like maybe they're disengaging. Everybody else, they're looting, they're swapping some loot, getting in their vehicles, and starting to make their first rotation on into this zone. So, everything else seems pretty... It seems pretty shaped up, like they're setting themselves up for success so far in this game. I don't quite see anybody that definitely has any sort of a disadvantage, so that makes this all the more tense, really, for us observing this.
Of course, looking at the players there from NASR, just positioned there just north of Los Leones, it's a bit more of a relaxed round for them here. They're already sitting on almost 20 points ahead, currently leading by about 14 points ahead of RTG. And we know RTG, they've already played their final game, so there's not really much to worry about just yet on that front. The rest of the teams, however, we're going to be keeping a very watchful eye on them, especially the players here from GUNZ. They're currently sitting in 10th place on 53 points. Now, this is where we're going to be seeing whether or not they're going to try and improve their positioning on that. You can see, of course, the points on screen as well, just displayed there right at the top. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to go about this. Will we see some overly aggressive plays? or will we see a more strategic approach coming in from the teams? I mean, YaLLa also. Over in San Martin, it is open, it is clear. We don't see anyone in the vicinity, but NASR still just hanging around. And they could potentially put an end to the hopes of fate in this match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Fate, honestly. The NASR Esports was able to go on ahead, take this hill up to their northern side, because from there, honestly, it's pretty hard to make a rotation out of here. Usually from North Leo, you want to rotate up to the northern side, take that hill for yourself. But nice shots coming in from Miracle. It actually looks like our first knock is going to be onto Lathe from Fate, so that's not setting it up so well so far. I mean, Sharif there over to the west. He has to start booking it over there, hopefully get inside that building to get the res, but oh my goodness, it looks like they're in vehicles. I wonder if the crash is going to come through or if it's just a little bit of a movement now that we see that they're not inside their vehicles anymore based off of this map.
Well, I can tell you, whatever happens, it's going to be fate. You know, that's just the way it is. But of course, now first up, we'll wait to see where that zone goes. Oh, and it just closes up on itself. So the fighting can, of course, still continue. But speaking about that fighting, we're hopping over onto the side here of Arab GSG and the players from Zombies. This is where we see those knocks already coming into the side there of GSG. And I'm liking the approach that we see coming in here from Zombie. They're staying close, they're staying huddled up, and they're applying that pressure gradually, not overcommitting just yet, but of course taking a very tactical approach to this rush.
Instant crash with that bus. Wow, just smacks into the building there, but a nice hiding spot for Bayet. But oh no, unfortunately isn't able to use it to his advantage. He's instantly going to go on ahead and get knocked. His teammate currently trying to run away with barely any HP left, but somehow he's still going to go on ahead and try prepping that nade, waiting for Zombies to get into the perfect spot, but instead he's actually going to knock himself with that nade. Ends up cooking it a little bit too much. This is not looking good for GSG at all, and Zombies, they're just trying to clean this all up. So Rex, he's just going to try and get out of there, but his tire is popped, and Sully, he has spotted him out. Oh, but he doesn't get the last few shots.
Oh, our MVP for there from yesterday taking aim over towards Rex. So far, Rex is just managing to stay ahead of the damage, but of course now iKURD and SCYTES also going at it. As you can see, the engagement not just erupting once again on this compound. A beautiful push that we see, beautiful spread coming in as well. Of course, the players here from SCYTES now potentially down to only 1-0, but some phenomenal plays coming in, and with that, iKURD sends the SCYTES back. What a play coming in there from iKURD. They, of course, now also making sure that they can secure their spot up for that super weekend. What a way to get that underway.
Definitely was a few explosive fights so far, and I mean, this next zone hasn't even popped. We're still pretty early on in, and Fate still figuring it out. It looks like Zombies want the points, so they're going to take the chase. And oh, they almost got a trade situation happening there, but GSG is still going to be the one eliminated. And it looks like Los Leones, I mean, Falcons, Fate, they've been near each other this whole time. It looks like now they are definitely fighting, and it's up to Fate to protect their building. A ton of damage coming onto them, though. But the rest of Falcons, they're still going to be waiting outside as of now because they're just trading back and forth.
This is an absolute crucial point here for Fate. This is going to be do or die. This will determine whether or not we'll be seeing them move on, if they can hold on to this blue stack just a little while longer and possibly even get the wipe in on the players there from Falcon. It could secure them for the coming few phases to potentially secure that spot in the super weekend. But of course now, it is the Falcons. They are going to be relentless in their efforts. They're going to try and push on up. But we see the players here from the Alpha Legends also now fighting their heads into the side of the players from HOTLINE. We see them out in the blue zone, up in that northeastern side rather. And now they continue to push further, trying to secure themselves in the zone before suffering any more additional casualties.
Wow, some of these other teams still taking blue zone that still have a long way to go as well. That's absolutely insane. Fate. These buildings are honestly so hard to go on ahead and push. I'm surprised the Falcons are trying to do so. Only 2 of them are underneath the entire 3-man as of right now. And oh, we saw a little bit of a sneak peek towards another member of Fate that's kind of just waiting to see when their perfect moment to strike comes into play. It's a Lathe up on the northern side. Here we go with that car crash into this building. All 4 members of Falcons are here. Lathe could honestly turn this around for his team completely if he knows exactly when to strike.
It's all going to come down to timing. It's all a big waiting game now. And of course, those nades getting sent up once again. Ragnarok taking a bit of damage there. Lathe now just sneaking on up still. Not really being able to send that nade up into the window just yet, but he is going to try. It is getting so close. I mean, Falcon now, they've moved all their players into the building and they're getting ready to breach. They're getting ready to push. Applying that pressure onto the side of Fate. And of course, now those heads finds their way on through. Ooh, Damar getting knocks on out. Fate now turning up the pressure. Down goes Reef. It is now up to Lathe and Ragnarok. Will they be able to avenge their teammate? Will they be able to get that wipe on in? Never alone. No! Exchanging a few shots there with Ragnarok. Up he comes, getting hit from behind as well. Everything now up to Lathe. A 1v3 going in and trying to hold up, but oh! Down goes Fate. What a play.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of some missed timing there, but I mean, Falcons, that was a really nice hold for them, and unfortunately for them, they can't go ahead and relish in the spoils of their victory because Zombies wants a part of this. They saw the opportunity, know that at least one person's out, one person was downed. I mean, the res already came through, but they're going to push anyway. An entire 4-man versus a 2-man now after picking up one of them. It's perfect opportunity for them to go ahead and get a few more points. A little bit potentially upset now that they're still not inside that second place spot. They're currently in 5th, so let's go on ahead and change that. They said now at the bottom side of this building to push up into here. Oh, that nade almost came back down onto the zombies' heads.
Oh, and try they shall. As you can see, the Zombies now getting everything in their arsenal, all prepped and ready to roll. Also now just coming in and, well, enjoying the spoils of the Falcons play. The squad wipe that they got. But here we go. Oh, man. Now getting forced up onto the roof. As you can see, last. Now just trying to outlast the damage. Trying to stay ahead of the chaos, which is about to ensue as the players here from the Zombies hook up a few more nades. They get ready to push on in. And you can see one of the players there, Saline, now pushing up once again. Oh! The bombardment finding its way on through. It's like a mini red zone. That zone, of course, you can see sitting all the way over towards the eastern front. So it's going to be interesting to see where the remainder of the lobby is going to try and rotate on up into. But of course, these teams, these two right here, they need to get a move on because the blue zone is about to start moving on up and they have no way out of there just yet. So far away from the zone. But of course, now we see the players here from Raad and SUDOR right there side by side. Trying to send a few nades across. You can see the Zombies now finding their hits into the side of the Falcons. In fact, a quick finish coming in there from them. But now SUDOR's now taking aim over towards Raad as they're trying to just break away and find a better positioning elsewhere. Nice play coming in there from the SUDORs. Unfortunately, not getting anything in the exchange though.
I liked those smokes that were tossed up from Raha. That made them able to go ahead and get into their vehicles and make that quick escape down to the southern side. Bullets just narrowly missing them as they're able to get away. So some nice defensive smoke placement there to enable that to happen. That got them out of a really, really bad situation. And also, once again, we already mentioned the zone ended up shifting down here towards Leonis once again. And that means that there's, again, not enough space for these teams. A lot of these teams now up on the northern side, we're kind of wondering if the western side's going to have less people than the east at the beginning based off the plane path, but it looks like not the case whatsoever based off of these zone shifts, and Fanatic Zombies is going to be able to get a knock onto a team that was kind of running in their direction as well, so nice pickup.
A really tough spot there for the players there from RICO Infinity as they found themselves sandwiched smack dab in between players here from HOTLINE and, of course, the players there from NASR. So really, really challenging stuff. But, of course, you can see the rest of the team rotating up just a little bit further onto the side of that zone. Still not really being able to find that entry point in towards the zone, but they are putting in some active efforts there. They are trying to squeeze on in, but on the other end, we see the players here from HOTLINE now taking aim at the teams who are also trying to get ahead of the blue zone and squeeze themselves into the next zone. Some pretty challenging plays, but of course, I'm liking this gatekeep position we see coming in here from NASR as the players there from RICO Infinity still need to try and gain entry.
Definitely a hard situation for them. I mean, either way they go, they're going to be running into one of these teams, so it looks like NASR is just going to take it into his hands and just drive straight on in. I mean, what could happen? NASR is going to run into NASR there and actually be taken down from Miracle, it seems. So at least one of them is down. 2 more left for RICO up on top of the rocks, so we could see that Nabo is trying to prep a nade. Oh, but they're able to get away from the side on those rocks. One of them, though, Ragnar, was accidentally left behind. It also looks like we're down to 12 teams after another one ends up being taken out.
And that, of course, being the players there from the Zombies that just met their end. But now, you see the shots flying in towards the side there of the players from RICO Infinity. Ragnar being the last hopeful for them. Spotting a bit of movement up on the hill ahead, but Nabo now coming in as well. Oh, takes aim and down they go. Putting an end to the players there from RICO Infinity. The zone now shifting up in towards the north. It is already such a challenging region for these teams to be fighting in, but the zone just adding the cherry on top. Just saying, you know what, I know it's difficult, I know it's hard, but have a little more.
It was all like, you know what, we want to see you guys actually use these plateaus for some sort of long-range height advantage battles. So we're going to shift up to the northern side where that's definitely possible. This terrain is so rocky, so many plateaus. I'm interested to see if anybody's going to take advantage of them, especially with the one smack dab in the center. But as of right now, nobody's on top of any of them right now, as a fight between Falcon and iKURD ends up with iKURD Esports being eliminated. 10 teams left. Falcon only has 1 person left up as well, and it looks like more is about to pop off over on this western side as 3 teams are right here. YaLLa Esports sandwiched.
Ooh, out comes those nades once again. The knock, though, coming at the hand of the vehicle exploding. Wow, sorry, English. Right, here we go. Now the players from NASR still position. Oh, up on the side, but the hits find their way in towards real Tiger 9. Of course, now the players there from GUNZ coming under pressure, as well as the shots fly in there from the SUDORs. So many hits, so many points of interest coming in as all these teams now start fighting it out. 9 teams remain, 25 players still alive, and things are only gonna get way tougher from this point. What a throw, though, coming in there. GUNZ, Amodi, really doing some fantastical throwing there. Not finding the damage just yet. But man, what an aim.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, they have to go on ahead and make a push up there for now. I like that they have an anchor even further down to the southern side as well to deal with that fight. And meanwhile, even further over to the eastern side, 3 more teams fighting it out with Sadat from Raad actually smack dab in the center. His teammate down directly beside him. Not much else he can really do here, starting to make those pushes. But of course, need to continue to be careful. The zone, once again, really close to closing. It'll be interesting to see where this goes once again, but still nobody in the center of the zone, nobody using those plateaus.
Yeah, and of course, well, speaking about plateaus, we have Boyka just hiding up in that shack on what we could call a plateau for now, for lack of a better term. But now he finds a few sneaky shots just across into some of the players that are getting knocked right in front of him. But now, look at this positioning. The team's now perked up on the sides of the zone. That's the next zone shifting in once again, adding on to the level of difficulty that we have. You can see so many teams now, of course, just getting eliminated left, right, and center. The players there from the Falcons, of course, now getting sent on back. We also just saw the players there from SUDOR getting ended. But now, Fanatics still in play. It is going to be a very tough one there for Boyka to try and get out of. The players from Raad, of course, just huddled up alongside their vehicle. Oh, sends off a quick one. Some really quick reactions there coming in from Chaos, but unfortunately not being able to find the damage. Blue Zone, however, is closing in. The teams need to push. They need to get on up in towards the zone, and this could maybe be where we see Boyka getting caught in a very difficult position.
I'm so glad. That was a nice rotation up over that hill, being able to cut off that sight line, putting themselves in a little bit of a safer position while they're able to heal up. But yeah, you're right. I mean, 2 left for Rahat. Could go ahead and make a rotation straight towards Boyka because they have to actually move in now. The only real rotation they have is to try and push up onto the side of that big hill that's now taken the very center of this zone. But it seems like they have no idea as he's there, as Boyka is actually watching them in front of him. He could potentially just take them both out by shooting them in the back. So it's just a matter of, will he be able to spot them out in time? He needs to be careful. Oh, it seems like Mooney kind of had an idea, but there we go. Boyka will go on ahead and peek on up, but the truck getting in the way, cutting off the last spray and able to spin around. Fanatic Zombies will be the ones that are eliminated. 6 teams now that are left, and it looks like it's going to continue. Alpha Legends now trying to take out the rest of Rahad.
Oh man, this is such a spicy zone. The players all stepping on up, just dialing up that aggression to the next level. Bringing in whatever they can. Oh, look at that one. Oh, so close. Manages to escape the damage. Raad just holding on a little while longer. But of course, the teams are all just still scattered throughout the zone. You see Munir now getting knocked out as well. But Mumbai now stepping up, sending those utilities across. We got the players all spread out, and of course the players from YaLLa get eliminated. Raat now still pushing on in. Wow. Will they be able to get this one? Things are looking pretty grim. The health is not where Sadat wants it to be. But of course now quickly gets up. We got the players there from HOTLINE still just up ahead of him. He's trying to make a bit of a play, but down he goes. The final 4 teams now remain. Everyone now of course still trying to find a spot, and what? GUNZ just get blown out of this match. 3 teams now remain. It is Alpha, it is NASR, and it is the players from HOTLINE left to battle it out for that chicken dinner.
This is super important for HOTLINE. We already know that they're one of the teams currently in the last 4 places. So, I mean, this could go on ahead and do it already. But just to ensure it, let's see how far they're going to be able to go. And it looks like they're going to be able to sit back and relax a tiny bit longer, as the first few aggressive plays are actually from NASR Esports tossing some nades over towards HOTLINE Esports. So they kind of have to chill out. Let's see if Alpha is going to be making a rotation over towards them, or it actually seems like they're just going to tuck back behind the southern side. So this is kind of a stalemate until they have to make a move. HOTLINE Esports has to make a move into the zone. Ooh.
Oh, and of course now NASR just finding the shots in it to the side there of HOTLINE. Really turning up their play. As you can see, they're already sitting on 8 kills. Will they be able to bring in any more additional kills? There's so many players still for them to choose from. But of course, the players here from HOTLINE trying to make their play. They are in the zone. They need to try and improve that positioning, as we've got this huge chunk of rock in the middle of the map. And no one really seems to be able to move up on towards that. But here we go. HOTLINE sitting on 3 kills. Now making a bit of a play, creeping themselves on up, trying to improve that position, trying to get ahead. But of course, the smoke is now starting to dissipate. This is where it gets pretty dangerous for them. NASR still looking so strong up ahead. Oh, Miracle with the laser hit into the side there of the HOTLINE players. But of course, HOTLINE, they're not giving up just yet. They're going to try and push on in, try and gain a position within the zone. Alpha now sitting quite comfortable, but of course, the shots find their way in, and down they go. HOTLINE get eliminated. Now it is a NASR up against the side there of Alpha. Which team will be the one to claim that chicken dinner? It is a 2v3. NASR now spreading themselves out throughout the zone, of course. Now already finding themselves in a decent position, as you can see here. Chico already being in the zone. So Alpha now having to try and make that rotation, trying to squeeze on in, hugging the side of this rock as they get ready to push into the zone. But Miracle, such a beautiful position there, a nice off angle just to complement the angle we see coming in here from Chico. But this is now where the play comes in for Alpha. Are we going to see them push in? The blue zone is closing in. They're running out of time. They're running out of options. We are in the 8th phase. Now, this is where everything starts to heat on up. Alpha Legend trying to make a play. The players here, of course, from NASR just holding on to the compound, not willing to give up that chicken dinner they wanted, they needed, and they're going to try everything at their disposal to get that. You can see Raman there from Alpha just sneaking his way on in. Such a tough one. We got Chaos and Kaito also just holding on the off angle. But they're getting ready to move. The blue zone is forcing them forward. This is where NASR now starts reacting.
Ooh.
Oh, down goes Raymond. The
Oh,
shots fly in towards Alpha, and NASR steal the chicken dinner away. What? Another one.
Miracle.
Insane play. What a done. Wow.
Miracle's location was absolutely insane. That rock play from Miracle just was able to hold off Hotline, and his peek on over was able to take out Alpha Legends at the very end as well. Miracle's spot was a miracle, I guess you could say. That was absolutely insane for them to be able to go on ahead and play that and win that out there. I thought that they were stuck. I thought it was just a matter of Alpha Legends just waiting for them to have to make the move, but no. Wonderful play coming in from Miracle there.
Yeah, indeed, a super wonderful play. But of course, we're going to be jumping into a quick break. We'll be right back with a breakdown of the match and, of course, the standings for that. So see you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back. Our fifth match has just come to an end, and we saw the players there from NASR Esports bringing in an absolutely fantastic play in the last game of the day. What a way to end it off. And of course, look at the match ranking. NASR Esports finishing off with 29 points, 14 kills, and a lovely chicken dinner, of course. Alpha Legends coming into second place, finishing off on 17 points and, of course, 5 kill points. With that, GUNZ Esports finishing in third place, also on 17 points. But, of course, getting 9 kill points in. HOTLINE Esports sitting on 13 points over in fourth place. 3 kill points to accompany that. And of course, we got the players there from Raad over in 5th place on 9 points. YaLLa Esports sitting in 6th place on 8 points. The players from FalconsEsport sitting in 7th place on 6. And of course, the Fanatic Zombies sitting in on 5 points in 8th place.
We also have iKURD Esports 9th with a total of 5 points, tied with Zombie Esports with 5. Real Tiger 9 with 3 total points in 11th. SUDOR Esports in 12th with 2. SCYTES in 13th with 2 as well. And then RICO Infinity, Fate Esports 14th, 15th with 1 each. And GSG in 16th place with 0. Wrapping it up with the 16 teams for that last match.
What an insane match that was. But of course, we're going to be finding out soon whether or not that was enough for the teams down in the danger zone to find themselves in those qualifying positions and to make it through in towards that super weekend. But of course, before we get to that, I have to commend the players there from NASR. What an absolutely insane game that last one was. 14 kills in their second chicken dinner in our qualifiers. Absolutely phenomenal plays.
I definitely agree. They played that so well together at the end there. The split that they had, the rock, the compound, being able to just hold all the necessary angles and then communicate where the people were so that the peaks could happen. That was all really, really played for them in the end at the end there. And I'd also like to point out that that's the team that we've been kind of watching this entire time. I mean, that's a team that's been jumping around in first place and such. And so it's like, it's nice, maybe expected, maybe not, that they went on ahead and ended off so strong.
Well, they did end yesterday very, very strong. They ended up at, at the top of the leaderboard on yesterday's games. Of course, they returned right back into that position once again after today's matches. So some really good plays coming in there. Unfortunately, we didn't see the players from Zombies being able to move back up in towards second place. But we do have the players, of course, just bringing in such a play. I mean, it has been absolutely insane. I mean, NASR just going all out today in all the games that we saw them in. But I'm so curious to see, of course, which teams will be our teams moving in towards that super weekend. Just insane.
Yeah, and it was really close. I mean, in that last game, we were keeping an eye on 2 people, right? We're keeping an eye on HOTLINE and Fate. There we go. So HOTLINE and Fate. And we know Fate, they ended up going out pretty kind of early relatively. And then HOTLINE, they were able to go ahead and get into third. I kind of questioned it in the moment, right when they popped up. I was just like, I wonder if that's enough for them to be able to qualify. So there's some questions, some questioning of who is going to go on ahead and make it through. Because, I mean, those last few teams that needed to go on ahead and do well, some of them did and some of them didn't. So it really all was quite close. So, of course, we'll only know right when that leaderboard pops up. And I think that was a really interesting game to go on ahead and end it off on for our first week.
Definitely was. But, of course, so coming into the previous match, NASR was overall sitting up in pole position on 91 points. So now we wait to see just how much of a change we'll be seeing on this leaderboard. And, of course, whether or not the efforts from the teams in this last match was enough to secure them a position in that super weekend. I mean, just looking at what we saw from the kill points so far, just up until the last match, not including the one that we just watched, we saw the players from NASR coming in already on 43 kills. So the players there from RTG sitting on 35, SCYTES 35. We had the players from Zombies on 37. That, of course, bringing in that aggression that we saw coming in from them yesterday. The players from YaLLa and Zombies, YaLLa and I believe it is, saw someone else on 27 as well. Oh, yes. There we go. Yeah, YaLLa, 27 points. Getting confused by numbers. The players there from RICO Infinity sitting on 26, SUDOR 34. So some really strong kill counts coming in from these teams. And that is, of course, pretty reflective of that consistency that we've been seeing coming in as well.
It definitely is. I mean, and we talked about it. Consistency, you need to have the kill points. You need to have the placement points. Obviously, kill points are 1 point per kill. Placement points, you can get up to 15 points in first place, both of them. That's a huge amount. You want to go on ahead and stay alive until the end game, because just 15 points for first place, that's insane. And then being able to pick up points for all that padding, being able to go on ahead and roll for everything, that's also huge. I mean, that's also why a big point at the very beginning of today was that Zombies, they're in second place. They didn't have any winner chicken dinners, and they were still in second place with the majority of kill points. So just being able to see some of these teams pull off so much damage, so much carnage, taking down so many people and being able to pull themselves up high in the leaderboard is just really interesting to watch. And I mean, I'm looking forward, honestly, to the Super Weekend, because completely different, there's more of an incentive to get the win, as well, as we already know. There's $965 per win. So I'm interested to see, if just knowing that, if any of these teams that go for a ton of kills but maybe not so much placement points, if they're obviously going to switch stuff up to try and get that pricing.
Yeah, and of course, just looking at our overall standings, well, not the overall standings, but the chicken dinners that we've been seeing coming in so far, all right? It is 9 teams. The chicken dinners are spread out through 9 teams on the leaderboard. That is just insane, you know? And of course, now NASR, we just saw them claim their second chicken dinner. So that is the first team to get the second one. But it just shows you the level of competition we have between these teams, that any team is capable of getting that chicken dinner. We're not seeing a super aggressive, dominant play coming in with regards to chicken dinners just yet. We are, however, seeing a bit of dominance coming in with regards to kill points. Some teams just going out, finding those hits, finding those kills. And of course, that is what makes this just so amazing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and I mean, we already mentioned how all the format goes on ahead and changes, how the strategy of each group is going to slowly continue to change, but it all really comes down to this. That was the end of our first week of weekday games, or the top 16 are going to move on to that Super Weekend. And I mean, I'm waiting in absolute anticipation, because all of these teams, all of their performances from yesterday and today, I will say, like, there's been some insane stuff that we ended up watching, from super early aggression, getting 2 knocks out of vehicles, or driving up a hill from some nice play, from patiently waiting behind a rock and peeking. There's just definitely, you already said, a huge like shout out basically to all those teams that are here. These top 20 teams are the top 20 for a reason.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it has been pretty evident in the way that they've been going through the games today, but you know, now we just see how much they make, how much they depend on those utilities. You know, quite an aggressive playing with the utilities, a lot of frag grenade usage. And of course, I think that also adds to the level of excitement that we are experiencing as we go through these games. Because I'm not going to lie, we're used to seeing a lot of gunfights, right? Not seeing as many utility fights. This is a utility-heavy fight that we've been watching from the start of day 1 yesterday. It's an absolute bombardment, kind of almost literally coming in with the use of utilities that we see coming. And I'm so excited to see, of course, then how that will translate into the Super Weekend. And who will we be seeing, you know, as the team to claim the top of that leaderboard at the end of the Super Weekend?
Those are questions. I mean, you mentioned the utility, I believe, even before that last game there. And I mean, it's true. I mean, I come from a background where I'm quite used to the utility going on ahead and being used, honestly. But I mean, there were a ton of nasty nades that we were watching this entire time. Nades instantly perfectly cooked, exploding directly in the correct spot to get those knocks. The smokes, we already, even in the last game, smokes being used exactly when they need to be to disengage, to be getting out of those hard situations. And it just goes to show, I mean, utility is definitely something you want to go on ahead and be picking up and tossing out. On the flip side, we did see some util usage be used, like, unfortunately, a tiny bit incorrectly. You know, we did see some members trying to toss out some util, somebody peeking them at that same exact moment so that they get knocked, but really that just all comes down to timing. You know, it's like unfortunate timing, whether they're lucky or unlucky, whether they need to go on ahead and try to decide when the correct time is to use that util. But overall, there was a lot more successful util than bad util usage, and all the ones that we did see that were successful were absolutely insane.
But I gotta say though, the funniest oops that we had with the utility was the molly. Where we had, I can't remember which team it was, but we had the team member throw the molly, and as the molly started flying, the other team member stepped up in front of it. Oh, that is so unfortunate, but it's quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, but it is entertaining to watch. Yeah.
So now, I have to say, based on the past 10 matches that we've been watching, we've been seeing these players go at it. I'm quite excited to get into the Super Weekend to see what the teams are going to be doing. But of course, as we move into Super Weekend, as you've mentioned, not only are they then getting awarded for getting that chicken dinner, but it's also where the points really start to matter. You know, for them to qualify for the final, they need to start breaking in those points in the Super Weekend. So I'm really curious to see how the teams are going to go at that and just how many points they'll be able to bring in over the 3 days of that Super Weekend. I mean, if these first 2 days are anything to go by, if that's any kind of an indication of what we could expect moving into the Super Weekend, man, we are in for quite the ride.
You are not wrong. I mean, all these teams that went on ahead and made it into the top 16, all of their points are so close to each other. So just knowing that, even with all these super weekends and all the points mattering to get into the finals, I feel like it could potentially be super close all the way until the end, you know? So I'm also interested to see if anybody might change up a little bit of play style, go and study what they've done so far. And I'm interested to see if anybody is really going to be able to be leading the leaderboard in that regards, or are the majority of the teams going to continue to stay near each other the entire time up to finals?
I mean, well, speaking about leaderboards, you know, we need to see that overall standings, and of course, there we go. There we have it. NASR Esports, 2 chicken dinners and 120 points. Oh wow. My goodness. 57 kills. I mean, YaLLa coming in. The closest number to that, of course, is being 77, which we see shared between YaLLa as the SCYTES and, of course, the players there from RTG. All 3 of those teams sitting on 77 points.
Wow. I mean, I guess I question if anyone's going to go on ahead and show up super far above the leaderboard, and it looks like NASR Esports is going to be it with that total of 120. But then, yeah, the rest of this leaderboard, look how close. On the next 3 teams, they all have 77 points. So the rest of it is really close. And I mean, that's just making me, like I said, it's making me so curious right when this next page flips. But so far, I mean, huge congrats to these teams that are moving on to our first Super Weekend. NASR Esports, YaLLa Esports, SCYTES, RTG Esports, Zombies Esports, GUNZ Esports, RAD, and RICO Infinity Team.
We've just seen some phenomenal plays come in there, and of course, we could see also on the side just how much these teams have moved up in their positions. Of course, you can see, you know, quite a bit of movement coming in as the players have gone through the games here today, and of course, got added. But of course, looking at the second page, still a really strong showing with regards to the points. But of course, the players there from iKURD, the team right there in 16th place. So the teams that we've seen on the list so far, those are the teams that we're going to be seeing moving on up into our Super Weekend. So I'm quite curious to see who it is that did not make the cut, that did not find it through, that find enough points to qualify for our first Super Weekend.
Yep, can continue with the congrats. That means SUDOR Esports, Alpha Legends, Falcon Esports, Arab GG, Real Tiger 9, Hotline Esports, Flare Loyal Team, and iKURD Esports are all going to be into the first Super Weekend. Meanwhile, Fanatic Zombies, Fate Esports, Galaxy Racer, and the Snipers, unfortunately for this first week, are not going to join us in that Super Weekend. But of course, as we already know, they're going to be able to join us again next week.
What's quite interesting about what we just saw is that the players from Fanatic Zombies, they were able to get a chicken dinner, but that wasn't enough to secure a spot in the Super Weekend. So that just comes to show how tough the competition is between all these teams.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, you have to go on ahead and continue. You can't just get one. You need to actually go on ahead, continue to get those placement points, continue to get all of those kill points all the way until the very end. Every single game matters, especially in an 8-game qualifier.
Yeah, it's really, really tough stuff. And of course, 8-game, you mean 10-game qualifier. You had 5 games
8
today
for each
and 5
team.
games yesterday.
8 for each team.
I know, but yeah. Shh. We saw 10, so in my head, that's 10. But yeah, okay, you're right. It was a 10-game. It was a 10-game play, but of course, you know, as you mentioned, we're getting ready. We know who is the teams that are gonna be moving on towards that Super Weekend. But I think on that one, I firstly want to take an opportunity to congratulate all the teams that have qualified for that. Well done, well played, well deserved gameplay coming in. Some super tough matches that they faced, and well, some really tough competition to make it on all the way on through. And of course, really looking forward to seeing the players from Fanatic Zombies, Fate Esports, Galaxy Racer, and the Snipers back again next week when they have yet another week to try and get into that. And of course, big thank you going out to you, Span, as well. Thank you so much for co-casting with me today. It was absolute blast. Had so much fun in these games. Of course, well, next up is going to be Super Weekend.
Yep, next up is Super Weekend, so we will be able to go ahead and see you guys again starting this Thursday. First of all, it's going to be at our other casting duo. You guys are going to see Tarzan and Highland Wolf once again, and we'll see you guys soon. It's going to be quite exciting, but otherwise, until then.
Alright, so there we go. That is going to be the end. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to seeing you back again on Thursday. Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you.